Let's reconvene to open session from closed session. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. Do we have any announcements from closed session? None? Mr. Wozanski or Mr. No,
I'm
right?
sorry, no announcements this evening.
I could answer that myself, but you know. All right, so we're gonna adjourn now to a regular meeting of our regular city council in this almost dark 6 o'clock in beautiful November 1st. So can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right, we are going to do a salute the flag and then a moment of silence immediately thereafter. On three, 1, 2, and 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. All right, we don't have any large proclamations or checks to be taken in today, but we do have our normal announcements for each council district. So Councilmember Lowenstein. No, that comes afterwards.
One announcement, that's the District 2 community meeting will be held on Wednesday, November the 16th at 6 p.m. on Zoom. So if you would like to join us, register on the District 2 City Council page on redondo.org, or wait for an email that'll be coming from me this week that discusses the upcoming meeting. Again, Wednesday, November the 16th, 6 to 7:30 p.m., open mic night. So that's it. Thank you.
Mic night. All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting is going to either be on the 17th, the night after Todd's, or the 19th, and I will have more details next week.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Well, it's funny, a resident asked us specifically not to schedule our community meetings on the same day. And yet again, the District 4 community meeting is November 16th at 6:30 p.m., also on Zoom. And we have a resident in common who attends both our meetings.
Tell them to come to mine for a half hour and then.
There you go, then they can come to mine. So you can sign up on the link on my council member page, and I'll also send an email blast this week with that. I also wanted to express gratitude to District 4 and all of Redondo Beach for coming out and voting in this last special election. I thanked residents and everybody, firefighters, police officers, for bringing about an authentically democratic Redondo Beach. And what I meant by that when people ask me is that it's Redondo Beach that's governed by reason, rationale, facts, not money and falsified lies. And I really appreciate that the truth prevailed here, that the people who've been working hard for our city, including the council who voted in the Cannabis initiative, prevailed here. And it was a great victory for Redondo Beach. And I appreciate all the people who took part in that, people who hit the streets and put in money to overcome the Goliath of a campaign that the other side put up. In addition, beyond that, I wanted to express thanks to Erica Sazo Gonzalez from the Redondo Beach Police Department, put on a great candlelight vigil for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. In addition, we had a banquet for our RBPD reservists and our volunteers, including our victim advocate volunteers. There are so many folks who have invested 5, 10, up to 50 years in volunteerism for our city. It was really amazing and touching, and I just want to express my appreciation to all those folks, including some who are working up the cold cases that have gone dormant and uninvestigated for a long time. and are spending years pursuing those leads, and express our appreciation for that. Congratulations to Dr. Nicole Wesley, a Redondo Beach resident, on becoming superintendent of the school district. And in addition, I want to express thanks to our Public Works Department. I mean, no doubt, part of the reason why, this recall was defeated is because of all the wonderful changes that people are seeing in our district. And at Perry Park right now, there's new playground flooring. There's new tennis court netting that's providing shade. There is a skate park that's going to be redesigned shortly, and pickleball lines are going to come in very shortly, and money appropriated for the teen center. So these are all great things, and thank you, Public Works, for bringing that about. And those are guys like Andy Wingy and Mike Klein, and Ted Simon, and all the other folks working there. And finally, Halloween was just yesterday, and Halloween in Redondo Beach was absolutely beautiful. In District 4, if you didn't get to see it, Seth Berg's house was absolutely amazing. And Seth told me, I finally met him in person, for 21 years, he has done a different theme. If you haven't seen it, you can go on my Instagram page, Obaju for Redondo, I think, and check it out. But 21 years, he's done a different theme. Absolutely beautiful. And the best, I saw the only block party in the city was on Pauline, held by Candace Nafisi, or organized by Candace Nafisi, and participated in by the entire block. And there was a DJ, churro maker. Kids were having fun, adults were having fun. It was totally beautiful, totally safe, no egging, no shaving cream being sprayed on cars and the like I saw when I was growing up in my neighborhood. So this is amazing. It was beautiful. The firefighters were out there. So anyhow, it's a great day in Redondo Beach. Happy November, everybody.
All right, Councilmember MD, you have any announcements?
On Saturday, same night as the domestic violence, there was the Women's Club was celebrating their clubhouse. It's 100 years old. And they actually closed escrow in October of 1922. And they were they celebrated it by a 1920s theme. They brought in a school and with and dancers, and they had everybody teaching everybody how to dance, the different 20s themes dances, and it was a really great time. And highly recommend when the next event comes out. They're doing a really great job over there. And as far as the only block party, I beg to differ. There's actually a very large one in District 5. I hesitate to say the name because it's honestly so packed. I'm not sure they could handle much more, but it's always a good time. Good, and they one place says that you have to dance to actually get any candy, so that's quite amusing. I also, on a sad note, I do want to strongly condemn the posters that were made making false and disturbing statements on Halloween. I believe all of us stand with the people who were discriminated against, and we do not tolerate that. And I truly frown and condemn the people who actually made these posters and perpetuated hate. And on a final note, I unfortunately have had to witness 2 recalls, and I just wanted, and I know how hard they are. I know campaigning is hard. And I just wanted to give you a little congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I got a couple items. I'll just start off with my community meeting. My normal community meeting is not this Saturday, but the Saturday the 12th, 9:30 a.m. in Alta Vista. I'll send out reminders for that. And then soon thereafter, I'll do my Zoom community meeting, probably right after our third council meeting. I also want to echo the fantastic domestic violence candlelight vigil that we had. That was the best one I've ever been to. So thanks to the police for setting that up. That was awesome. Some speeches there. I think what really reached out to me was the poem that was about flowers. And it's the age-old story of making excuses. And then there were flowers, and so therefore it's okay. Well, they didn't mean it. There were flowers. And it progressively got worse. So it really hit home, and I think it's really important that, we do have the services that we have. So thank you very much to our police department for doing everything that you do. And speaking of police, also went to the volunteer dinner, the VIP dinner last week. That was really excellent, put on by the Rotary Club down at Shade Hotel. Awesome work. In the 14 years the cold case group has been together, they have solved 5 cases. 5 cases, right? 5?
Yeah, can't recall the number, yeah.
Yeah, 5 or 6, 5. It was pretty impressive. I also want to thank Councilmember Obaji. He was down at Torrance, City of Torrance, standing up for his residents.
Forgot about that.
For the green line. They only gave him 1 minute to speak, so he did a smart thing, actually, is he went there on non-agenda items, and then went on another item, and then went on the Metro green line item, and gave his 1 minute 3 times through all about the green line, and was able to navigate all of those subject items about the green line, standing up for the residents up there in North Redondo. He had some really interesting points, and we talked about it afterwards, and I'll be making a motion later, a little bit later today, something that we could do with our commissions regarding that. I want to thank Riviera Village and the bid. Thank you guys for the Riviera bid. I know it's on the agenda tonight, just as a consent calendar, for having the spectacular Halloween event. It was a lot of people down there, a lot of fantastic costumes, 3 to 6, it was awesome. And of course, we got the holiday stroll coming up on Thursday, December 1st or 2nd, one of the two. The first Thursday of December. And of course, the election, we had a fantastic election turnout, 15,000 ballots, over 15,000 ballots were turned in, almost 15,000 ballots were counted. We're gonna be pulling that item later tonight, so we won't be talking about that. But it was a fantastic turnout. I want to thank everyone for showing up and voting on a special election. So with that said, onwards to the agenda. Is everyone fine with the order of the agenda? Would approve it as is?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, with the exception, well, order of agenda, we'll get the consent calendar items, so just the order.
Oh, the order is fine. Yeah.
Okay, and motion to approve?
Yes.
Second that? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so do we have any blue folder? Oh, we do have an agency recess. Let's see here, Community Financing Authority. So we need to do let me get to that real quick here. Oh, that's not on my, there it is, F1. Meeting. Agenda packet, there it goes. All right, so let's call the meeting the Community Financing Authority at 6:13. Can I get a roll call vote, please? A roll call.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Empty.
Here.
Chairman Brandt absent. Vice Chair Nierenheim.
Here. All right, so can we get an approval order agenda for the community financing?
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
None for this agency.
All right. Consent calendar. We have 4 items on the consent calendar. We're going to approve all of them. Motion to approve. There's a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor for the, before we vote, is there anyone who wants to speak on the consent calendar items for the community financing? We have 4 items on there.
And I have no Zoom or e-comments.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Public participation on non-agenda items. This is for the Community Financing Authority, not a regular council meeting. Does anyone want to address the Community Financing Authority? Going once? Going twice? All right.
And I have none on Zoom or, just for the record. all
None on Zoom?
e-comments.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. We have no public hearings and no old business. So we can do to motion to adjourn. Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
Second. Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. All right. Can we get a roll call vote for our regular meeting?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent. Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. Blue folder items for our regular meeting for the city council.
Okay, for J1, public communications for non-agenda items, N3 related to the Charter Review Advisory Committee, we have a staff report dated 7/15/2014 minutes for 7/1/2014 and 4/5/2022. At that point, that's it.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve those into the,
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right. Just, Eleanor, I still can't get in my iLegislate for some reason. It says bad domain, invalid domain or something, so
Okay.
I'll try it. I reset the password again as well.
Okay.
All right, so we got consent calendar. We have 13 items? 13 items on the consent calendar, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and we're gonna pull item H8? Oh, no,
Well,
H12. All right, so I have a motion to, we're gonna approve all these items except for H12. If anyone wants to come down and speak to any of these items, you will be able to. So can I motion to approve everything except for H12?
Did you want to ask everybody if they want?
Oh, yeah. Councilmember Lowenstein, you want to pull anything?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
I was going to pull H12, but you got that, so no, good. Thank you.
Perfect. Councilmember MD?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to pull anything either. So we have 13 items. We're going to pull 12, so that gives us 12 items. Is there a motion to approve all except for H12? Is
So moved.
there a second? All right. Is there any members of the public that wants to talk about any of these consent calendar
Mayor Potem, I
items?
think we
Actually,
have
they're
one.
H13. Lena, you would like to come down? Motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I will put your microphone on. There you go. Perfect.
Hi,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Lena Carrillo, President with Redondo Beach Professional Supervisory Association, also known as RBPSA. I want to speak on behalf of item H13, which requests an increase to the salary range for the finance director position by 10%. I want to express PSA's full support of the request and point out this action is actually indicative of a citywide issue with employee-based salary compensation. All employees across our organization are in need of salary increases that keep pace with inflation and the market rate. RBPSA wants to point out that even with this 10% increase, the finance director position would still be the lowest paid among the neighboring cities. I provided you with the breakdown showing the base salary ranges of finance director for Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan Beach, and Torrance. Redondo salary, again, even with the 10% increase, would still be on average 13% lower than Hermosa, 31% lower than Manhattan, and 40% lower than Torrance. And all those salary schedules are on each city's website. Also recall the council had to increase the assistant to the city manager position salary ranges by 25% last year in order to attract qualified candidates. I believe you did a similar action for the deputy public works director as well last year. So please realize your employees are the lowest paid in the area. And this is a significant issue the council does need to address on a grander scale than just position by position as they come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Or employee groups? Anyone else want to speak to any of the consent calendar items? All right, is there any e-comments or Zoom comments on these?
Nope.
Okay,
We have one for H4.
H4, okay, read away, please.
Submitted by Grace Peng. Free parking, not free. It will cost us $130,000 in foregone revenue and will promote more driving, including drunk driving. Let's bring more people to spend money at the pier, but in environmentally sustainable ways. Let's provide BCT rides to the pier and run more service hours. Let's cross-promote it with pier businesses, e.g. discounts for people who biked, walked, or used transit. That concludes items on consent. It was H4, by the way, if I didn't say that first.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Anything else? Going once? Going twice? All right, all in favor of the consent calendar items? Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, so I need to read. all
Yep.
of- H4, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2211-086, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving free parking within the pier and plaza parking structures for the 2022 holiday season during the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. from December 3rd, 2022 through January 1st, 2023. H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2211-081, 88, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach appointing an advisory board in connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District and directing the preparation of a report for fiscal year 2023. Adopt by title only resolution number CC 2211-089, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the advisory board for fiscal year 2023 in connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2211-090, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to levy an assessment against businesses within the Riviera Village Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2023 and setting a time and place for hearing objectives thereto, and set December 6, 2022 at 6 p.m. as the date and the time for the public hearing on the levy of the proposed assessments. H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2211-087, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, approving the waiver of parking meter fees for the areas of the Riviera Village, South Catalina Avenue, and Pearl Street for 2022 holiday season from December 3rd, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2211-091, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the salary range for the financial director position. That concludes the readings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we are now on to public participation.
No, H12.
Oh, no, we pulled it.
No,
So
we pulled it.
H12,
You still
You
got
go
to
you
hear
go
it.
to it first.
no, H12
No,
is
it's pulled, we're not voting on it.
yeah, it's pulled to go to the November 8th
No, we're not discussing.
The item is pulled.
As in terms of not being
got it.
discussed.
discussed.
Well, hold on, just for clarity's sake, when you pull a consent item, normally it's
should've.
for discussion. We didn't ever specify that.
You're right.
So,
Taken off the agenda.
Taken off the
Tabled.
agenda.
Yeah, that was taken off the agenda.
Pulled, taken off the agenda.
And to come back on November
how
8th.
about motion
Okay.
to take it off the agenda?
Motion, okay, motion to continue it to November 8th.
But it's already pulled. It's already
Right.
done.
Do we need to do anything?
There's no motion.
Confusion up
That
here.
was confusion.
Yes.
That was confusion. We should specify that next time. All right. So H12, next week, thank you. Public participation on non-agenda items. We have 30 minutes. It is now 6:23. We will say 6:24. We get 30 minutes during this time, at which point in time anyone can come down here and talk about anything they would like to talk about. We prefer it to be city business. It's been entertaining before. You get 3 minutes. You can come up here and say what you want, but we will not be responding to anything you have to say. We won't be answering any questions. We can ask for some clarifications here and there, but very light touches on those. The order we do this in is we do orange cards first, if there are any orange cards. And then we do non-orange card people, and then we do Zoom people, and then e-comment people, and then back to in-person. And I will cut it off at 30 minutes. So if you are the last person at 30 minutes, wherever we're at, then we are done. And we are done. So we got to get this meeting moving. So first person up is Joan Irvine.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1, City Council, city staff, and people who are here and residents who are out there. I was going to make this comment on H12, but I'll move it to here. First of all, from the numbers that I saw, it really looks like the majority of the voters in Redondo Beach are over 50 years old. And they vote, and they voted against Measure E, and they voted to have decent dispensaries in our town. So I want to thank them. And also I want to let people know, in the future, if you're trying to do something in Redondo, it's us baby boomers that you want to be talking to and seeing what we're thinking about. So I just wanted to mention that. Then also, one of the things, people have been coming up to me, with this whole Measure E, and talking to me. And I want to make sure that as you move forward, that whatever location, and I've talked about this before, that a dispensary goes into, it is a safe, comfortable location where seniors, baby boomers feel comfortable going. I had somebody talk to me, there's a great dispensary over in Lomita that I go to, but it's an industrial area. People do not like going there. And also, I was out for Halloween night, and I drove to Crenshaw and up in the hills. I realized it was the first time in ages that I've driven at night that far. And all of a sudden I was going, wow, this feels a little weird getting out of the bubble. And I recognize that a lot of other baby boomers feel that way. So we want to have the dispensaries where people can get to it easily, where they feel comfortable both day and night going to, and also recognize there's a lot of baby boomers who are going to be coming back out for this. And people had mentioned when we were canvassing that they wanted education, because it is a new day of cannabis compared to when a lot of them were in college or afterwards. So just to let you know, I'm putting together a proposal that I'm going to be floating both in Redondo and all the beach cities for what I do, a cannabis education for seniors, and trying to engage people, with that and educate people so they feel comfortable with what's coming through and they can enjoy. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for your support. Thank you for the City Council for being no on E. And thank you for Redondo. And it's going to be a great time moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sheila Garcia, you are up next. And after that, anyone else wants to come down?
Good evening, Sheila Garcia. I decline to answer where from, but first I'm going to start with the good news, something positive that I think you should know. So at Redondo Union High School, we're going to have a red versus white night. Come out and support us at 6:30. Okay, so if any of you could show up, it'd be great, because it goes along with what I think is missing.
What day is that?
Oh, Thursday at the small gym at Redondo Union High School. This Thursday, I know it's last minute, but some of you can probably squeeze it in your calendar if you really want to.
Thursday, November 3rd at 6:30
Yes.
p.m.
And if you guys show up, I represent a large group of parents, a large group. So this was the good news, okay?
What is red versus white?
It's wrestling, and it's like our fundraiser. So we're going to have raffle baskets. The kids are going to be displaying their skills and everything like that. So sometimes wrestling, as you guys know, doesn't get a really big ta-da, right? Because other sports. But anyways, I'm promoting it. So okay, so that's along the community. And this brings me to my point. I feel that there has to be a collaboration between the school board and the city council. I've heard for years that it's always separate. I don't think we should be separate. And there's a lot of things that happened over the past couple of years to our children and to the community at large, which has become marginalized. Now, I don't like labels. I'm not a domestic terrorist, I'm a parent. And some of you have been on a school board before, like Miss MD, and you know what the experience is like. And I know sometimes people have younger children, and then their children grow up, and they're kind of like not part of that. Well, I'm sorry to say, but if you want to put your money where your mouths are at, I think you should start collaborating with the parents that I'm talking about, okay? So I don't know how in the next couple of weeks or so, I'm going to be reaching out to you, and I'm expecting you to reach out, because there is we just had voting that went on. There's a lot of parents. And yeah, there's a lot of parents over 50. So we're talking about a vast majority. So does anyone up there, and I know you can't answer, know how many parents and how many school children we actually have in Redondo, and how many voters? Mm-hmm. Okay, is it a small number or is it a big number? Well, I know you can't answer.
9,600.
Okay, right. And the parents and grandparents? Okay. So with that being said, I just want you to all think about that. I would like you to come support Redondo, and I would like you to start showing your faces so that people can have a name with a person that actually supports the parents. That's all. You guys have a great evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in person?
Good evening, Mayor and council members, or excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Don Zerlip from District 4. I rise tonight to honor Mike Webb. Recently, the city was awarded the most prestigious award that the League of California Cities gives out, and that's the Helen Putnam Award. And it was directly for the efforts of our city attorney, who created the program for the homeless court and all of the other activities that are done here in the city to address the very difficult problem of those who are unhoused. This is not the first time that Mr. Webb has led in policy creation. We know he had a great gang ordinance that was not only adopted here, but by many other cities, not only in California, but in other states as well. The legacy for our city attorney will serve as a great example of what someone in that office can do and what we will miss in Mr. Webb's retirement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in person? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom?
I have none on Zoom. And it looks like, let me double check. Yeah, we have none in e-comment. So
No,
none.
no yawns, okay.
Wait a minute.
Nope, last chance you.
Appreciate the opportunity. Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, very, very proud Redondo Beach resident. For 2 weeks now, I have been planning how I wanted to say what I wanted to say here tonight. To celebrate the victory we had, and from what I can tell, historic victory we had over defeating Elliot Lewis, Damian Martin, Barry Walker, and Adam Spiker, and anyone that supported them. Some of the fun ideas I had, because it was Halloween, dressed up as a Grim Reaper, bring a nice big letter E with me. Bring a tombstone that I could donate to the city, read an obituary that I thought would be appropriate. But I kind of stopped and I paused, and I really want to thank Michael for this, my fiance. That's really kind of petty. And it's not what I have tried to be in this community, and it's not what I think our community in general has been. And I've recognized that it's due to a lot of pain. 5 years that we have tried to bring this here, only to have someone from the outside come in and try to steal it from us, to divide this community. And it really sucks. It sucks to think on that level. It sucks because 5 years we fostered this stuff, and while I am so happy for what we've achieved, I've done this without a doubt with the support of almost everyone in this room here and countless others that aren't here tonight. So what I want to do for a moment is not focus on those petty things, and I'm hoping I'm not going to run out of my time, but I want to say thank you to so many of you. I want to start with this council here. I want to focus on the good things that it's taken us to get here. To Councilmember MD for being the first to introduce this motion to set up this advisory committee here. We would not be here without that. To Councilmember Nierenheim, who even before you started and became a council member here, you were the first to want to actually sit down and listen to me to think about how we could actually even look into exploring regulating here in the city. To Councilmember Lowenstein, who sincerely was one of the first to hear the concerns I had with this group coming into our city, and you took that to heart, and I appreciate what you brought to your committee on that. To Councilmember Obaji, I am so sorry with what Elliot put you through. I am so sorry, and while it's not on my behalf that I can apologize for him on that, congratulations for getting through that and being victorious for it. Also for calling them out in our meeting, we had that as well, amongst all of you there. To Councilmember Horvath, you have remained true to being an absolute moral compass, and I've told this to you multiple times before throughout all of these years. Thank you so much for guiding me and for giving me the fortitude I needed to make sure we were focused with what was the right thing to do here. But not just here, but regionally too. And I think that regional conversation is what has made us successful, both in what's dealing with all the other beach cities here against this group. I know my time is out here in 8 seconds. I would like to ask real quickly if I could extend it just another 30 seconds.
Extend for 1 minute.
Thank you for that. Let me quickly try to sum up with everyone else. Thanks and congratulations to everyone else on here. To staff who has been with me throughout this whole process, Brandy, Mike, Mr. Webb, the entire city attorney's office has worked on the illicit operations in the process as well too. The advisory committee that's been on there as well too, the planning commission, community members throughout the years, which I want to take a moment to name them as well. Now, in no particular order, Sarah and Michael Martin, Lisa Youngworth, Steve Aspel, Jeff Ginsberg, Dan Amal, for those of you who think that Dan Amal is not real, he's real. I've had drinks with him. We've hung out before. John Gran, Eugene Solomon, Candace Nafisi, Wayne Craig, Joe Hofgen, Jill Weintraub Clausen, Dan Elder, Rolf Strassenberg, forgive me if I butcher these names, former Police Chief Kaufman, Leslie Campigi, Jim Light, and so many other countless members that have been out there. To all of you that answered your doors when we went walking there, I want to say thank you so much for the encouragement you gave us in this campaign here. I want to thank two last people here that are so dear to me. One, my fiance, who has been here through countless nights, and I have earned my gray hairs over this last year. That's been ridiculous, and I want to say thank you to him for supporting me on that. But also, most importantly, I want to say thank you to Joe Nervine. Joe Nervine was the first person here who actually welcomed in and said, you know what, we could probably have this conversation here. You've been an incredible rock on this. Thank you so much for all this. I will end with this, and I know my time's up. Please, 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 we have been divided over this stuff. We've been divided over so much else, and the whole world is like this right now. As we move forward, as this council can, please unite the city as we go forward on these things. Thank you all so much for your support. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Going once, going twice? And we are done. All right. So moving forward, we have 2 public hearings tonight, which means we have to do some ex parte. If we're gonna do an ex parte, just so everyone knows, is when we start talking to the public, all you guys know who we've been talking to. And more information is better. So I'll start off for our public hearing tonight. We have 2 items here, the cannabis tax initiative ordinance that's going to be on the ballot measure for next March. And then the public hearing for the building standards codes that we do every single year, that the wonderful state updates for us and makes housing more expensive for us. So I have not talked to anyone on any one of these items since last time we talked about the first one. So yeah, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, on item L1, I've talked to the public. That's it.
Councilmember Horvath.
Public and staff.
Councilmember Obaji.
L1, have not talked since we had that first discussion, and L2, specifically, maybe the public, but I have no recollection of talking to anybody.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Let's see. Councilmember MD.
L1 staff, and I've not spoken to anyone but L2.
All right. So onwards to item L1. Could we make a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anyone opposed? All right. Brandy,
All right.
onwards.
So we have our consultant, David McPherson from HDL. He should be joining us via Zoom. And then Jillian Martins from the City Attorney's Office is with us. I'm going to provide a verbal presentation and we'll be available for any questions that you may have regarding this item. As part of the city's ongoing local effort to implement cannabis regulatory ordinances, on June 21st, the City Council approved an agreement with HDL companies to review the city's draft cannabis regulation ordinances and other cannabis-related procedural tasks, including the preparation of a cannabis tax ordinance. HDL reviewed the city's draft cannabis regulatory ordinances and provided the staff with recommendations, and those ordinances were adopted by the City Council on September 6th, and the cannabis regulations went into effect 30 days after that. The current adopted cannabis regulations do allow for developer agreements to include fees, though this option would sunset in the event that a tax measure was approved. There are numerous advantages to establishing a cannabis business tax as opposed to administering the developer agreements. With a cannabis business tax, it would allow the city to collect taxes on all cannabis sales within the city, including deliveries originating outside the city limits. And a cannabis business tax would also address and capture hemp business sales of consumable hemp products. At the September 20th meeting, the City Council discussed the draft cannabis tax ordinance and provided direction to staff on changes to return to City Council. And what we have tonight is a resolution to add the cannabis taxation ordinance as a ballot measure for the March 7th, 2023 municipal election. The revised cannabis taxation ordinance, which is an exhibit to the resolution, it's in your agenda packet, It's creating a flexible tax range for different types of businesses. The intent is for the initial tax to be at that 5%. However, the range, and that's for the retail, and the range for that is 3% to 9%. And then for all non-retail and hemp consumables would be a 1% to 3% is the range. And that will be established by city council, and it could be changed and adjusted. The interest was to have that flexibility to adjust it instead of, if you recognize that, that as you set that, it ends up being that you want to adjust it up or down. The clarifying, the hemp definition, the clarification, we included in the staff report of what the California Health and Safety Code definition is. It's, the part of the plant, including the seeds and all derivatives, extracts, and resins, basically the materials utilized in creating consumables. The draft ordinance would require registration, reporting, and remittance of tax. It addresses the delinquency of tax, including penalties, clarifying that personal cultivation would not be taxed, establishing an audit and examination of records requirement, clarifying that the payment of tax does not authorize unlawful business, and specifying that violation of the ordinance is deemed a misdemeanor. Again, this agenda item provides for the public hearing and consideration of a resolution to add the cannabis taxation ordinance as a ballot measure for the March 7th, 2023 municipal election. And the procedures are, opening the public hearing and taking testimony, closing the public hearing and deliberating, and then adopting the resolution by title only. And like I said, we have David McPherson, should be on Zoom, and Jillian's available as well.
Okay. So these are the changes that we discussed last time, correct, regarding hemp and the ranges, starting off the low end, and then we can change by resolution.
Correct.
And let's see, what else did we discuss? Hemp and percentage, range.
Range is like 1 to 10 or 1 to 9?
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
Yeah, the determination was 9% as a maximum. And you'll see that change is in the ballot question as well as throughout the ordinance.
Oh, I didn't see that, actually. Okay, there's a member, Councilmember Baji, your hand is up.
Yes. First thing is, in the ballot language, could we include in there youth education or education generally, along with, you have police, fire, roads, and recreation. Those are examples, but can we include in there education? Because I think that that's going to be, frankly, one thing that parents want to see funded is education, be it through the police department or any other organization from these monies.
Sorry, I believe so. David McPherson is more of an expert on exactly what language can be utilized in the ballot question. Do we have him on Zoom? Okay. Just think, I believe so, though, that's specifically referenced in the proposition legalizing recreational cannabis in the statewide. So I don't think that there would be a legal issue with that. But as I said, I'd defer to David just in case I've missed something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think, where does it indicate, if you could point me to in the resolution, the floor, the 1% floor?
It's actually in the exhibit, which is the ordinance.
Exhibit A?
Yeah, I don't know if, Jillian, if it has it in the.
It is
It's,
page
6-705-C1, A1.
267.
Thank you.
No, sorry.
Okay. The minimum annual rate shall be.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have the page numbers. For the
C1A.
Page 14 on your side.
Perfect.
Okay, I see that. So just with the change of including education, on cannabis education, I'd like that.
That's in the ballot question.
The ballot question, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any Councilmember Horvath?
To that point, if we're massaging the language there, I believe in our last presentation, when we talked about this, the tax is on the business itself, but it's not supposed to pass through to the consumer. And that doesn't really get communicated here in this ballot language either. So to the point that Councilmember Albaji is making, you may want to assuage fears of some people that they're going to see greater taxes on themselves as consumers when that's not necessarily the case.
Actually, to his point, if we tag along, do we not want to mention the fact that the tax could be as low as 1%?
Yeah, range in that ballot question.
It says maximum.
So it says a maximum, not to exceed 9%. I would immediately think it's, a 9% tax?
Yeah.
Right.
Rates between 1 to 9% of gross receipts.
Rates, we could say, yeah, a minimum of 1% and a maximum of 9% or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Is there a maximum amount of words that we can throw in there?
Yes.
Imagine, right?
There is.
Eleanor, can you make sure that David's available? I think it'd be good for us to, to hear from him on, I think he has some questions or comments on the questions.
Yeah, I know there's a maximum word count, so we would have to be cognizant of that.
Yeah, he's on. So whenever he's ready.
May I speak, Vice Chair?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Go for it, sir.
I didn't want to jump in without being asked. So as the attorney's office just mentioned, is that the challenge you have is you have a 75-word max. So you really only have about 4 or 5 words to work with. So police, fire, public safety, recreation, if you want to swap one of those out,
Yeah.
everything else is required by law to have all those other elements in there. So you really only play with 4 or 5 words. And then the second thing is, in most ballot measures, you're only asking the voters is what's the worst scenario, which is why you say not to exceed in those rates. It's not necessary to have the lower rates in there. And every tax ballot measure that's reflected that is pretty consistent with how it's worded in there.
Right. But we do want this to be voted in, or we do want a tax. And if you just give them the worst case scenario, then you could get a no vote, right?
With the language that you're seeing there that is used consistently in the last 2 or 3 elections, the range has been about a 60 to 70% passing rate. So it's in the analysis that will be in the book or the write-ups that which would be more descriptive in that would read if they need additional.
Can't you just say between 1 to 9%?
We can modify that, but we just got to map it to the 75 words. And then just the timing of today, you have one more chance to make a substantial change in that, or we'd have to bring it back again.
You could take out the estimated 500,000 to remove.
I have a read.
You need to have the dollar amount as part of the requirement.
Yeah, but you to your point, you're talking about having a higher number for the percentage. Why not just have the higher number for the estimated?
All right, I have a rework of it.
And the purpose of that is that you don't overcommit to the voters of what the dollar amount is because it maps to the 5% and the 9% of why you have that range.
And if I can, based on Councilman Nierenheim's, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim's question, you do run a risk of not making this a special tax, which would require a higher vote threshold. And I believe the city was challenged in the past you see it a lot in city ballot measures, a general tax, and then they put the things that people would like to see the money going to. And so it could be, we haven't looked at it, I haven't looked at it, but it could be challenged because if it's a general tax, it's a general tax. And if you're calling out only those things that would be a priority for the voters, if you want to make it a special tax to pay for only those things, then you take your shot at having a 2/3 vote. If it's a general tax, there is a risk of being challenged in having that language stricken from the ballot title. And if you want us to research that, we will. But I just wanted to point out
So
that
the
those
words
concerns.
such as are not protective enough?
Because it doesn't read like an impartial thing. It reads like, hey, we know you want to use the money, so we're going to say such as. But in fact, it may not be used for that. It may be used for, road construction or salaries, so.
Well, that'll give us more words.
I mean, Councilmember Biden,
would. Sure. If you could,
I'm not the one making suggestions, I'm just kind of.
Madam Clerk, if you could light up 2B, please. All right, so so what I did here, review. So if you put in, for example, hopefully that allays the fears that the city attorney had, and substitute education for recreation. I don't know what, you're still not getting you're not adding words that way. Annual business rates, you eliminate not to exceed, you say between 1 and 9% receipts for retail, and up to 3%, meaning that there is a lower number there. And you do a word count now, we're at 68 words. David, is there any problem with this?
My only concern on the education is that how it's described as a function of the city in that involvement. So it's public education versus just education, because it sounds like, oh, we're giving it to the school districts. So it has to be more of what's in the general fund and how that is worded to the voters.
Right. Plus, of course, there's the school district. This would go to the general fund. So, I mean, I certainly understand the desire to include that information. I would tend to agree with David, and that's I think almost an even more difficult thing to show. Should we be challenged exactly where, like, what education that money would go to? And I like I said, I understand the purpose behind it, but I could certainly do research on particular language that has been upheld versus not, and come back with that.
So what if we did police outreach?
I mean, well, I think the more specific
And outreach.
Too specific.
the more specific it is, I think the more difficulty we
police,
could potentially have.
Roads
And outreach?
Yeah.
What does that
Outreach mean? How do you feel about that?
I think it's still pretty broad.
Okay.
And I think, I think, well, I hesitate to act.
I don't want to break something that's okay.
Right.
So I didn't know that about this language being upheld in Redondo essentially over and over and used in Redondo over and over successfully. So
Right, yeah, and so I think that we based our determinations on previous ballot measures as well as the law as written. We could certainly, you could direct us to do some research on the potential inclusion of the language that you've described, aside from the between 1 and 9 and the up to 3%, which I think there's no issue with that. And I believe David agrees with me as well. Should you ask us to look at the potential inclusion of that language and whether it would be a potential issue, right? Potential legal issue.
I'll say this, the same people who spent $400,000 to seek my recall have some money to challenge any law that we pass to try to invalidate it, including any tax. So I'd like to keep this as conservative as possible as far as susceptible to challenge. So these would be my recommended changes. I don't know if that suits you, Councilmember Horvath. But.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with those. Like I said, I was just wanted to make sure that it didn't read as if it was a tax on the consumer. But maybe city tax cannabis or hemp businesses, does it? I don't know.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, jump
So
in.
it is, yeah, so I think in the analysis, that would be critical when you make the impartial analysis where that's clarified in there. It is in 7.6-02 where it says specifically, this is not a tax on the consumer and cannot be passed on to them. My recommendation is to make that in the analysis that has to come with this to clarify that. So
Yeah,
that you can make it fit this.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that some of these distinctions are much better placed in the impartial analysis. As David has noted, there's not just a word max, but as Mike Webb also pointed out, there are plenty of potential landmines in the wording of a ballot question or any part of these issues, but just this is meant to be as general as we can be, and you can get into the specifics in the impartial analysis that is included with the ballot question. Yes,
May I make a comment?
Hold on, Councilmember MD is next.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Waji?
Done.
Councilmember MD.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding what Mike Webb was saying. So the possibility of being challenged falls in the such as police, fire, roads, and recreation. So I have no problem with the between 1 and 9. I thought that's an excellent suggestion. And, or the up to 3% of gross. And I really would like us to also be as conservative as possible to not have this challenge. And I would suggest that we take out the such as police, fire, roads, and recreation. And again, you can argue all of that in not only the analysis, but on the pro statement on that.
I would agree with you in the sense that to fund general municipal expenses includes all the details.
Right.
Just leave it that. And then that way it's simple. It's to the point, and that does that 500,000, the 1%? Is that the range?
Yeah, we updated that when the numbers were modified previously, based upon your previous vote, and they're consistent with the ordinance as well as the resolution and ballot question. The ballot question has been modified to say, and it is of course an estimate, but it's been modified based on the percentages of the legal activities and the potential tax revenue.
Okay, so that would be my recommendation, just again, so that there's no question, there's no, I know there's always a possibility of getting sued, but this limits it, and to just make it as simple as possible for people to understand. That's it, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember.
Could we have maybe David comment on that? That's something that I'm sort of scratching my head on too, is how we arrived at the $500,000 to $900,000.
That's why I asked that question, because I'm like, how can it be 1% at 500,000?
Mathematically, it doesn't
Make
work
sense.
if we're starting at 1. So David, could you maybe speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So the 500,000 actually based on you already have an operational agreement or benefit fee of 5%. So when we take 20 million, which is 5 million times 2 retailers, assuming that's all you get in the city, that you multiply that by 5%, there's where you get your 500,000. And because you set the tax rate at a maximum of 9%, then that's how you get the 900,000.
Okay, but if we set it at 1%, then it's really 100,000 and 900,000, right?
It could be. So it's the reasonable test that the assumption is that you're going to start off with the retail at 5%. Right, and that's a reasonable, right, based on the regulatory ordinance, that's a reasonable test that you're not out there over skewing or under skewing it. And then the worst scenario would be at 9% under those assumptions. They just have to be reasonable. They don't have to be an exact science.
Okay. So the basis of the lower end is that we're at 5% on our ordinance currently, and therefore we would assume we would begin at that figure going
As a fee, development fee.
But the fact that all of us had that same reaction to it is going to make a voter question this entire
If I may,
statement.
I believe the minimum for retail is 3%. So the retail is the 3 to 9%. And all the other businesses is a 1 to 3%.
Cultivation is
The
1%?
retail's 1%. Right?
I don't think so.
On page 14, item C3.
That was the direction.
it had for every person engaged in retail sales, and at the very end, it's shall be subject to the minimum tax rate of 3%. So for the retail, it was 3% to 9% was the range. For all other, it was 1% to 3% was the range.
That's accurate. That was the direction that was given. At least that's my recollection of it, and that's what I had as.
Not what the language says.
Yeah, that wasn't what they.
That's the problem.
Well,
Okay.
that between one,
one and
that's
3%.
why I wanted to point it out, yeah.
Yes, in terms of the ballot question, sorry.
But
Yes.
hold on, that's, we still have a 1% because hemp is included on there. So you're mixing the two different taxes.
It says for retail and up to 3%
Yeah,
of
Zane,
gross.
there, thank you. The annual rates between 3% and 9% of gross receipts for
Right.
retail, and between 1% and 3% of gross receipts
There you
for
go.
cultivation, et cetera.
So that should be between
Right.
3 and 9%.
Yeah, first edit is
First one.
3. Yeah.
Yes.
And then it's between 1 and 3.
And then
There
we
we
could adjust that number to 300,000, just for clarity's sake, as you guys have
you go.
discussed.
And then it would be, I think, instead of the up to 3%,
Yeah.
And
it would be
between.
Yeah, to keep
between,
the language consistent. It would
yeah,
be
right there.
between
Mhm.
1 and 3. So that they're, yeah, because you want to have mirroring language there.
Should there be percent signs after each of these?
Yes.
unless that's counted as an additional word.
No, I
Well,
don't.
we have the words to spare.
I think we're okay on the words.
But is David still on?
Yes.
Yeah.
David, have we used this language in the past for Redondo Beach, such as police, fire, roads, and recreation on taxes? If you know.
I'd have to defer that to city staff. I'm not as familiar with exactly. That's just consistent types of activities that are used as examples.
I know, I would have to look at it. Yeah. I believe that's why we discussed the language with David. This is pretty commonly used language in initiatives and in ballot questions. But I would, at this point, given Mr. Webb's direction, agree with Councilwoman MD that the fewer potential
Specifics.
areas of issue, the better issue. Sorry.
Takes a second, there you go.
As I mentioned, I believe the city used similar language and had it stricken by a court back when they put the utility users attack, the rewrite, so that it would apply to AES. I don't know if Council Member MD recalls, because I believe she was sued as for someone who had written a ballot argument against it as a private individual, and it predates the clerk's time in office. So if you could look at that and see the version that the council passed and the version that actually went through, that might be illuminating.
Do you recommend eliminating such as police, fire, roads, and recreation as exemplars?
Yes.
All right.
But I'm not saying you have to.
No,
We
but
haven't looked at it, but yes.
all right.
It avoids the problem.
I like the way this is right now.
All right. So
Would it be better if it's between 3% and maximum of 9%?
No, it's already implied with 1 to 3 and 3.
Okay.
As long as the council, as voted, is comfortable with that language, I don't see an issue with, I think you either say between or you say minimum and maximum, right? And they both convey the same information. I think it's very important that we're consistent with the language so that there isn't confusion between the two options. So between 3% and 1%, between 3% and 9, and between 1% and 3, that looks good to me. And then the 300 to 900, based on the numbers that we talked about.
You do another
Okay.
word count, I'm sure it's fine. Just to
All
make
right.
sure.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, I actually like police and fire on there. I realize that it's subject to challenge. People want to know what taxes are going to, personally. I think that's when you do that, you risk people saying, well, this is going to go salaries, this is going to whatever. And I think that's a concern. But, I'll go with whatever, the rest of council wants. The other thing, if you really want to make sure that people understand it's from the retail establishments and not from individuals purchasing, you might want to put the word establishments after retail, because retail just implies, hey, it's taxed on retail, that's my purchase. But you could say from retail establishments. That's one way of doing it. If you rely on people to read through the ballot language rather than putting it on the ballot question, you're probably off, because most people do not read through ballot language. They read just the ballot question, and they make their choices based on what is on the ballot. It's the same thing goes for all other elections. Most people do not read through language, just to be honest with you. So the more we can put in there within the word maximum, I would say we should do it. That's my take on it. However, if people want to, again, keep it to folks on the council want to keep it to non-specific expenses, that's okay with me. And again,
Change it to business establishments?
to retail establishments, adding the word establishments.
A tax or
Not to exceed 12% of retail establishments.
Got it.
Gross
Yeah,
receipts
of
from
gross
retail
receipts.
establishments.
Yeah, and then I think, again, with the mirroring language, we would say of gross receipts for cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and test laboratory. What is that? Sorry, it's not retail. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out exactly how to do the language on the fly.
of retail, if you'd light me back up.
Or from retail establishments.
Gross receipts from retail establishments.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if we could have that up just so we can see.
Yeah.
If you're making
Is that
the,
enough? Is that too many words? or is
From
it-
retail
There's only
establishments.
60 right now.
Right.
And then of gross receipts from cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and test labs from. That's what
Because
I was trying to think.
You're telling people where it's coming from, not from.
I don't know why the formatting's messed up, but.
Is there any
Gross
issue with
receipts.
that you see, David?
So far in hearing it does, but reading it, all the changes here.
Sorry, was there another retail or establishments?
I think it was gross receipts from cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and test lab establishments.
Right.
So change 4 next to receipts from cultivation.
Receipts.
From,
Down below.
Yeah,
Down below.
no, go down lower. Receipts
Lower,
from
from-
cultivation.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Cultivation, testing, lab establishments.
I think it's pretty, testing labs, there's no,
Probably 5.
Cultivation.
yeah, there's no confusion over that.
Businesses, I don't know what you.
No, just.
That's fine.
There is,
That's-
if the council is interested, there is I remember the measure, it was Measure UU that had to do with the AS utility tax. And little did I know, there's a ballotpedia online, but it has this whole issue of the judge altered question. So the first version that we had back in the day was to maintain essential city services, including police, fire, improving stormwater quality, and other general governmental services. Shall an ordinance be adopted amending the city's utility users tax to remove an exclusion that currently allows an electrical plant owned by a subsidiary of a large corporation to pay no utility users tax on natural gas with annual audits, public review of all expenditures, and without raising individual taxpayers' taxes. That was the city's initial ballot measure language. That was struck to then read in final form, to maintain essential city services, shall an ordinance be adopted amending the city's utility users tax to remove an exclusion that currently allows an electrical plant owned by a corporation to pay no utility users tax on natural gas with annual audits, public review of all expenditures, and without raising individual taxpayers' taxes. So clearly we struck the specific language to services, and ultimately it looked like the judge also got rid of the language associated with subsidiary of a large corporation.
So the words essential services was used on the
Essential
final ballot?
services were okay, essential city services.
I mean, I think that communicates what people want to hear as well, too. It's
So
essential.
general municipal essential services.
Or define essential city services.
To fund general, essential city services instead
Most
of
people-
general municipal expenses.
What's,
Those two might be synonymous really at that point.
You're parsing over words because you can sit here and everything's essential.
All right.
And this was
failed, yeah.
obviously written in the negative to maintain as if it was going to be taken away.
yeah.
This is clearly an additive
Just
in our
keep it at
situation.
general municipal.
Okay. So are we good with this? Folks? Up and on
I
track?
like it.
I think there was a comma after the expenses in that first line.
Where's that?
To fund general municipal expenses, comma, shall the city tax cannabis?
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Lewis, you done?
I am, yes, thank you.
Any members of the public want to come down and talk about our beautiful,
I have some
Burrito.
questions, or actually some
okay?
things that need to be corrected. So for section 7,
Are you on the resolution?
I'm on the resolution, yes. So for consolidation, we don't consolidate with the county. So we actually do the election,
This is going to be our own municipal election,
correct?
right?
So, I mean, we
noticed that
do
in there
ask for
too.
services from the county, but that's only for verifying signatures.
Okay.
Section 9, canvas, again, the city of Redondo does the canvassing, this Board of Supervisors do.
Okay.
Section 10, again, the Board of Supervisors does not,
Okay.
you don't request a permit.
I mean, I think we're going to come back with this resolution.
Okay,
So,
You're
we just
asking
need- and
for
then-
all those changes.
Excuse me?
You're asking for all of those changes.
Correct. And then the analysis and argument. So we normally do a full resolution on our analysis and argument of when it's due, who's going to do the argument. So I don't know if we want, we can do a special, I can do a resolution related to that. So it's a separate.
Yeah, I have to bring back the resolution for that, right?
Correct. And then just the whereas, the last whereas, we've already called the election. So what we want to do is just say that we're going to amend the resolution to include this ballot measure. And I think that is it. And then I can look at it next time I bring it, just to. That's it.
okay.
Okay. So when we make our motion, make sure we keep those changes in there as well as come back with the arguments pro and against.
Yes.
And then strike every part about the county except for the fact that we need to file it with the county.
Right. And I guess on the title too, sorry, the resolution of the title too, it says requesting Los Angeles supervisors. Well, we have specified service. That's fine. Actually, that's okay.
Okay.
All right, any members of the public? Orange cards first? Do we have any orange cards?
Yes, I have one. Joan Irvine.
Joan Irvine, come on down. You're a lucky winner. Price is right.
And what's the prize?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, wow, okay. Joan Irvine, District 1. I really want to thank you for keeping the tax rate at a reasonable amount, and especially, having it at 3%. Because one of the things I was surprised about when I've been talking to people is that, and seniors and baby boomers, is a lot of them are still going to the illicit market because they don't have to pay taxes at all. I mean, I was shocked. I was out for Halloween last night, and I was talking about and talking about this, and they go, oh, no, too much taxes. We have our person. And I went, we've just spent all this time to have it legalized and this and that. So I do want to thank you for that and keeping it very reasonable, because that will have an effect on people going from the illicit market to the legal market, and that's a real issue in the industry in California. And then also, if you are going to be doing something with education, I would have to add in, I would make that, if you're going to make it very broad, that you add in for other education. As I said, I'm going to be doing cannabis education for seniors, so I don't think you just limit it to the school system, you limit it to education about cannabis for residents. So I don't know where that would fit in. So thank you so much. And once again, very excited that we're moving forward. And I want to thank Jonathan for, the way he addressed everything that's been going on and just gave credit to everybody. And, I took it to heart that, because he and I have been working together on this for 5 years. So it really is exciting to see this going forward. So.
Thank you. Eleanor, can you do the screen, please? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
next person up.
There we go, sorry.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem,
You're gonna
Council,
speak
Ralph
to-
Stretzenberg, Redondo Beach. A couple things on the ballot statement. I would caution the use of the word between. It typically does not include the endpoints, so you could go to an 8.99%. It's a debatable thing. The way around that is to include the word, add the word inclusive at the end of it, but you're short on word count, or you're long on word count, so you really don't have that. Second thing, the 300 to 9,000 now appears directly linked to the 3% to 9%. It leaves the 1% to 3% kind of dangling out there. Would that generate anything? And there's nothing tying it together. And then the last point would be, in the developer fees, it was a range of 500 to $1 million per retailer, I believe. And then this, the way it was written in the admin report, and then this is written as a total of 300 to 900. So it's roughly half of what it was written in the developer fees. And I'm not clear, maybe we are taking that step backwards. Maybe there's some developer fees that are left in there that would still be included even though the tax goes in place. I'm just not clear on that, but those are the three things I see. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come down and speak to this item?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Don Zerla from District 4. I'm confused by some of the things that you have been saying. You alluded to something in an ordinance that requires a 5% tax. You may not have used the word tax. You may call it a fee. But I didn't think that the government has the authority to tax anyone unless it's been voted on by the people. So I'm curious as to where you're referring to, and if it was in the original ordinance, it doesn't make any sense to me.
I'll answer that for you right now real quick. It's a licensing fee. When we hand out a license, it'll be part of the licensing fee. It'll be a part of the fee.
Okay, but that's
Not
not
a
an
tax.
ongoing, that's a one-time charge.
It would sunset.
On,
What's the tax?
it would be ongoing until this gets passed, if it gets passed. And then
Developer agreements are specifically allowed to do exactly what they are planned, and exactly what is drafted in the ordinance that was passed, and that's the 5% number that you're
Okay, but I'm confused. You say this is ongoing? A developer fee to me is a one-time charge, not an ongoing fee that they have to pay for as long as the
to cover
business
the expenses, the ongoing expenses of having a license.
and would sunset upon the voting of a tax ordinance.
Okay, and if I understand what you're talking about here with the language, you're trying to make it as broad as possible so it's a general tax and therefore only requires 50% plus one to pass as opposed to 2/3 majority, correct?
Which would be a specific, we had it to a specific fund.
Okay. I think that you're foolish if you think this is not going to be passed on to the public. When I create the price of what I'm going to sell, I look at all my costs and I come out with my retail price. And if my costs go up by 9%, believe me, that's going to be passed on to the public. It may not be listed as a tax, but I can't see how that's going to be avoided. And I have but one last question. What happens if this fails? Are you done going out trying to pick our pockets in a time when we already have such inflation that I don't want to see any more tax?
So to answer that, going back to your first question, the developer fee and the developer agreement, the license that we hand out, that would be ongoing, at 3% or 5%. 5%.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right, who's up next?
I guess echoing a lot of what was said on there. Thank you for explaining that part. So I think, I want to express I have a lot of confidence that if this should somehow not pass, the city can still benefit off of our development fee. So we have that in place. I think the benefit of this tax passing is also that we are going to be able to allow for outside delivery into the city, and we can collect monetary revenues off of those activities as well too. The other parts that I just want to give my 2 cents on, if there was value in saying something more generally broadly and saying that the tax or these fees could actually go towards public health and safety. I think that's broad enough to consider a lot of things we can put in there. Maybe there's not value in that in there. The other parts was when we were talking about the activity or for the establishments from an industry perspective, some of the terms we've used traditionally passive in saying retail activities and non-retail activities. So maybe that's a better way to kind of communicate that as opposed to establishments. When I think of, outside delivery coming in here, they don't necessarily have an establishment within the city itself. Lastly, on that, I got to say, overall, it's not a very exciting paragraph on there. It doesn't make me feel excited to say, yes, we're going to get these taxes in here. And considering that the industry itself is really struggling right now, and that conversation of taxes is increasingly becoming louder in there, I do think there would be value to kind of change some of the wording to make it a little bit more prevalent for what the needs are in the city. When it comes to that point of the 300 to 900,000, I think Rolf had brought up an excellent point where, we had previously said that could be up to $1 million per dispensary, but that all depends on the market. Instead, maybe looking at it and saying an up to $900,000 or more. That way we're not necessarily worrying about the floors on there, because as Joan had mentioned on there and others, if we decide that it is more valuable and better for public health and safety here to go to the base of 3%, so we can actually get people to come into the legal market and not go to the illicit market, we're not going to bring in those revenues that we thought. So thank you very much. More than anything else, I support this. So thank you very much.
I just want to clarify one thing. You said you would like to see specific language in there about what this would actually fund, like police and fire. You'd like to see that as well.
No, I want to be clear on that, because I don't think that we should have the specifics on there for the reason that it is a general, but I do think that, there is value in stating it goes to public health and safety. Pretty much that's the whole point of what the city does here, right? And so I would think a lot of these funds would go generally towards that kind of a category. I think that would be a value to put in there, but I'll let you guys decide if you think that's a better way to state it. Overall, I just think it's a boring tax, so seeing if we can kind of put some excitement in it.
Boring is good.
I've never seen an exciting tax.
Yippee. Anyone else?
Well, I think it's sadly, in this case, I think boring is kind of the standard of the law here. We're supposed to be as ministerial as we can be. Yeah. This can't be a statement that's advocating for a yes vote.
To Mr. Strutzenberg's comment, we could change between to from, rather than between.
From 1 to 9%. From 3 to 9% and from 1 to 3%.
Yeah, and I wanted to clarify also with regard to Mr. Strutzenberg's comment, there's no range for the other cannabis activities because those are not legal cannabis activities under our current regulatory structure. So they're covered in the tax ordinance for two reasons. First, even if it's an illicit business, it's still required to abide by the tax ordinance. Secondarily, I understand that, but I'm just saying. And secondarily, should the city in the future wish to legalize those businesses, then they already have a taxation structure in the law that's been passed. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
3 for 1. Legal, illegal, and future. All right. Anyone else in the public? Anyone else? Exciting stuff. This is great sausage we're making here.
We have none on Zoom, but we have one e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Steve Colleen. This comment is submitted by former District 3 Councilman Steve Colleen regarding item L1 under public hearings. The October 19, 2022 election results should have been an eye-opener and education for all current city council members. Over 70% of the voters in District 4 did not want their councilman recalled. We all knew that the recall effort was funded by Elliott Lewis of Catalyst Cannabis. Citywide, voters in all districts voted against the marijuana ordinance prepared by Elliott Lewis and Catalyst Cannabis. Over 70% of the voters said no to marijuana dispensaries in the city. What part of these election results do you not understand? Instead of moving forward with a proposed cannabis taxation ordinance for the March 7, 2023 election, you should place on the ballot the question for voters: do you even want a cannabis ordinance in the city of Redondo Beach? I am certain you would find that most voters do not want marijuana dispensaries in the city, whether the ordinance is drafted by a pot dealer or adopted by a city council. So before moving forward with a cannabis taxation ordinance, you should rescind what you adopted previously and let the voters decide whether Redondo Beach wants a cannabis ordinance on its books. That concludes comments under.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to comment? Okay, Councilmember Baji, can you put it back on the screen real quick?
It's on the screen.
Madam Clerk, can you
Light up 2B, please.
activate?
It's coming.
Second.
Yeah, we can do that. We can still work on it. Motion, yeah, is there a second to that?
I seconded it.
All right, any opposed to the closing of public hearing? None, all right. You want to from to 3%, not 3 to 9%? I like that.
Saw
Good.
that, yeah.
Perfect. From 1 to 3. Perfect. Cultivation. Uh-oh.
For the benefit of our minute secretary, I didn't see on camera, who made the motion and second?
That was me, Vicky, and Councilmember Obaji second.
Thank you.
All right, are we good with this? Anyone have any? Okay,
Is there any,
hold on.
any thoughts on, as we're using the word from a lot, and again, maybe not it, because I'd like the notion, clarification that it's coming from these establishments. Do we want to use the word on instead of from, on retail establishments and on cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and testing labs? As opposed to from?
I would think I would agree with you on that, because that separates out the two activities that we're not currently.
So from, no, from retail establishments, no, I'm sorry, on there, on there.
That's right.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
was right, my bad.
Okay, gross receipts.
Yeah, on, change that, yep.
Yeah,
On.
that's even better, I think.
Yeah, on
Yep,
and then,
to the right, nope, end of the line.
No, I know. Hold on. I was just reading the statement.
We're all
with the
backseat
on, but
driving.
where-
Go left, go right.
From, this one you want to change?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so from 3% to 9% of gross receipts on retail establishments. Gross receipts on retail establishments. Doesn't that sound odd?
the tax is
But is it
on,
Of?
yeah, I mean, that's the
Gross
chance.
receipts of retail establishments, because it's the retail establishments gross receipts, or you could say retail establishments, parentheses S, gross receipts, right?
The gross receipts are,
Well, I will say the subject in this case, right, is it's the annual tax rate. The annual tax
Okay,
rate
I'm fine
on
with this.
retail
back
establishments.
to grade school or middle
Listen,
school
we
grammar.
can, you guys, hold on. I want to move this along. It's just coming back to us. We can digest some more, get some more comments if we need to. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this verbiage right here for the ballot language. Additional, the county, remove the county verbiage and leave it in where it's appropriate. Add a ballot arguments pro and against for resolution coming up. And is there one?
Otherwise,
a
adopt the
ballot letter?
recommendations.
What?
Otherwise, adopt the recommendations by, or the
No,
request by
well,
the city clerk.
we also need a ballot letter as well. We'll need,
Correct.
are we going to sign that in December or
Yeah, we would do it right when
Next
we
time.
call the measure,
when we call the measure? Okay, so we'll do the ballot letter as well.
correct? We can do
M?
that too.
You say ballot letter T?
T for
Yep,
tax?
we can do
No, M
Well,
for,
M for what?
Do we need to continue the public
we're
hearing?
gonna,
To two.
we're no more public hearing, no more public comment on this, sorry. We closed it.
We may need to continue the public hearing.
Oh, yeah. Oh. We already
Oh, we
closed
already
it.
closed it.
Well, I think you
Well,
can
we can
take your
reopen it.
motion to reopen
Okay,
All right, motion to reopen the public hearing?
and continue to it.
And continue it.
And continue it to next week?
Or Wednesday.
Is it next week?
Second that.
so second or third week?
Yeah.
What's going to be,
Yeah, we have an open session next week.
I don't know if we
Next
can
week,
get
in
the
case you have
arguments.
to do it again.
you are?
I would do next week in case you have to do it again. 'cause we
So
have
you
a-
want
we
to
have until
continue to the
December,
third
first meeting
Tuesday?
Yeah, but we do it till, we're kind of rubbing up to the deadline, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I just worry about the drafting of ballot arguments in such a short period of time.
So let's do it next week. Let's do it next week, all right.
Wait,
I mean, I'm saying I'm not sure about I understand the ballot letter, but the ballot arguments pro and con, if that all has to be done.
No, not,
Okay,
they
sorry.
won't be in yet.
Okay.
We're just asking because we have to assign the people that are
yes,
going to be in charge of
Oh,
those.
okay. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes?
I'll create the reso. That's,
Okay,
what is the
then
deadline?
yes, then
What is the
I
deadline?
can definitely
I'd
handle
have to
that.
go, I'd have to look. Once we call it, there's specific deadlines we have to
10 days or
abide by.
Right,
14, I think it's
All
14.
right, so we
right.
reopened and continue to next week.
yes.
Well,
You wanna
Yeah,
make
so
it-
I know
but we
that
need to
we-
have these, and we need to have these included.
Yeah, but that's the motion after we,
Oh,
So,
Is that enough time for you, Julie?
sorry. Yes, yeah, I was just concerned about the number of things that we're doing, but yes, that's enough time. And we certainly want to have all of the opportunities, should you want any more changes, it needs to be done by the end of November.
the motion I'm making, do I have to include everything he said earlier?
No, you got
So
to
I-
reopen it, then you got to continue.
No, that's separate and aside.
So the motion on the floor now is to reopen the public hearing, or it's been reopened?
Reopen and continue.
and continue,
I
and
second that.
continue.
So can we have a vote on that?
aye, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now we have, make a motion to,
I'm sorry. but the
No,
public hearing
no,
has
no,
been
you spoke,
reopened,
no,
and that
sir,
means
sir, you already
anybody
spoke
and
once.
everybody
No,
can come
you already
back out
spoke
and
once,
speak.
you're done.
No,
Sir,
No,
you're
it's not
done.
true.
No,
You
spoke
reopened
he's
the
right,
hearing.
he's right, because now it's reopened,
But
he's
it's, we're
right.
continuing
Reopened
it.
and continued.
No, you can vote to continue it before you close it, but now that you've opened it, you must allow the public to address the public hearing.
He's right.
Okay.
Whatever.
I'm not happy, but he's right.
You want to ask Mr. Webb to come out and adjudicate on this?
No, sir, I'd like you to just calm down. We're thinking, let's make sure we do this right. Okay. So we made a motion to reopen and continue. We already voted on it, but we need to take public comment. So go for it. You got 3 minutes. Can we hold on? Can we get the 3 minutes? And I would like to make sure no one extends. We can move on.
Great.
And Rita, you can come down and speak as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I find it interesting, though you're trying to cover all your bases, that you're talking about processes in the city, cultivation, et cetera, that I don't believe were even approved in the ordinance. But more to the point, I think that the ordinance falls short, the original ordinance. It's been my experience that those who deliver cannabis products into this city come from the west side. Takes them an hour to get here, or maybe they come from Long Beach. It certainly would seem to me we have the appropriate infrastructure in North Redondo in our in the industrial sector to allow for a distribution-only outlet, a delivery-only service, and I hope that in the future you will consider adding that to your mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita, come on down.
My comment was basically, Ray Lloyd, District 3, Redondo Beach. My comment basically, it says, you said on, if you can bring up the proposal, if you would, please.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
He's not here.
Okay, because what it says, instead of this says, free to, or, so it says, make that from retail establishments instead of on the retail establishments.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you.
But it wasn't.
Okay.
We said on.
So we'll
then
come
we
back
had
to this.
We'll do some wordsmithing.
We'll do some
next time.
further look at it. We'll have an English teacher, college grad, and university professor look at this, go through the UC system real quick. Anyone else want to comment in person? All right.
All right, so now that we've continued, you understand all his, because what we agree with what you've just said, all the stuff you said, right? And
Yes, so
we need to vote on what he said, or we're.
I'm just gonna, can I restate?
Yes,
Would you
please, I was
be
gonna
comfortable with me restating your motion? Okay, so the motion on the floor is to amend the ballot sorry?
Well,
No?
we haven't voted on our
Oh, we haven't?
Okay, the
proposed
motion, apologies, is to amend the ballot language as was reflected on Mr. Obaji's screen and which was displayed above. The changes to the final whereas and to sections 7, 9, and 12 as it relates to the county board of supervisors, I believe, but the changes more specifically addressed by the city clerk as requested. Is that correct?
Plus section 10.
10.
The 10, you were missing one, yeah.
Sorry about that.
And then 12 is
10, okay.
the analysis and argument.
Got it.
And a ballot letter.
And to bring back, yes, a ballot letter and a resolution with regard to the ballot arguments, which will be prepared by the Madam Clerk.
All right.
Is that everyone's understanding? Okay, excellent.
All right,
It's
all in
always
favor on the first motion on the floor? All right.
Aye.
All right. Now, make a motion to do everything that Jillian has just said.
Second.
Perfect. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right,
Aye.
perfect.
So
Done.
Yes, the motion is continued, or the hearing
Till
is
next week.
continued until next week.
Perfect. All right, so item L2, this is building and standards ordinances, amending titles of building codes, adopting municipal codes for building and building.
Also the fire code.
And fire code. Just so everyone knows, a quick background, I had a meeting the other day with someone and they want to build a lot in Redondo Beach, a lot of housing, and they want to make sure they get their housing permitted this year, because if they don't, there's going to be millions of dollars in new fees that are coming online next year. So when we talk about high cost of housing, the state legislature is doing no friends on the high cost of housing. So can I get a motion to open the public hearing for item L2?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Randy.
Great, thank you. With me today, I have Lorena Souls. She's our new chief building official. And I'm going to go ahead and provide a verbal presentation, and we'll both be available for any questions you have regarding this item. Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations, known as the California Building Standards Code, is updated every 3 years. The state law requires local governments to enforce the California Building Standards Code, and the most recent edition of Title 24 was published on July 1st of this year with an effective date of January 1st of 2023. Historically, the city of Redondo Beach has adopted the most recently published edition and has amended certain code sections that apply to the unique characteristics and special hazards within the community. Some of those are steep terrain, that poses geotechnical challenges, lateral and uplift forces from seismic events, and location of structures, often 6 feet or less in proximity to each other, making fire spread more likely. In order to have the new Title 24 with amendments recognized as law, the City Council must officially adopt these code of ordinances. The California Government Code mandates that the city conduct a public hearing, which is where we're at right now, prior to the adoption of any state codes regarding the building codes, so that the amendments to the 2022 California building codes are what is before you. They correct the prior code section references and continue the existing amendments that are identified in Title IX, our local Redondo Beach Municipal Code section on building. A majority of the amendments clarify and update the structural requirements due to potential hazards specific to our community, as I mentioned. The significant code changes contained within this latest published version of Title 24 include, there's a residential code section that's adding an aging in place section, where there's a lot of reinforcement of the ground floor bathroom walls for future grab bar installation, and those details have to be provided on the submitted plans. And there are maximum and minimum heights from the finished floor for receptacles, switches, and thermostats. So there's that aging in place code. I think the biggest impact is the energy code changes. There's required designated outlets for dryers and ranges. There's added mandatory ventilation and indoor air quality for multifamily housing. And solar was previously just needed to be PV ready, but the new code will require that installation has to be in place. And then the third major section of changes is under the Cal Green. For new hotels, motels, and multifamily housing, they have special requirements for EV charging, parking requirements. In talking with different people in the industry, it seems that the solar and energy code requirements will have the biggest impacts on the cost of construction. So it's not per se the fees, but it's that cost of construction from these added things, components that they have to build into their developments. This item is the public hearing and introduction of the ordinance adopting the 2022 editions of the California Building Code and the affiliated construction codes. So the procedures are opening the public hearing, which you've done, and taking testimony. Then you'll close the public hearing, deliberate, and then introduce the ordinance by title only. Once introduced, this item will come back for adoption at the November 15th City Council meeting. That's it.
All right, thank you. I have a quick question. I got an email just the other day.
Second.
We did motion. On the
You
public
did
hearing.
open the public
Yeah.
hearing, yeah.
Otherwise, we'd have to do the whole presentation over again. That would not be good. We've done that before,
We
almost.
have done that before.
Yes.
Streamlining. So I got an email the other day regarding streamlining for solar AB 1182 or 83 or something of the sort, and I don't know if we were working on that or not, but it's mandated by the state to streamline solar installation projects. Since we haven't done that yet, I guess we'll be taking this into effect now, or how does that interact with what we have or have not done yet? Streamlining the streamlining law, AB, whatever it was, 1183 or whatever it was.
Do you want to speak to that?
Well, we're all cities are supposed to streamline. We're supposed to issue those solar permits pretty much over the counter within 3 days, because we are so backed up as far as our permitting software goes. We are actually taking in all those applications by email, and currently we have hundreds of email stacked up. So we're kind of lagging in that sense. But now that we've opened up the counter, the public can come into the counter and get those permits within the counter hours that we have available from 7:30 to 11:30 a.m. and then 1 to 3 p.m. So we do have that ability to now issue those permits over the counter.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember MD.
You know what, I'm sorry. I don't think I meant to do that.
No worries. Any members of the public want to come down and speak about another great, cool, fun ordinances and codes?
Both mine.
Rolf, I know what you're going to talk about.
I actually do. Thank you, Rolf Stretzenberg, Redondo Beach. So coming from my own experience, this is about 2 years ago, I did my own solar installation and drew up all the plans and put together all the documents that the city appeared to require. And it turned out that there was simply a one-page streamlined document that if you met certain criteria, which I don't know the percentages, but I would say a vast majority of the typical solar installations will meet, you could simply use that one page and nothing else was needed. And I would say there was a great deal of confusion in the permitting office at that time that nobody knew about it except one person. And they said, yes, if they have that form and it's filled out, that one page is all that's needed and the permit is granted. So the streamline does exist. It's definitely not promoted. You have to research it on your own and find out about it and know about it. Otherwise, you're going to think that a stack of 11 by 17 papers with drawings and full documentation of all the equipment and everything is required, which it truly is not. Mine was approved. I had all the documents that you would normally think you would need, but my permit was approved on that one-page streamlined document that is out there. The city will not provide it to you, as far as I know. If you know to find it, they have to accept it. But there's a lot of confusion out there with that. Thank you.
AB 1236. That's what I was looking for. Anyone, other members of the public want to talk about fire codes, building codes? Anyone else? Any shocking?
Motion to close?
No, actually, e-comments and Zoom?
I have none.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Motion?
Motion to close the
Is there-
public hearing?
All right, all in favor of closing?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oh, Councilmember Obaji, your hand was up.
I was just gonna say, if that form is not provided by the city when we redo our website, we should make it available to residents.
And we are in the process of updating our web pages, yes.
And I'll also note for folks who detest fireworks because of what they do to our pets and the like, that the new code makes a person who is liable for illegal or who dispenses the illegal fireworks, maintains them, etc., financially responsible for any fire or injury caused by them. So again, tough on fireworks, the state legislature is.
You have to catch them.
Yes.
Enforcement.
But yeah, there's some more extensive fireworks language in this version of the code.
Good. Very good. That's becoming a big issue. All right. Is there, you just need
Motion to approve.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Introduced by title only.
Yeah.
You did close the public hearing? We did.
We did.
We did, okay.
Uh,
Sorry.
motion, sir?
Motion to approve staff recommendation as written.
and read title by title only?
Yep.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, introduced by title only, ordinance number 3247-22, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting by reference in 2022 editions of the California Building Code, California Residential Code, California Electrical Code, California Plumbing Code, California Mechanical Code, California Fire Code, California Existing Building Code, California Green Building Standards Code, California Energy Code, California Administration Code, California Historical Building Code, the California Reference Standards Code, 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, Uniform Swimming Pool, Spa and Hot Tub Code, 2006, and 1997 Uniform Housing Code, together with certain deletions, additions, and amendments to the Titles 3, 5, and 9 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This moves us to item N1, which is discussion and action, possible action regarding a city's ban on general food sales inclusive of beer and wine at service stations. And I'll just start off with, I remember this discussion originally back in 2016. I was here for that. I saw the pros and cons. I originally was against the action that the council had done. And since being up here and seeing the effects of having the 7-Eleven on Torrance and PCH not serving alcohol, because knowing that there's plenty of places to go get alcohol around the area, I'm actually in favor of keeping it. So anything that we do would have to be on an as location basis moving forward, first, in my opinion.
Would that be a CUP?
Read the staff report before we start sharing opinions?
Yeah, so-
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. Okay. Just telling you that. All right. Go for it.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So like you mentioned, this is about the service ban on general food sales at service stations. And Eleanor, do you mind pulling up the slides? All right, and you gave a little bit of background, but just kind of want to set the table for what the existing laws are in the city and the state level, and then also kind of move on to what the current landscape is, and if there was a change, what that would look like and what the options were for moving it forward. So at the city level, we have an ordinance that was passed in 1971 that limited the allowable retail sales at service stations. And at that time, they limited them to incidental convenience items for the general consumption or immediate consumption of the motoring public. And so basically that limits the retail items available to soft drinks, candy, cigarettes, other small items. And so that just basically excludes general food, the general food sales, which is inclusive of beer and wine as a larger category. And so at the state law, you cannot individually outlaw or prohibit the sales of alcohol in a place where motor fuel is sold if it's just alcohol and wine. But because we included in that larger class of general food items, our prohibition stands and basically was in existence prior to 1987 when the Business and Professions Code was passed. And so our prohibition as is defensible and stands up, but it is something that would stay together, and everything would have to be inclusive of that broader category of general food sales. And so currently, we have 11 service stations in the city. All of them have snack bars and, like mentioned, are only able to sell those incidental convenience items. And you can see they're geographically spread throughout the city, smaller concentrations up by, in the Marine Avenue area, 3 on Artesia Boulevard, and then another 3 sort of in and around Riviera Village. And so with that, there are 50 off-sale licenses. Those are represented by the sort of yellow-orange icons up there on that map. You can see they're geographically distributed as well. And we also have 196 on-sale licenses, which is for consumption of alcohol on premises, but that represents 181 businesses, as some, bars, caterers, different things have multiple licenses under one business and one address. And so combining those 2 slides together, you see where those service stations are in relationship to the various on-sale and off-sale licenses that exist in the city, and can kind of get a picture of how those service stations fit into the general landscape of those on-sale and off-sale locations, and giving a little bit more pulled up view for you there, splitting north and south of the map, just so you can get a little closer up view of how those items fit in.
You have, sorry to interrupt you. You have an off-premise alcohol license in a residential area on Juanita, on the 600 block of Juanita? That doesn't seem right.
It looks like that might have been. Yeah, that could be an error. I can obviously look into that.
Operating out of their house.
Or maybe it's a catering company that has a license tied to that address.
Building there?
No, there's no commercial building. It's all residential.
I will look into that. I apologize.
I didn't mean to pick on that. I was like,
no
wow,
worries.
that's a little strange.
That is a little bit of an anomaly, though, given what we're discussing. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
And so, given the current state of our prohibition, if we made no changes, that prohibition would remain in effect and nothing would change for those 11 service station locations. If we were to allow general food sales, we would need to bring an ordinance to amend the Redondo Beach Municipal Code that would basically allow folks, those business owners, to apply for an amendment to their conditional use permit or a new conditional use permit that would basically allow them to apply for that general food category, which is inclusive of beer and wine as well as that grocery. And it'd be difficult to deny them unless we had special provisions in place. You know, like if they were close to a school, close to a park, you could institute something similar to what we brought with the cannabis ordinance, where there's buffer zones between school facilities, things like that, or other cities have used proximity to other off-sale locations. And so basically, if you were to allow general food sales inclusive of beer and wine, the California Business and Professions Code sets the floor for what rules are required. And so basically this sets how it can be advertised, where it can be displayed, where it can be sold in a various location, can't have drive-through, can't have an ice tub at the register, things like that. And so what we see a lot of cities doing is adding additional regulations on top of that. And so a good example is City of Torrance. And so in addition to those business and professions code items that are written into their municipal code, they also state that there has to be 1,000 square foot minimum for the retail location size, minimum inventory on that side of $10,000. The beer and wine sales can only be 30% of their overall sales. They can't have video games on premise, and they also can't be within 300 feet of an existing off-sale license, but that can be appealed to the Planning Commission to alleviate that buffer. And so, and another example is City of Whittier. They use census tract, which basically the ABC sets a saturation limit basically at the county level and use that as a marker for your census tracts. And so if they have a census tract that's overly saturated, their Planning Commission tends to reject those conditional use permit requests.
ABCs or our Planning Commission?
So ABC sets that limit, and then Whittier specifically uses that as a gauge of, okay, if you're below that limit, they'll consider granting it. But if that one location would push them over that established saturation limit, they tend to deny. So that concludes the presentation that I have, but I'm here with City Attorney's Office, City Manager, to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, and I might add just a couple of things here contextually. So obviously tonight, the council, the prohibition's not before the council tonight to make a decision on, right? I mean, unless you're going to continue it on a go-forward basis. If you want to alleviate or modify our procedures, we would come back to you with some general information about changes to the municipal code that might allow for the sale of grocery items at service stations, with information much like we did with the cannabis conversation, buffer zones, possible objective criteria that we would use to regulate or evaluate prospective CUP applications. And it's really that conversation, I think, that would speak to certain locations and concerns over certain locations, or concerns creating zones where we think would be more appropriate for this type of sale than others. So again, if the council's interested in continuing the prohibition as it sits today in the code, that's obviously an easy direction tonight. But if there is an interest in us regulating this in a different way, of course, what we would be seeking tonight is direction on how to evaluate that and to come back with that appropriate discussion at a later date.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. So the reason I brought this up, referred this to come up on an agenda item, is that I was approached by the mobile gas station owner on Artesia in Inglewood. And he said, well, look, I'd really like to reconstruct this gas station, make it beautiful. He brought in plans, showed us plans. But in order to make that work and get a return on investment, make this money back, I need to be able to sell more than just what I can right now, and beer and wine would be great. The other issue, if you could light me up, please, Madam Clerk, at 2B. The other issue you'll see is that he's right across the street from, oh, sorry, I'm not plugged in. Let me do that, I'll do it, one second. All right, so he's right across the street from Lawndale, and that's in the top right corner there. And so anybody who goes to the gas station and says, hey, you got beer or wine, and they're trying to pick up, no, but there's a liquor store right across the street. So now they leave and they spend those dollars across the street in Lawndale. That's not good for Redondo Beach. There's two other gas stations in District 4, but the other one I was in contact with is the one on Aviation and Artesia Boulevard, and they were kind of like, oh, willy-nilly, care for it, don't care for it, yes, okay, we'd prefer to have that right, we're not sure we're gonna sell it. But you could also see there, while they're right next to a Rite Aid that sells, that closes at 12 a.m., they can leave the city very quickly if somebody goes to their gas station and doesn't get what they want. They can just go up to Manhattan Beach, and there's liquor stores on Aviation further up north. So I would favor this for the ACAP region. I realize there's a reason for a significant pushback on PCH and Torrance. So I would favor repealing this ban and allowing people to apply for a CUP, or otherwise repealing the ban specifically for the ACAP region, since we are trying to direct investment to this area. The ACAP stands for, by the way, the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan. We're trying to get investment, reconstruction of the old buildings built in the 1950s, 60s, et cetera, and increased investment. So that's my viewpoint on it. I see it as more investment in the structures, and also more sales tax for our city. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I was wondering if Chief Hoffman, I have a question or two, specifically related to the number of calls that we receive at the 76 station at Torrance and PCH.
Sure, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. That of the 11 locations that we looked at, you can see on the graph here that the location at the 76 station at Torrance Pacific Coast Highway did generate the most calls for service at 140, which is a relatively high number of calls. And I think that the majority of those calls did have some sort of homeless activity aspect or a theft-related aspect involved. And a lot of them are in front of the business. There's the bus stop there that we've had a lot of activity with. There was benches on Torrance Boulevard and also on Pacific Coast Highway. And I think that the locations that are in these more highly traveled areas tend to cause people to congregate more and generate more calls for service. So I think that would definitely be a consideration moving forward as to where these specific businesses are located, as you can see based on the calls for service that we've had. And Luke highlighted the 5 there that have had the highest number of calls for service out of the 11.
Right. My only concern here is, well, first of all, I haven't seen a groundswell of people asking me to do this. In fact, I didn't know until Councilman Albaji had mentioned this. I do have concerns about activity happening, the same type of activity happening at the 76, happening on Artesia. There's liquor stores in a lot of locations. There's a liquor store I know on Artesia in between Ringe and I want to say Slauson. On Artesia already, you've got grocery stores that sell both beer and wine. You mentioned the Shell at Artesian Aviation. They're kind of ambivalent. I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned that this is going to generate more issues than it's going to solve problems. And do we have any idea how much revenue this would mean for the city? Because it might cause a lot more need for enforcement than it's worth in terms of extra revenue. And there's quality of life issue here, I think, as well, too. So, Mr. Wodzansky, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have specific estimates on what we think we would capture from additional sales tax perspective. We do assume we would generate increased sales tax as a result. We think there is probably sales tax escape or slippage, depending on how you want to classify it, from our community to others who are probably fueling at other stations and picking up grocery items on their way home or what have you. And that's the challenge with this, right? This isn't just a prohibition on beer and wine. This is a prohibition on their ability to sell basic grocery items in these snack shacks. And unfortunately, we can't differentiate between the two. It'd be easy if we could just say, hey, let's just go ahead and allow for grocery items and not including beer and wine. We can do that through a more specific regulatory CUP process, and we can be very specific about criterion that would allow for that type of sale or the conditions by which we would grant that type of CUP. And so we have some flexibility, but we would have to create a regulatory process to allow us to evaluate that. And we're certainly all aware of the concerns that these gas stations could potentially, or any store could generate based on that type of a sale. But candidly, based on this map, the sale of beer and wine is fairly ubiquitous in our community now. And, those 140 calls are generated at that location without beer and wine sales currently. So, you could almost make a case that perhaps it distributes the problem differently than it exists today. I don't know. But we certainly could evaluate that through a CUP process, and we could condition CUP, the granting of applications on a call for service basis. We could look at that as a criterion. We could create buffer zones as mentioned. We can do things, I think, to try to regulate the problem that everybody's concerned with, but it's going to take some time. We're going to have to develop those procedures.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the Shell station at Berlin and Prospect, there's a Vons right next door. I mean, people are probably, they may go in and grab gas. It's a very small station. They may want to convert some of the bays to offering these things, but, I think if most people are looking just for that, they're going to go to the Vons. There's a bigger selection.
Right.
As much for food as they charge for gas, they'll go to Vons.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, I would ask my fellow council members what they think about it in their area. I'm not super ecstatic about it in the area that I represent, but, I would like to ask, for example, two of these potentially are in Councilmember MD's council, and I don't want to necessarily make a decision for her or what's best for her district. So that's it. Thank you.
And to that point, our criterion could create buffer zones that might be more unique to, the various areas.
Yeah, finish that.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
No, not me, MD.
Well, you're, okay, Councilmember MD.
So this looks bad with this report, but like you said, a lot of these are homeless calls. They're not necessarily, obviously they're not because of beer and wine, and they're getting all these calls. Now, to go on the other side of it, there's a lot of locations that sell beer and wine on this map, but we don't see those calls. Do you get a lot of calls because they're selling beer and wine? In other words, I'm not seeing the correlation of 140 calls at PCH have anything to do with beer and wine.
It's just data for council to consider. Essentially, this is a location that you're considering allowing the option to sell beer and wine. It's a location in the city that has a higher amount of calls for service than other areas. And something to consider is, would changing this policy now create a situation where it might generate more calls for service or change the conditions in your individual district? So I'm not opining on what the police department thinks is the right or wrong call. We're just providing data on the calls for service in various areas that are under consideration.
Right, but my point is that then to really get the data, you'd have to see what the calls were on all those locations that are also selling beer and wine. And so, I don't find this data necessarily indicative of anything because of the beer and wine. Now, based on how many locations you do sell beer and wine at, I don't see, to Mr. Lowenstein's point, having beer and wine sold at one location or 10 feet away. I'm not seeing what the difference is and how that's going to cause any difference in your calls. Is that an incorrect statement on that, or do you really think?
It's very hard to predict that. I can tell you that of the arrests that we made in 2021, about 56% of them are for alcohol-related offenses. I suppose that there's a correlation there between the number of locations where alcohol can be obtained in the city of Redondo Beach and the number of arrests that we make for alcohol-related offenses. But again, that's difficult to determine. Just trying to provide data and, an honest and open.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Okay. And
Well, I think you make an interesting point about the data with regards to service calls to locations that have that retail activity today. I mean, Vaughn's or CVS or Walgreens, we could run that data for you and bring that back as part of a follow-up report, particularly if we wanted to consider buffer zones. If that's one of our base criterion for a CUP evaluation is proximity to other establishments that currently sell that sort of retail activity, then we may want to use that as a prerequisite, something we could consider.
Agreed. I find the saturation point an interesting concept to explore on that, because looking at that, really, you don't have to go very far to be, and you can never be thirsty in this town based on this thing. It's kind of a ridiculous thing to exclude only 11 places that can't sell it based on all these different other locations where you can sell it. Thank you. As far as just being applied to ACAP, I don't see any problem with it, with adding the grocery right off the freeway. They can pull right in, get their groceries and go back out. There's definitely a lot on Inglewood Avenue that is very accessible to go in or out. You forget to get something that you're going to a party or something like that. I definitely think there should be a CUP process if we're going to change this. But in doing so, I think what I would just change is you say the planning committee, if you go to page 9, number 17, the planning commission may allow grocery items to be displayed and sold. I was just copying what the current ordinance says, but obviously with the fact that how the state has mandated it, you would include what the state mandates are on where you can go. But basically, may allow the grocery items to be displayed and sold, and how you do it is up to the changes on where the law could be. I was just copying what the ordinance says, and it says the planning commission may allow grocery items to be displayed and sold with the architecturally screened area that is an extension of the main structure and specifically designed for that purposes. And then alcohol sales will require a CUP. And that's just to make it as simple. We don't have to do the such as's and be very specific. It doesn't have to be immediately consumed while driving or any of that, doesn't need to really be in there. I would support that, and and to Mr. Obaji's point, you could definitely make the rules accordingly so that you can address the concerns that you have at certain places. I would hesitate singling out a certain business that they can't have alcohol sales for any reasons. That seems a little unfair. But if there's certain criteria that would prohibit them from doing it, and perhaps, so here's a question. So if you have a CUP, could you then say, if they have an X amount, over an X amount of calls from the police, could you then get their CUP removed?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, we could do some conditional approvals that allow for reevaluation and review as part of the CUP process. We could even create in our own structure and process. We have typically planning commission evaluates a CUP application, and then it can be appealed to the city council. Sometimes that appeal fee, dissuades residents from challenging those issues to the council. We could create a process that has a no fee appeal process to ensure that this council also ultimately weighs in and makes decisions associated with the CUP to make sure there's full public vetting. We can create, and I would suggest we do this and evaluate this, objective buffering and criteria to consider as part of that application process, so we don't, in areas where we have significant concerns, it's very clear why we would not consider granting that type of a sale. But again, all of that would come with data and an analysis in a follow-up municipal code revision process.
Okay, so when you come, if this does come back, if the council decides not to allow some changes to be made, and when it comes back, I would like a little more data broken down in those calls on what those calls are for. Are they, since they don't sell beer and wine, what are those calls for? And will those, because that'll be helpful to decide whether the sale of beer and wine will actually exacerbate those issues or whether or not they're going to be completely unrelated. You're going to have those calls either way, and it's just based on the location of where it is. So I think that would be helpful in that.
Yeah, we can do that. And certainly we can add some proximate data from businesses that are in the area that might also contribute to that activity. I mean, in the case of the station at Pacific Coast Highway and Torrance Boulevard, you have retails, you have beer and wine sold directly across the street, catty corner. So if those calls for service, involve public intoxication or some other disorderly conduct, who's to say that, that hasn't already been purchased across the street. So, there's a lot of contributing factors here, but ultimately what we're trying to tell you is that there is a way for us procedurally, I think, to guard against the concerns that have been raised specifically at a few locations in town.
So for example, at that particular location, PCH in Torrance, one of the things you might want to look at is it because it has the bus station there with the covered bench. You see a lot of people sleeping on that. Do you?
That might even be a buffer itself. You might want to consider a bus station buffer.
Bus station buffer, exactly where I was going with that.
To pier or other areas where we have concentration, different areas where there's public feeding programs. There's a lot of things we could do from a buffering standpoint, just like we did with cannabis, surrounding schools and parks and the like. We could do something similar in this instance.
Exactly. So then with that extra data, then you can then really have a responsible CUP without punishing stations that could easily and responsibly be able to sell the grocery items and provide a convenience to people. And to Mr. Obaji's point is to not allow the sales to go somewhere else. So for example, on Inglewood Avenue, there's a Chevron on the west side and there's a Chevron on the east side, and they both sell, and ours doesn't sell the grocery items and alcohol, but the one across the street does, and they're owned by the same people. So it's just silliness. So anyway, and our side would make more because ours is for people on their way home versus the other one's going for people going to work. So.
Actually, I hope maybe not. I don't know. Beer and wine on the way to work.
Well, I know you would do, right?
Maybe.
I would know.
That would be a fun place to work.
I know, right?
Who knows?
Okay, thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Baji.
Yes, Luke, could we put the calls for service back up? So I think what we're hearing also from hopefully the city council members are hearing from our city manager is an undertone of, hey, this could be a good thing. And I think what we should be realizing at this point is, with Lena speaking every meeting, is that we have rising costs as a city. There's inflation experienced by our hundreds of employees, and they need more funding. They want raises, they want increases and benefits and the like. And these calls for service at 2247 South PCH, 140, that's practically once every 2 days. They're ongoing without alcohol. So yes, I agree. Station 1 up there, 247 South PCH, should probably not be getting an alcohol dispensation license because they may not be alcohol-related problems. Some of them probably are because there's tons of liquor stores around there. But putting alcohol there is not going to make the situation any better. With that said, as long as they're generating those costs, we should be looking at ways to recover those costs. And if we don't have amnesia, just two items ago, we had legalized cannabis and we're trying to apply a tax to cannabis to look to generate money. And here there is, there are people willing to make an investment. There's a person we haven't even heard from yet willing to make a significant investment in our city in a place we're trying to revitalize, and just asking for the ability to sell groceries I don't know whether the alcohol is a major component of that or not. But in any event, I would like in addition to, the buffering criteria when this does come back, no external advertising of the alcohol sales. So you walk into the shop, you realize, oh, they sell booze, you can buy it. But no big liquor store, no big Bud Light signs or anything like that. Because one, that's not going to be a good look anyway. So,
and that's actually part of the business and professions code is there's no lit signage outside on the building.
Lit or unlit. Certainly don't want a paper posted of, paper thing, cardboard cut out of, get your cold Bud Light here. That's my thought on it. This is essentially easy money for the city to get. This prohibition didn't make any sense when you look at this map. And certainly as it concerns the ACAP area, North Redondo area, it should be repealed with reasonable precautions and objective criteria for conditional use permits put in place. I'd make a motion. We'll hear from the public, but I'll make a motion to
that's fine. You can make a motion, then they don't know what to speak to.
Sure. So I'll make a motion to eventually repeal the prohibition, but work on a conditional, CUP criteria for permitting grocery food sales, including, beer and wine at our gas service stations. If there's something I should have said better, more formally, I'll pull up the.
Or just, give direction to staff to return with an item to provide some options as it pertains to municipal code changes.
Staff could come back with a CUP program, whatever it may be, that takes into account the comments made by all the council members relative to their concerns for the sale of food and groceries at gas stations in Redondo Beach.
Can I make a?
Do you have a second?
That's my motion.
That's our motion. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. You done?
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Sorry.
That's right.
Well, a couple of things. One is when you compare it to cannabis, there's a big difference. One is cannabis has security cameras. It's going to be very tightly controlled and monitored. We're not going to do that at service stations. The second thing is food sales generally are not, unless there's certain types of food sales, are not taxed. There's no sales tax on groceries in California, to my knowledge. Last time I went, it wasn't that. And what do we get? What percentage of the sales tax do we get? It's 1%.
We get 1%.
That's not gonna generate tons of revenue at 11 gas stations, service stations. I just don't think so. So I mean, I get what you're saying. I thought about that analogy too. I don't think it's gonna be a huge amount of revenue. I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? But we're not gonna make it on food generally, unless it's certain kinds of foods. Prepared food.
Rolling hot dogs?
I guess junk food is not part of it.
Technically speaking, it's above room temperature, and they define what room temperature is.
We'll try to get you some additional data. The one thing I would add, though, to the sales tax conversation is what I don't know, and this, as I mentioned earlier, the slippage factor isn't just about the sales of those particular items, but it is people who make a conscious choice to perhaps stop at an alternative gas station where they can do both. I don't want to overstate that. Obviously at the end of the day, convenience is sort of king, particularly when you need gas. But, if you've got a choice in two communities, particularly you look at Torrance and you've got stations that are, pretty proximate to our residents in alternative locations, I don't know. Perhaps that's an issue, perhaps it's not. Don't want to inflate that, but there could be slippage on the sales of gasoline, which I will tell you, for us on a revenue basis is a significant source of sales tax revenue.
I would imagine, but
particularly right now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's it. Thank you.
All right, members of the public. I think we have a few people. We're going to do orange cards first, and then we will do in person, and then we'll do all the online comments. All right. Mike Gravel. I don't know if it's an L or I, sorry. And then after that is Lindsay Gutierrez.
Council, my name is Mike Grady. I'm Bashir's next door neighbor, and he's my friend. I run Independent Repair and Tire Pros. He runs the mobile gas station next door. The auto business is dying. That's all there is to it. The electric car coming, everything going on, it's dying. He's looking at what he can do. I've been looking at his plans for years. He wants to take and build this beautiful station with this nice market with an ice cream store. And we took it to the planning commission recently, and they approved everything, and they were so excited to not only have that, but we're gonna be putting in electric charging stations and all sorts of things. It's not fair to him that he can't sell a bag of potato chips, a large bag of potato chips. He can't sell a gallon of milk legally. He can't sell all these things. You guys are focusing on the alcohol side of it. We agreed to CUPs. We agreed to looking at locations. Our location at Englewood and Artesia is not that bad. We don't have a lot of homeless. We don't have a lot of problems. Police don't come there often. They come to my shop once a year maybe, and that's usually a customer dispute. What I'm telling you is, we gotta be fair to him. It's a lot of money that he's willing to invest to make that property look great. Makes me look great. My shop, we try and keep up. We're trying to do all this stuff with Artesia Boulevard and now the Galleria and stuff. And financially, it may not make sense to him if you won't let him sell a large bag of potato chips. That's what I want to tell you. He's my friend. He's been trying to do this for a long time. He's come to you before with it. The other stations in the city, I can't speak for. I don't know a lot about that, okay? But the idea of having a CUP that you can use to eliminate problems makes sense to me. I would agree with that. I think he would agree with that. But to totally ban it or not move it forward at all because it might create more problems, well, look, there's alcohol places. You can buy alcohol everywhere. People carry it in their car. It's not gonna stop drinking. It's not gonna stop anybody from buying that beer, okay? It's just a matter of for them conveniently coming in, letting their kids go over and get an ice cream at the ice cream store, charge their car up a little bit, get gas in their car, and then walk into the convenience store and get whatever they might want to get. And that might include a bottle of wine for the evening dinner or whatever, and save them having to go to the supermarket. Why should the supermarkets and the big stores get all the business? Why can't Bashir have some? And for you not to allow him to have that, I just think is wrong. I'm almost out of time, but I hope you'll really consider it. It's not going to be a big deal. You're talking about 11 more places, of which probably 6 of them will apply and be approved. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but we're making it into a bigger deal than I think it needs to be. Thank you for your time. I'll step back.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Lindsay Gutierrez, and after that, we've got Stephen Nemay.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Lindsay Gutierrez. I know Mr. Shahimi personally. I'm also a nurse practitioner, and I've been a nurse for the past 17 years, so I frequently interact with community members. What I ask of you tonight is that you consider amending this city ordinance, because I believe that it's prohibiting him from being successful as a small business owner. I do think that when you look at the map and you see the number of service calls, I think it's an unfair ladder of inference that you should say that adding alcohol to 11 service stations would, change the amount of service calls that you'd have in the city of Redondo Beach. As you know, homelessness or those factors, they're multifactorial, and the reason why it's very important for him to have this ordinance change is because as a business owner, he cares very much about the city of Redondo Beach. He's a homeowner, a business owner there. He has plans to make his station much more beautiful and offer convenience to the community members of Redondo Beach. Also, as a mother, it's very important to have the convenience to come in, maybe buy a case of water or a loaf of bread, or even some alcohol on my way home, and to say that, he would be responsible for additional calls and that type of thing, I do believe is unfair. And personally knowing him, I know that he takes a lot of security measures to make sure that his station is a safe place. He's planning to make it very community friendly and add supercharging for electrical vehicles on this station. So allowing him the freedom to make his small business thrive instead of pushing consumers to grocery store chains or to other cities, I think is not only an added benefit to him as a small business owner, it's an added benefit to the city and to the community members of Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Nemay, and then after that, Thomas Immer. Steven?
Steven is gone.
You what, no longer here? Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, Thomas, Mr. Immer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Thomas Emmer, and I'm a resident of Redondo Beach, as well as past president of the NRBBA. And on behalf of the NRBBA, I would like to show our support for Doug's Mobile and owner Bashir Shahimi in his efforts to asking the council to remove this outdated immediate consumption law. Bashir is a local business owner who is trying to grow his business in our city at a time when many are closing down due to the economy, especially on Artesia. However, he needs our help. He needs your help. This law is restricting him from selling only items that are immediately consumable, think small bags of chips, family size versus a family size like we know. We already know that margins are thin in his business, especially in this environment of high inflation where we find ourselves today. But it hurts his business more in that he is limited in selection for his customers. Now, I can see how that was not an issue back in the day when you actually had to walk into the gas station to purchase your gas. But nowadays, customers need an incentive to come inside to purchase items that a mini bag of Cheetos is not going to be enough. Now, interestingly enough, I'm told there are other businesses in our city that simply ignore this rule because they think, well, who's going to make a fuss about this? What Bashir is trying to do is do this the right way. He's trying to go through the correct and appropriate channels. And we find it commendable that he has taken this approach and regard him as an ideal small business owner in Redondo Beach. We wish we had the power to duplicate him. His growth strategy entails upgrades to his property that by proxy upgrades Artesia Boulevard, something as residents we all want. He quite simply is asking for help. Let's do that. Why is this law still in the books? Who is it helping? Who is it protecting? We would argue that in an age where convenience and efficiency rule, we are not very convenient or efficient with those small business owners that are the lifeblood of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. As a past president, you should get the current president too here, NRBBA, even more powerful. Okay. Anyone else want to come on down? That's open mic. Feel free to line up down here so we can,
Good evening, Redondo Beach City Council members. My name is Bashir, and I'm here to talk about an ordinance that has been in the book since 1971. It's outdated and it's not relevant the way in which we live today. Additionally, also, it makes it difficult for small business owner like me to be competitive in today's market. This ordinance prohibits me the sale of items not intended for immediate consumption from service station. However, as a business owner and a member of community, it would be benefit to remove this ordinance. With removal, it will enable me to provide cases of water, full gallon of milk, loaf of bread, provide convenience to my customers. Currently, customers are pushed to large chain grocery stores for these items instead of supporting small business within our community. Additionally, it's in my personal goals to improve both aesthetic appearance and service offers at my service station. I believe my vision in line with the goal of the city of Redondo Beach. I just got approved by the planning commissions for remodeling of my station, in which I convert the dirty, nice mechanic shops and upscale convenience store with a attached ice cream shops. I got approved by Haagen-Dazs due to branding, and which typically not approved for service station. My plan includes not remodeling the exterior, the interior of the building. Major aesthetic improvement and additional to supercharging station. This is not only way to make more green, beautiful environment, but provide needed service to our community. I just want to add up, when I came in the front of city planning commissions, I asked for 2 charging stations. They approved me for 8. And it's going to be a major investment for me to improve the Artesia and my stations. In order for me to be able to do this, I cannot rely on a small bag of chips to sell in order to make money. I'm closing my mechanic shop in order to be able to sell some additional items in the store. I'm adding sandwich shops. I'm adding a lot of hot dog stands and healthy items in the shop, so I can kind of make it possible for me to just be able to make money at the same time to pay my taxes and support.
Sir, I got a question for you. We passed a flavored tobacco ban on sales. How much did that impact your sales? Were you selling that?
It was, the margin was so small on tobacco. It's just, if I say, in a number, I can tell you maybe 0.5% was the.
Was that bringing other customers though?
Yes, it was. That's one thing that it causes, that people goes to other places to get their tobacco.
What time is your store going to close?
We are 24 hours. We close at 9 p.m., work behind the window.
So there would be no retail sales after 9 p.m.?
After 9 p.m.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Wait, can I ask
absolutely.
one question? So, share with me a little bit the vision of how, I'm kind of getting an idea of, based on the different comments. So, someone comes in and charges for 20 minutes. And while they're waiting for 20 minutes, you're imagining they can maybe grab a sandwich, get an ice cream. Oh, by the way, I just realized I don't have milk or bread. I need to go grab a couple things. And then that way it'll kind of fill their time for the 20 minutes that they're there. And that's kind of your vision, as opposed to, and then you're taking out the service station, which, by the way, my neighbor loved your mechanics. But anyway, so, okay, so that's your vision of it, is another way to be able to kill time while people are charging. Because you can't, it's not a 2-minute charge. In order to charge a car, it's at least 20 minutes,
20 minutes to 30 minutes. My vision is, when I give you an example, people goes into Rams game. They stop at my stations, they grab ice, they grab bag of chips. And when they see, I can't sell big bag of chips. Technically, the city does not enforce it, but if they enforce it, I would be in trouble. So the reason I.
Don't tell anybody.
The reason I want to approach it the right way, I want to remove this ordinance from the book, so I would be able to sell those items. And sandwich shop, I can't bring it. I'm approved by planning commissions, but I cannot bring a sandwich shop in my store because it's attached to beer and wine.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the gentleman?
Not a question.
Okay. No. All right, thank you, sir. Next person up.
My name is Samuel Vartanian, the owner of 247, that everybody don't like it for some reason. The reason of my phone calls, I'm the first one. Yeah, one of the reasons, the police department, do you guys have the recording?
You need to speak to us, sir.
Yeah, okay. Do police departments, they have a recording of this phone calls?
So they do. They keep them for a certain amount of time. But I have a question.
Just today.
Oh, just today.
Just today. You know why I called?
Yeah, you're proactive.
Because I'm watching that corner, probably preventing a lot of crimes that could happen. Today, somebody put it nothing to do with the station. It was outside by the bus stop on PCH. Somebody put that garbage bin on fire. And I try not to call. My God, I mean, people walking in there, they're running out to me. They say, hey, call. I say, hey, I give you the police number, you call. I don't know what to do. So I called, fire department, police department came, put it up. Is it my fault? Is the station fault? It's right on the corner. Police department, they have to control the homeless. They're not controlling it. I introduced somebody to the next day, the guy walks in there. Nobody gets arrested. Even the guy who put the thing on fire didn't get arrested. They tell him, oh, get in the bus and leave. Oh, what is that? And then another call. Somebody was sharpening a big knife. And then I said, oh my God, I mean, I can't control myself. I'm probably a good citizen. I try to, and then I say, hey, somebody's sharpening the knife. They came in, they checked the knives and all that. Still, they okay, the guy left. The other day was somebody swing at the hammer. You know what happens to policies? Policies.
Yeah.
Hitting the chairs, this and that. And I called. I said, hey, somebody is swinging. Most of the time, if it's in my power, I go in there. say, hey, I scare him with a zapper or something, but sometimes they're out of my control. The guy with a hammer, I can't control the guy. So I called, and then after that, the guy still owns the hammer and left. And I asked, why didn't you get the hammer? He says, it's not illegal to us. I said, is he a construction worker? He's going to break the windows, this and that. So that's my calls. You don't want me to call? You want to get chaos? I'm preventing probably bigger crime. So that's me.
Sir, I have a question for you. I remember in 2016, we spoke briefly, and one of the things that I remember from the conversation was very specifically about how much you are proactive about calling to keep that area safe. And so what would you say? How many times, have you reduced the call volume because you don't want to?
Yes, I did. For sometimes I didn't even call. And then I said, hey, whom am I punishing, myself or the city, the community? Police, what is the police's job? To call them to come? If nobody calls, they have to sit behind the desk, or what is that?
I just want to clarify, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I think it's that area.
I don't know. Why are you criticizing me?
It's,
Everybody says 247, 247. What is wrong with? You guys don't want to be. I don't.
We don't want to make it about you. It's really about the area. There's a lot of feeding.
The area, the bus stop is not supposed to be this side of the street. It has to move. I think there's a plan to move. Why they don't move? Just move it. The other day, somebody was sleeping in there. My God, days and night. Yeah. No bathroom, nothing. Just sitting in there. The fat lady. Finally, they removed the chair. The bench in there. I said, okay, thank God. We don't want the bench in the bus stops. Right. Oh, okay. So I don't know.
You're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
you're doing everything right. Actually,
seriously, I'm probably helping the community.
You are.
It's
not you. It's the area around you.
I know the area. Who's the churches? Go criticize the church. Say, why are you feeding them? Bus stops. Why they getting the bus free? They're not supposed to get. They come in. They're just like. Anyway, that's my.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I'm sorry.
No. You're doing everything right.
I'm causing you trouble.
No, he's not actually at all.
Yeah.
You're not.
Because he's not going to get licensed. I don't care if I get the beer and wine license. The only thing take that immediate consumption of the public, because what is immediate? They eat it in the store, at the store, in the car. What is that? Change that, wording.
Councilmember MD has a question for you.
Which is why I was asking for the specific data.
Exactly, I love that.
Yeah, because exactly what I'd heard about you is that you're always calling. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, thank you.
That's the reason. I wish they have. In fact, today I said, please don't put it up against me. I'm just reporting something off the station. I asked the secretary, whoever answered the phone. So.
Thank you.
And you'd be willing.
If I'm causing anybody trouble, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Police department, I'm
Sir,
sorry.
you'd be willing to put a lock on the alcohol door.
He's not even saying, he doesn't even want to sell.
Yes, I don't know, somebody came, I designed a lock door, magnetic power. It's a 600-pound, there's 2 magnetic locks in there. I was just playing with because from the last time. So if somebody wants to see it, please come in and see it. The only person, the cashier can push the button and de-energizes, you can open it. Otherwise it's locked. And in fact, I showed Bashir, I said, if you want to do it, if I didn't pattern that. If I do it, probably becomes a rich person.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So anybody, I'm inviting anybody, please come in. I'll show you, the magnetic locks. It probably.
And we can call the cops together.
Okay. No, they are right. I'm making too many calls.
I call them plenty too.
But it's not for me, it's not, the station is corrupt or whatever. It's just, I'm preventing, a few bigger problems. That's all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next one up.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Don Zerl, District 4. I truly encourage you to get the facts as to what those calls are about at the PCH location. I think that what we have is a responsible businessman who cares about the fact that he is a gateway to our pier and harbor, and he doesn't want to see our city going down the drain. And he's fighting the fact that there's a church a block away that attracts and feeds the homeless on a daily basis. Maybe you should shut them down and allow commerce to move forward. Also, I think that your ordinance, as it exists, is very problematic. Because from my perspective, in just reading the basic language, convenience items, soft drinks, candy, and cigarettes that have to be for the immediate consumption of the motoring public. Immediate consumption. Does that mean that I have to go outside the building and smoke 20 cigarettes before I leave that premise? That to me is blatantly you're forcing people to sell things illegally by the language that you have here. What about a gallon of soda? Do I expect them to finish that soda before they leave the gas station? That you approved a 7-Eleven coexisting with a service station. They sell a lot of things that you have now deemed convenience items by the fact that they are there, much of which cannot be consumed immediately by the motoring public. I think at a bare minimum, you have to change that language and remove it from your, no matter what you do outside of it, this language blatantly puts all of our businesses, all of those 11 or 19 gas stations that are selling cigarettes alone, everyone who sells that cigarette should be locked up. Maybe we need to complain about that and make you see just how badly this is written so that you address it. And I hope you will. Thank you.
All right, next up.
Good evening, members of the council, members of staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I'd like to start by saying to Bashir, whatever happens here tonight, you've already won, sir. You have your friends here supporting you, you have your friends and neighbors here supporting you, and that's a value that can't be assessed by any gallon of milk or gas that's out there. I would amplify some of the remarks that were made. I think it'd be worthwhile to have as part of the CUP that there's security on the alcohol after hours. Like the business profession code that had a person who's over 21 years of age during certain operating hours. I think that's a value. I would say that I've never stopped at a gas station because I was going in to get a gallon of milk. But I do appreciate the idea of looking to implement verticals for your business. And the yield per square foot for a gas station is certainly going to be higher if they're able to sell grocery items than not. The implementation of the charging stations to get people to linger for a period of time. You can lease that space to somebody. You can charge people for the electricity as part of the charging. But I would be concerned for what services that are currently sales tax and revenue generating services that provide sales tax to the city would be substituted for groceries that are not taxed to the city. So an automotive repair that's selling parts or other things that perhaps is having a tax assessed on all of those services now will be replaced by a grocery store where, to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, those items are no longer providing sales tax. Not in great numbers, but certainly worth considering. I agree with some of the sentiments about corollary and not causation. Ice cream sales in the summertime don't cause shark attacks. So I think that an in-depth analysis of where the calls come from, are they alcohol related? I agree with Councilmember MD and some of the other sentiments that were shared here would very much be worthwhile in order to inform your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? No one else? I think Zoom or e-comments?
Yes, we have a Zoom comment. Candace Nafisi, go ahead.
Good morning, good morning. I mean, good evening. It's been a day, it's been a day.
After a good Halloween party.
Nafisi from District 3. Candace Nafisi from District 3. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I hope that you don't penalize the small business on Torrance Boulevard, PCH, for his proactive approach to keep his business and staff and patrons safe. He's obviously just cares a lot about his business and our community, and there's many of us who appreciate that. Unfortunately, I think he just fell victim to the area, which is a routinely busy bus stop and has several transients in the area, which is challenging. I don't think it has anything to do with selling alcohol. I think it's just the bus stop there that brings several of them to the area. I'd urge you to consider a conditional use permit that can be maybe limited to a length of time. So maybe granted for a year and come back to council and you guys discuss, what kind of impacts it's had to the community, if any at all. And if it's, kind of like a pilot program, you guys start with a number of people or a number of businesses, say, hey, we're going to grant 10 conditional use permits for 1 year. By a lottery, apply by this date, and then assess how it affect the surrounding areas. I think that would be really helpful. And then I just also wanted to applaud the other business owner who pivoted during this really trying time. As someone who is the daughter of a small business owner, I know how difficult it can be during this time to run a small business, especially in our city. So it's great that he's pivoting, right? And we want to be supportive of that and support him as much as possible. I also drive an electric car, and I can tell you that I choose my charging stations based on if I can do something while charging. So eating or grabbing something at a store nearby is definitely something of interest to most people who charge their car for 20 minutes or an extended period of time. Have a great night. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, next up.
Okay, our next is e-comments. Go ahead,
Can I have a
Vicki.
motion to waive reading of the e-comments, receive and file them? Is there a second?
How many are there?
Just one, but
So just read it.
So we got to do that in the beginning of the meeting. We should have that conversation with.
I'm going to make a referral at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Grace Peng. Gas station owners need to diversify to offset the reduction of sales due to our transition away from fossil fuels. They are also in locations convenient to where people already are. It makes sense to let them sell general food items as they do in other cities. I have bought food in delis located in gas stations in PV and abroad. Let's repeal this prohibition so we can enjoy this at home. It will improve tax receipts, help local businesses, and give us more uses from our precious urban space. Here's a comment from e-comments. That's on this.
That
it?
concludes. Yeah, that concludes.
Well, to the Grace Pang's comment, I'm really confused because she had a comment on the age consent calendar items that us giving away free parking, which isn't free parking, would lead to an increase in drunk driving and DUIs. So now she's asking to do more alcohol sales. So I'm confused at gas station areas. So I'll just say this regarding the calls, I had this written in my notes. I didn't realize the owner of 7-Eleven would be here. This is great. We need to dissect what's on those calls and the surrounding areas. Because as we know, the corner of PCH and Torrance Boulevard is a hotspot of lots of activity. And further down the street as well in Veterans Park. I want to be very careful of all the activity that happens there already. There is a liquor store right down the street. There's also a CVS store. So I remember this conversation well from a few years ago, but I also am sitting here now and seeing all the issues that we have had to deal with these last few years regarding homelessness. So when the red herring of numbers needs to be finitely looked at, and having something regarding temporary use permit.
CUP.
Temporary CUP. I would be in favor of, as well as, a full list of conditions regarding locking hours and locking of the units, and also possibly even having cameras to record to see if we have repeat offenders to the point that we have continuously at Torrance and PCH. These are repeat offenders. It's not just the gentleman's business. It's everywhere in that area. So, all right, Councilmember MD.
So I don't think this is about taxes and about money, because whether they buy the beer from CVS or across the street to that gas station, I don't think there'll be a huge delta. Suddenly, everybody's going to come running to Redondo Beach because they can get groceries in Redondo. This is about being supportive of small businesses. It's about the fact that the business is changing. we're now going to have nothing but electric cars in a while. It's not going to happen tomorrow or in the next couple of years, but eventually it'll start to go into that direction. I've gone across the country driving in which there's lots of restaurants inside stops and gas stations to go into. Oh, yeah. And so there's a whole lot of them. And I think it should be as flexible as possible. And this was written in an age where this ordinance made sense. And I get the ideas that we don't want to lose local control on something that we've been able to hang on to, and we were grandfathered in once the state changed the rules. But it is now hampering 11 businesses unnecessarily. And it's not about the taxes, it's about the right thing to do by our small business owners and allowing them the flexibility to change for the environment for it. If you want to, and Mr. Grady was correct, this isn't really necessarily about beer and wine. It's just that or alcohol sales can happen if we change it too broadly. It's just about being able to sell grocery items or to be able to sell a lot of any other things they want to do. I don't know what the future is going to hold on that. So it's about adding flexibility. You want to control alcohol in those 11 locations when it looked to me, I know it was in the hundreds, but it looked to me like millions of places where you can buy alcohol. Okay, but you can do that in manners that the staff has said. So I would like to make a motion that we, did we already have one? We did, didn't we, in the very beginning? Okay, that's right. So yeah, I say we bring this back, and I hope that the council members will consider bringing this back. You can be restrictive a little more on the alcohol, and we'll have the data. We can put some conversation to that next time. That's it.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
I do love this enthusiasm that I'm seeing. I wish I had seen it 7 years ago, so I didn't have to be the one to initiate this action. But in any event, this is both a revenue and a business-friendly, business-changing response because, I haven't been to a gas station in years except when I rented a car out of town. And a lot of people are that way. So I think this is a great business model. And actually reminded me, Mr. Shahimi, when you came and spoke, that you did not ask me to repeal the prohibition on alcohol sales. You asked me to repeal the prohibition on grocery sales. And a question for you, Mr. Wazanski, is can we issue a CUP for groceries but not booze? Or no, they're coupled together?
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Right.
That's one of the things we're going to be evaluating and it may be, though, that beer and wine are subject to CUP. We may have to automatically grant all grocery items and that we may just be able to condition a component of even that can't be distributed. Yeah, so we're going to have to evaluate the two through the CUP process together.
And to the extent our comments suggested otherwise, I'd like to clarify that my motion is requesting that you take into account not the number of calls, because I don't want to discourage that gas station owner from continuing to make his calls, especially after those dangerous circumstances that are presented in front of him, but the nature of the calls and integrate conditions that help ensure that we, in any CUP consideration, that help ensure that we are not perpetuating dangerous conditions or those types of calls in the area.
Absolutely. I mean, the last thing we would want to do is create an environment where a business owner chooses not to call because they're worried about business consequences rather than safety consequences.
Exactly.
And please, I mean, I think we are all very appreciative of any call for service that might alert us to trouble or pending trouble. So by all means, those calls should continue. I think it's our charge to further evaluate what the true nature of those calls are and to make sure that it is appropriate or applicable in a CUP evaluation.
Thank you. That's it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any more public comment from the public? All right.
Could we restate the motion?
Yes.
So the motion is to direct staff to return with options for repealing the city's ban on general food sales, inclusive of beer and wine at service stations, including through conditional use permits and the conditions under which they would be issued.
And evaluated, right?
Evaluated, yeah.
All right. Are we all clear?
Yeah, to some degree. I guess the one thing I'm concerned with is can we be, is this an entire repeal for the whole city or is it just for certain areas? Because
what we can create, that's one of the things we would come back and provide for you is the option potentially to create as part of our ordinance modification buffer zones by which the CUPs would not be allowed. So we're going to have to go through our rights as a municipality in this process, and we'll share those options with you.
Nothing's getting repealed right now. It's to come back with a proposal to repeal it.
Okay.
And we might end up just doing general groceries. I mean, we don't even have to include the.
Well, I think we have.
Yes, you do.
do.
General sale, grocery sales includes the sale of beer and wine. You cannot separate the two.
Alcohol industry got its lobby
And
in the
then
Sacramento
to address
real
your
good.
question, Councilman Lowenstein, under the Business and Professions Code section that's applicable, it only applies to areas where the uses allow the sale of alcohol and the sale of gas. So if there's an area in the city, and I don't know if there are any areas, they have to allow both.
I mean,
So you could
groceries
prohibit,
and-
correct.
Groceries and, yeah,
That I understand.
the buffer would have to be more prohibitive, it would have to be prohibitive to both.
And we can design where the buffers are. We could say, okay, near certain places. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, because I don't want to get to the point where it's discriminatory. We say, okay, they're allowing it, they're not allowing it.
Yeah, and that's what that's what you don't want to create in the CUP is an evaluation based on sort of arbitrary information, right, and opinion. You want to create objective criterion that would be applicable to all. But we do have the right to say these zones, this is a disallowed use.
Specific
for
zones.
service stations, yes. Just like we did for cannabis. You can't have, cannabis retail within whatever it is, 600 feet of a school or 600 feet of a park. I forget exactly what our criterion was, but we could create similar criterion for service stations as it pertains to the sale of grocery items.
Okay. Then I'm open to it then.
One last comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Is while I was knocking in the neighborhood, I think that's Vanderbilt on the east side of Inglewood, I came across a homeowner who said, hey, by the way, there's sometimes loud noise from that gas station late at night and so on and so forth. So I texted Mr. Shahimi and said, hey, can you please make sure that you guys tell your customers to quiet it down after certain hours and so on and so forth. He's like on it, so on and so forth, and super responsive to me. So I just say that he's invested in our community, he's super responsive, and I'd like to make sure that he's able to invest further in our community.
Okay,
All right.
so the ban is not going to be lifted tonight, then I'm open to the discussion.
No. It's going to come back. It'll come back a few times.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. And honestly, I'm not sure how quickly we can turn this around. We'll do our best, but we've got quite a bit of analysis to do. I'm not going to tell you this is going to take as long as the cannabis ordinance to create. Hopefully, we'll be quicker than that.
Hope not.
But we've got some work to do here to provide some regulatory framework for you.
Got it.
All right.
Sounds good.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Started it. There you go. All right, so onward to the next item, which is item N2. This is e-bikes. Thought you guys were here for the alcohol.
Yeah. Just a bonus.
Hey, good to see you again. Good.
So many stripes over there. Were you all in the same cadet class?
I learned that myself last week. All the stripes of what, 10 years?
5 years. each.
5 years?
5 years per stripe. Captain Allen and I were actually cadets together back in the early 90s.
Nice.
Lieutenant King came on a little later. He started with the sheriff's department and then realized Redondo was the place to be.
We won't hold that against you, Corey.
Wait, so the stripes carry over from the sheriff's department to the police department?
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
Is there a way to pull up the presentation screen so you can see his notes? Anybody know?
What do you mean?
Oh, the other way?
For the
I think since you
PowerPoint?
just have one screen
You don't
now.
have two screens.
If you
Oh,
could
that's
put
right.
it up on the second computer, maybe.
Yeah,
That's okay. We'll be fine.
Okay.
you need dual screen functionality for that.
All right.
You are very advanced. Very few people know how to do that. I'm impressed, actually.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. We're here tonight because the city of Redondo Beach has experienced a significant increase in the presence and operation of e-bikes in the city. The increased use of e-bikes has resulted in regular inquiries about their use, enforcement inquiries, and questions about existing e-bike models and regulations. Tonight, we have members from the Special Operations Division that have assembled a presentation to review the various aspects of e-bike operation, the Police Department outreach and response, community input, and some potential options moving forward. So with me tonight is Captain John Naylor, who's the commander of the Special Operations Bureau, and Lieutenant Corey King, who is the lieutenant of the Special Operations Division, who are going to provide the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. We have a lot of information to give you guys this evening. And what I'm hoping to do is give you the current state of affairs from our public safety perspective on the use of electric bikes and pedal bikes in our city. So I'm going to give you some history about electric bikes and pedal bikes. We'll talk about the various bike paths that are in our community, some of the e-bikes, the various types of e-bikes that are being ridden, some of the regulation, what we've done from a police department's perspective on education and outreach and engagement, and then what we could be doing moving forward. The city of Redondo Beach is a welcoming community, particularly for those who choose to utilize bicycles for exercise or transportation. Redondo Beach has implemented bicycle paths and lanes throughout the city, which connect commuters and recreationists from one part of the city to the next. In 2015, the city of Redondo Beach completed the construction of a bicycle lane along North Harbor Drive, which gained national attention. The Los Angeles Magazine described the project as one of the nation's best bike lanes. And then it was rated number 9 on a list of top 10 bike lanes in our nation. Electric bikes have become more prevalent since 2020. Many believe that the onset of the novel coronavirus and the push for more environmentally friendly transportation options have caused electric bicycles to grow in popularity. Redondo Beach is now home to storefronts which sell electric bicycles. One long-standing business in the city, which primarily furnished pedal bicycles for sale, is closed, and a new business which primarily sells electric bicycles has replaced it. Due to their ease of use and accessibilities, electric bicycles are used by people of all ages, although some of the laws governing their use differ based on their age. Some of the confusion about electric bicycles is compounded due to the various types of electric bicycles that are available and the areas in which they may be operated. City of Redondo Beach has 4 types of bike lanes and/or bike paths which may be accessed by electric or pedal-powered bicycles. There's a Class 1 bike path which is separated from vehicle traffic. However, it is a shared space with pedestrians. An example of a Class 1 bike path is at the beach adjacent to the sand. And there's also one in North Redondo Beach that runs in the 2,500 blocks from Rockefeller to Robinson. Class 2 bike lanes are separated from the roadway by a painted line only, and pedestrians must stay outside of the bike lane. Examples of a Class 2 bike path or bike lane are on Torrance Boulevard and also Grant Avenue. Class 3 bike lanes are mixed with other vehicles. Signage may exist, however, painted lines do not delineate the lanes. An example of a Class 3 bicycle lane is on the Esplanade, right where it begins near Catalina. It's in the 500 block. These paths are less frequent in our city as they offer less protection for bicycle riders. Then there's Class 4 bicycle lanes. These are bicycle lanes or paths that are separated from pedestrians and vehicles by a physical barrier. Vehicle parking is prohibited on both sides of the path. An example of a Class 4 bike path is on Harbor Drive between Pacific Avenue and Redondo. Electric bicycles are manufactured in 3 different types. There's a Class 1 electric bicycle. That is a pedal-assisted bicycle which operates at slow speed. The bicycle is equipped with an electric motor, however, only will provide motorized assistance when the operator is pedaling. The Class 1 electric bicycle will not accelerate any faster than 20 miles per hour. A Class 1 electric bicycle may be operated on any roadway that a regular bicycle can be operated on, and anyone 17 years or younger must wear a helmet. Class 2 electric bicycle is equipped with a throttle to assist with pedal power. Also, the bicycle has an electric motor which can exclusively propel the bicycle without the rider having to pedal. A Class 2 electric bicycle motor will deactivate upon reaching 20 miles per hour. These electric bicycles can also be operated on the same roadways or paths as a regular pedal bicycle, and operators that are 17 years or younger must wear a helmet. Finally, there's a Class 3 electric bicycle. That electric bike is equipped with an electric motor, which assists the rider to pedal up to a speed of 28 miles per hour. The rider must pedal to utilize the electric motor. The operator of a Class 3 electric bike must be a minimum of 16 years of age, must wear a helmet, and cannot transport a passenger, regardless of age. These electric bicycles are prohibited on any Class 1 bike path. All bicycles must obey the rules of the road as established in the California Vehicle Code. Some of the more common vehicle code sections that are violated and which apply to bicycles are 21200A of the California Vehicle Code. And that says a person riding a bicycle has all the rights and is subject to all the provisions applicable to the driver of a vehicle, including driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. 21201 says that proper equipment is necessary to operate a bicycle. So bicycles have to be the right size, they have to have the proper lighting equipment, they have to have the proper braking equipment. 21202 says that a bicycle rider has to ride as close as practicable to the right-hand curb or edge of the roadway, except when overtaking or passing another vehicle or making a left turn into a driveway. 21204 prohibits riding double. That's when an operator shall not allow a person riding as a passenger on a bicycle other than on a separate seat. 21208 is a rider must use the bicycle lane if there's one established and if traveling at less than the normal speed of traffic. 21650.1 says a bicyclist must travel the same direction as vehicles on the roadway. 22450 of the Vehicle Code is the section we use for running a stop sign. And then 27400 of the Vehicle Code says that a bicyclist may not wear headphones covering both ears. The city of Redondo Beach has enacted some municipal code sections governing the use of bicycles in the city. Some of the more common municipal code violations related to bicycle operations in the city are 3-1.03, and that is prohibited bicycle, skateboard, and roller skate riding on certain sidewalks. An example of a sidewalk that does not allow bicycle riding is down on the Esplanade, and there has to be sufficient signage which indicates that bicycle riding is prohibited. 4-35.14 says roller skating, inline skating, and bicycle riding in a park is prohibited. And then 12-2.07, bicycle riding is prohibited on any portion of any pier, wharf, public area, parking structure, or city-owned property where it's posted. Bicycles and motorists are generally required to share the roadway. The California Vehicle Code and Redondo Beach Municipal Code provide the framework for both to safely coexist. Violations of the codes could cause unsafe roadway conditions and will likely result in the issuance of citations. Along with enforcement, the police department continues to engage the community in an effort to educate the public regarding laws related to the use of bicycles. The police department posts electric signboards in both North and South Redondo Beach to remind the community to be mindful of the rules of the road, such as to stop at all posted stop signs. Our school resource officers work collaboratively with the Redondo Union High School students, and they made an e-bike video which was posted on social media. The video describes electric bike and pedal bikes and the rules of the road. Additionally, police officers have disseminated educational material to students regarding bicycle safety. A sign with bicycle safety tips was installed in the bike rack area of the high school campus. The police department also applied for and received a grant in the amount of $150,000 from the California Office of Traffic Safety. The City Council recently appropriated the grant funds to the fiscal year 22-23 operating budget. The funding will assist in paying police officers to, among other details, conduct bicycle enforcement and education. Police officers have conducted 2 community meetings in the city, as well as provided presentations to both the police department's Community Engagement Board and the Public Safety Commission to discuss the current education and enforcement efforts related to pedal and electric bicycles. Informational bulletins are regularly distributed to community members through the Neighborhood Watch program, and we also do press releases so we can reach a greater viewing audience. Previously, using grant funding, Redondo Beach police officers conducted bicycle education rodeos in all the middle and elementary schools in our district. The personnel at the rodeos taught bicycle safety. They provided safety inspections of the bicycles and also provided helmets to those that were in need at no cost. These are 2 graphs when we typically will survey our community to determine where some of our resources are best utilized. In the first graph, you'll see the question is, are electric bikes a safety concern? And you can see the results. There's 40% of the people that responded said they don't know. And then all the way to 18%, which was that it was a large extent of a safety concern to people. The next graph shows, asks the question, if you or someone you knew was involved in an e-bike collision, 79% of the responders said that they have not and do not personally know someone who was involved in a collision. 16% of the people said that they personally do know people that have been involved in collisions. And then 5% personally were involved in collisions.
On to our enforcement. Since 2020, 501 bicycle enforcement stops were made in the city. As a result of those enforcement stops, 221 citations were issued. During the same time period, 139 collisions involving bicycles were reported. The records management system is not capable of providing specific information between bicycle and electric bicycle statistics. Therefore, the information provided encompasses all bicycles. Presently, the city of Hermosa Beach has a city ordinance related to electric bicycle use. The ordinance prohibits an electric bicycle from being utilized under power on the bicycle path. The ordinance does not address any other portion of the city of Hermosa Beach. The cities of Torrance, Palos Verdes, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Hawthorne, and Gardena do not have any city ordinances in place which specifically regulate electric bicycle use. Bicyclists are required to follow traffic laws as they pertain to bicycle operations. Drafting an ordinance to establish more restrictive guidelines on the use of electric bicycles may encourage more rider safety especially in specific areas. For instance, an ordinance may prohibit electric bicycles in certain areas such as school zones, during school hours, and/or certain class bike paths. An ordinance could regulate the speed in which a rider may ride an electric bicycle in certain areas, such as shopping districts, bike paths, or school zones. An ordinance may also reinforce existing laws, such as prohibiting juveniles from riding an electric bicycle without a helmet or after 10 p.m. The city of Redondo Beach has been instrumental in developing a culture of bicycle riding in the community to both enhance ways to exercise and as a mode of clean transportation. While the police department and other city staff have provided a robust response to bicycle safety, the surge of electric bicycle use in the city of Redondo Beach may require the police department to alter its response in education, engagement, and enforcement.
So this presentation was designed to answer a lot of the questions that we typically get related to what constitutes various e-bikes, how much enforcement have we done, what type of outreach are we doing, what type of education programs are out there. So hopefully this answers a lot of the questions that we've been getting from the public, and hopefully this provides a little bit more information for your discussion. We get a lot of requests about the police aren't doing enough enforcement. And I can't stress the fact enough that the proliferation of e-bikes and the increased use is not a situation that we can enforce our way to a stricter point of compliance. This is a situation where we really need all of the stakeholders involved in order to improve the safety and gain that compliance. And that definitely involves the police department in a big way. And hopefully we've showcased some of the things that we've been doing, including working with the school district. It's also important that we work with community groups. And it's also very important that the parents hold their children responsible, because a lot of the incidents that we see with the e-bikes involve juveniles that are operating the e-bikes in a manner that generates a lot of the inquiries that we get. So it's really going to take everybody working together. So we put a couple of options up here to help facilitate the discussion. And one is we continue addressing the e-bike use the way that we have been, enforcing the existing laws through the California Vehicle Code and the existing municipal code sections in the way that they're written, and continuing with the community engagement and public education aspects. But there's also the option for you to direct us to return with a draft ordinance that could be even more restrictive. So as you take that into consideration, all three of us are here to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, sirs. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I always wondered the three different types of e-bikes. I've heard the different stories about, well, different types of e-bikes. You're out there, people are cruising on the bike path very quickly, and other places in the city, and you're right, most people are concerned with the kids. Trader Joe's parking lot, Tri-Riviera Village, I mean, they come down PV Boulevard and they're just blowing through some of these stop signs. It's quite frightening, and I understand when people call and complain. So how is, with all the complexities of the law that you showed and the types of bikes and the helmets and speeds, how is a 15-year-old kid supposed to know what the difference is, what they can and cannot do? Up to the parent, up to the kid? Do they are not even sold the bike, or the parent gets the bike and then they unknowingly give a 15-year-old kid a 28-mile-an-hour bike?
I think that is happening. I think that it's difficult. And to make things clear, it's next to impossible for a bicycle to be going by and an officer to look at the bike that's traveling and determine if it's a class 1, 2, or 3 bike. And we don't have the legal justification to effect an enforcement stop to determine what type of bike it is. There'd have to be some sort of other violation that would allow us to conduct an enforcement stop, and then possibly, depending on the officer's ability to identify the bike, go from there. So that's challenging. I'm a parent of a 15-year-old. If I was going to send my 15-year-old out on an e-bike, I would make sure that they were wearing a helmet that was properly buckled, and that they were on a bike that they could legally operate, and it was being operated in a safe manner. And if I became aware of the fact that they were operating it in a manner that wasn't consistent with the law, I would feel that I had a responsibility as a parent to take some sort of corrective action. I don't think that that's occurring as often as it should.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not happening as much as you would want it to happen. How did your community engagement and education of the two events that you had, how did that go along? Were there enough people there?
Yes, we had a really good turnout, and a lot of questions were brought forward and addressed, and people were very happy with us going out there.
I'll definitely have you guys at my community meeting do this exact presentation, maybe a little bit more geared towards parents and kids and public. I mean, I don't know what we can do in terms of more. I don't know if more laws are the answer. It's how do we understand what the enforcement is and how we're going to start enforcing. I think
we've really stepped up the outreach. I mean, this problem, the proliferation of it and the level of how it's increased has probably outpaced our expectations over the past couple of years. E-bikes have become very, very popular. So initially it was, oh, we need to do more enforcement. We need to go out, we need to write more tickets. And then it was like, okay, that's not cutting it. We need to do more. And as this has evolved and we've understood the scope of the problem, brought in the Special Operations Division as opposed to just asking patrol to conduct enforcement, now we've done more with the outreach programs. As we evidenced in the presentation, the school resource officers are involved in working heavily with the high school. I don't even think this was part of the presentation, but they actually created flyers that they went to the school and put on all the e-bikes talking about laws related to it so we can try to increase the compliance there. I mean, some of the things that we see commonly are the kids are wearing helmets, but they're not buckled. Well, that's not going to help in an accident. If you hit something, the first thing that's going to do is the momentum is going to cause the helmet to fly off. Now, I was a motorcycle officer for years, and I understand how important it is to have a helmet properly affixed. So I think that by continuing some of the outreach efforts that we've done more recently is hopefully going to have an impact. And hopefully that coupled with the grants that we've received and working with various community groups and bringing awareness to the parents who are allowing their juvenile children to ride bikes, along with the continued enforcement, will continue to have a positive effect towards a greater level of compliance.
So I can count off the top of my head, at least in District 1 alone, on PCH, 3 locations that sell e-bikes, 4th one in the village, and the 5th one that might be coming up somewhere, right on my border. Have you created a partnership or started talking to the stores?
So that's part of the outreach that we're doing. We initially wanted to go right at the issue with the individuals riding the bicycles. So I can't say enough with the school district, how supportive they've been with us and working hand in hand with this. And they've been absolutely fantastic. So we initially started with that. And then, yes, the second phase of rolling out is now going out to the actual bike dealer shops in our city and working with them to see, just like you said, sir, as far as, pre-education as these bikes are being purchased with parents and so forth to explain the rules and operating procedures with these bikes.
And we'll make sure those bike shops do not sell alcohol. All right. The last thing I have to say is the sign, you have a picture on page 470 of the packet PDF, the sign that's 30 feet up on the light poles.
Oh, on the Esplanade?
On the Esplanade. The biggest complaint I get on the Esplanade, people riding their bike or doing something they shouldn't be doing, they said, what do you mean there's no roller skating, there's no skateboard or bike? Don't you see the sign that's up there? Right? And for me, even it's like up there, right? So imagine a kid. So
And you're halfway.
I'm halfway there.
30 feet.
I'm halfway, easily
15 feet.
30 feet, yeah. I stand on my toes. My point is maybe a little bit lower. It's easier to see. I understand why it's up there, but nobody sees it when it's up there. And one thing I said to actually the former chief, more than happy to have you guys out there when you are checking the meters, have someone walk down as well and just start handing out flyers and talking to people. That goes a long way. There's a lot of repeat customers there. So, Councilmember Baji.
All right. Thank you all for all that you're doing. And actually, I've thanked you before, Captain Naylor, but thank you for all that you're doing on the quality of life team, overseeing that. So on this subject, I actually went on a walk with school board member Raymer Flynn, and we talked about e-bikes almost exclusively for about an hour and a half or so. And so what my thought was, well, first, I've heard about this video, but I haven't seen this video. Where can I watch this video that's educating?
It is on YouTube, and
what
while
I
we're
search
here, I'm going
for?
to try and find the link, and I'll.
Okay.
I think I may have it in my email.
It was actually produced by some students at the school.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was
So
one
that
of
was my
their,
other
it was one of
question.
their
And
projects.
what is shown in what is shown in the video? If you can describe summarily.
Yeah, it's just like they're interviewing. It's takes place like a regular news channel type program, and they're interviewing our two school resource officers, and then they're actually showing our school resource officers riding their e-bikes. They show a small little clip of a student. I'm not sure if he has his helmet on or off, but he rolls through a stop sign, and it was very well done by the students over there at the high school putting together this education video.
Excellent. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to see, and even go further than that. Go to TikToks, make 1-minute videos. For example, where not to ride. Show the Esplanade. Show Artesia Boulevard, the sidewalks. How not to ride. Show the helmets, and just feature the kids in it, right? Like exclusively, almost, if not kids. Just driving down here, I was turning on to I think Anita or whatever it was, and there's a group of kids. I almost wanted to thank them because they were stopped at a red light. They're all wearing helmets, or some are on scooters, some are on bikes, but then two of them had their straps not buckled. Then the light turned green and they went off, and then I almost wanted to make a U-turn, but that would be a violation of law. And I thought, I'm not a police officer, I'm a council member, so let me just get to the council. But in any event, education, I think, is continued education is key through the medium that they are going to take in, and that's TikTok, that's YouTube, and if you need money so that we can get you advertising dollars so that you can push these YouTube videos out because these kids see it. I don't know if you saw, you probably didn't, but I have over 100,000 views on my YouTube videos for my no recall campaigns. So that's how you get messages out, and kids see it. I mean, to a certain point where you start asking kids to tell their parents to vote a certain way. So I highly recommend that. I highly recommend TikTok, and would whatever you need from us to get those going, to work with students to make more videos, addressing even, for example, driving down the one-way streets. They drive backward on the wrong one-way streets, right? Frankly, I'm okay with that. It's probably a violation of the law, but making them aware that, hey, the drivers pulling out of the driveway are looking only one direction on those one-way streets. They're not looking for you coming. So be cognizant of that. Just a video that points that out in graphic detail, essentially what could be occurring, I think would go a long way of making the kids aware of the risks they don't even know that they're coming across while they're engaging in this activity. Lastly, a slight critique on the Esplanade. I was biking with my daughter on an e-bike, and I heard that their enforcement action was taking place. I could see the reason for enforcing stop sign violations on the east side of the Esplanade, but on the bike lane on the west side where there's no kind of intersecting traffic, I get that it's a violation of law not to make a stop there, but I would hope that that where you are undertaking enforcement action, besides being high volume, that you're doing it because there's a real safety risk posed by the violation.
On the west side of the Esplanade, you have the pedestrian traffic. So you have a lot of people parking on the avenues or on the east side of the Esplanade and then walking across. And I think there's a much higher risk of injury with an e-bike traveling at possibly 20 miles an hour going through a stop sign and colliding with a pedestrian. So it is a significant safety factor for sure.
Got it. Okay. And I don't want more laws. I think more education is good, and appreciate what enforcement you are able to do.
Just to respond to your earlier portion, we do have a pretty robust social media program for a law enforcement organization. We're already using Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. We're looking at TikTok, and hopefully we'll get there, but we're a little bit slower than the kids out
what I
there.
recommend is, and I know that you do have a robust presence, and I love everything I see from the police department, is actually using money to advertise, like push these messages, these videos out into the age range that you're targeting.
Right, yeah. I think the more messaging we can get out there, the better for sure. Fortunately, we do have the 2 Office of Traffic Safety grants that you approved over the course of the past couple of months, which is going to allow us not only the enforcement aspect, but also educational components as well, including the bike rodeos and other things. So there will be an opportunity for us to really increase the messaging here going forward throughout the course of the next year.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. So I think continuing down the education path, as we've talked about in the past, is the right route. You guys used to do that program with Jim Hannon and the South Bay Bicycling Club, and that was just for regular bikes, right? But I feel like now kids using throttles, they don't understand the power, like they're not controlling it. And so, we need to actually almost like help them learn how they can responsibly be running it. Because I think they're taking their lives in their own hands without even realizing it, by not pedaling. With that said, the continuing to work with the health district and the school district, with the Streets for All program, I think we have just a lot of opportunities here. The only thing I would ask from you guys, right, is for the current council and or future council, like if there are, as time goes on, if you notice to the part 2 of your thing, like directing you guys to come back, I don't think we need to do that now, but if you notice that there's things in the vehicle code that we should be advocating for, at the state level, then let us know, because in some ways they're no different than, riding a moped, especially if you're on the class 2 or the class 3 one. And if there need to be changes made at some point from a safety view, I would rely on the expertise coming from you guys as to what we should be asking for to help you do, or not even to do your job, but just to keep people, more aware and safer. So, just let us know how we can be a part of that process.
One of the interesting things about that is with the different classes of e-bikes, and there's actually one out there that doesn't even have pedals. And it's really not an e-bike, it's basically an electric motorcycle. And we're seeing those out there as well too, and they're even more dangerous. And we've had several relatively high profile accidents involving e-bikes over the course of the past 6 months or so. And as we conduct the investigation, usually there's a factor involving the e-bike as being partially at fault in the collision. And it could be the type of e-bike they're riding, the equipment that they're wearing, the manner in which they're riding with a passenger illegally on the e-bike or something like that. So legislation that affects who can ride which type of e-bikes may be something that the state does consider in the future, which could increase safety. In the meantime, I think that there are adequate laws for us to allow to continue with reasonable enforcement activity.
Yeah, and just quick on that point, Joe, that you're making, you have to have a license to ride a moped or some type of gas-powered bike, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, even a moped requires like a permit, but what we're talking about here is essentially an electric motorcycle.
That's what I mean. So
which would actually require a motorcycle license and registration and insurance and lighting. I mean, it's a motorcycle, but it's different because a lot of those are rated in CCs. Well, this isn't an internal combustion engine, it's an electric motor. And I don't think that some of the state legislation is caught up with the technology as it's being released to the public.
Yeah, that's my point. So wherever, I think this body can help with that, if that's something you think is advisable, then, please let us know.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I was going to mention exactly what Councilmember Lodge mentioned. As a father of a 16-year-old rambunctious teenager, she won't listen to what adults say, but she will listen to what her peers say, and reaching them exactly what you said, Snapchat, creating Snapchat filters, Instagram, TikTok, that's where they're paying attention. And if it's coming from adults, and especially the police, your chances of them paying attention are really, really low. We tell her to wear a helmet whenever she's skateboarding, that goes out the window. If you could, you've got the youth commission here, you could get them involved. They could be a sounding board for you for all these type of ads, because that's how you're going to reach kids. And you can even make it fun where there's a contest where people design ads or do PSAs or whatever you want to call them. That's how you're going to reach them. It's going to be kind of I want to say a bottom up rather than a top down, because they're not going to listen to adults. I'll tell you that right now. And some of you probably already know this as parents. So I can't emphasize enough what he's talking about in terms of reaching them through that medium. Everything else even YouTube is going to be really tough until you, where they're spending time is really where you want to hit them fast, so. Anyway, I'm just rehashing what he said. The other thing that concerns me, obviously I'm concerned about kids that get into accidents, but really what you said about the west side of the Esplanade concerns me the most. And that's kind of why I brought this up. Collisions of e-bikes and pedestrians really, really concerns me. I walk on the Strand, I've seen, even though it's prohibited, I've seen lots of near misses on the Strand. It's not such a big deal on our bike path, but it is south of the pier. And that's what we really need to focus in on, because that's deadly. That's really deadly, especially at 20 miles an hour. So I'm not sure we necessarily need an ordinance or even enforcement, even though that's going to be just so tough. We can't even enforce speeding. It's so difficult for you guys to be there everywhere. But I'm in total agreement on education and advertising. That's how we're going to reach them. And you know what? It's not just teens. It's also young adults. It's people that are out of college that are riding e-bikes, and they're not taking the caution that they need to take in terms of being around pedestrians. So I don't know how you reach them. I think it's probably the same way.
We conducted an enforcement detail on North Harbor Drive a couple of weeks back, and almost every violator was an adult over 18.
Yeah. Yep.
And they roll like 35 citations.
Yeah. So, but again, they're on social media as well too. I mean, probably up to 35.
Just different audience. It's getting it out there as many ways as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any orange cards for the public?
Hi, my name is Kyle Johnson. I live in District 1, and do I have 3 minutes?
Yep, you got 3 minutes.
You can raise the lectern if you want.
The button on your right-hand side. There you go. Pause the timer.
Gotcha. Cool. I will talk while this is going. Anyway, yeah, I am one of those young adults on an e-bike. Hi. I do want to thank the police for their very informative presentation. I learned the difference in the classification of the bike path that we have here in South Redondo, or in Redondo Beach, excuse me. And I guess wanted to also encourage the possibility of looking into building more protected bike lanes in the city of Redondo to encourage bicycle safety. I think that's maybe an option that hasn't been explored yet, or just to separate like more class 4 bike lanes similar to Harbor Drive. I mean, I've ridden on Harbor Drive and I love the bike lane there because it's a lot of fun. I don't feel nervous about getting, hit by a car door or run over by a car. I love riding on the Strand, and I would love to be able to connect a lot of our bike lanes to our businesses so that people can shop and, not just use the Strand for exercise, but also for commuting, also for shopping and other activities. And I would, discourage looking into an ordinance. I think most of the council agrees more laws probably aren't going to make this problem go away. And as I think the police have said that, we can't out enforce our way out of this problem. So I, once again, think it's great that the police are encouraging people through education and outreach to, be safer on bikes. But I just also wanted to put forth the idea that creating more class 4 protected bike lanes like that on Harbor Drive could go a long way in making us a safer community. Because what's better than having the 9th best bike lane in the country, having the 8th, 9th, 10th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the best bike lanes in the country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming down.
Yeah, thank you.
Takes a lot for a high school guy to come down. Appreciate it. And waiting here the entire time.
Yeah.
No problem. My pleasure.
Thank you,
all.
sir. All right, who else wants to come down?
Good evening again. Rolf Strutzenberg, Redondo Beach. I want to thank Chief Hoffman, Captain Naylor, and Lieutenant King for everything you're doing. That's great, all the involvement that's happening. The education is key to this. There was a recent count, just an anecdotal information, that at the high school, that 250 e-bikes, which is big number. It's going to get bigger, I would bet. It's not that they're just displacing regular bikes, but they are adding to the numbers in general, and we've had to add bike racks. There just simply wasn't enough room for all of them, and we expect that to continue at the schools. We're not only seeing it at the high school, which is where the most is, also seeing it at middle schools and even elementary schools. As a parent of a fifth grader, I'm not going to let my fifth grader ride an e-bike yet, I'm sorry, but other parents don't feel that way, and it creates situations. One of the things that there's a lot of confusion in the public out there is what can be ridden on the sidewalks and where. And in general, my understanding is reiterated here that sidewalks are not prohibited for bikes, but they are prohibited if they are marked that way. It would be good to hear how we compare to other cities around us, because I think that adds to the confusion. I don't think all the cities are the same on that. And then also, how does that then translate into e-bikes? Are e-bikes of all class allowed on sidewalks? Because that can get to be a pretty conflicting thing. And I can see where people, kids, even myself, I'd rather ride on a sidewalk than ride on a street where cars are. So how does that play out? What are the actual laws that are in place there now? How do we compare to other cities around us? Because that can lead to confusion. Not that we would look to change ours to align, but at least to be aware of that. And in general, just the growth is going to continue. And I don't know if we're headed to a third class or a fourth class of e-bikes that may come out of this. And then, if they could, we heard the comment about prior to any kind of a stopping event or something, any kind of cause to have a bike, it's not easy to tell if it's a class 1, 2, or 3 going by. However, even once you do have it in front of you, is it fairly easy to tell what's a class 1, 2, and 3? Is the markings required on them? I don't know. I'm not that experienced with them. So, and then also at some point, I would bet we're going to see, if we're not seeing it already, the kind of souping up of e-bikes. Batteries can be added, things can be bypassed. Kids will figure this out. So if there's a status of that we could hear too also, but especially how do we compare to other cities? What are the actual rules as they pertain to the sidewalks? Because a lot of these kids are on the sidewalks, adults as well. That would be great. Thank you.
All right, you want to respond to any of that? Do you need to?
Sure, I can if you'd like.
Okay. If yeah.
So currently there is no vehicle code violation that prohibits bicycle riding on a sidewalk, and that includes electric bikes. But our ordinance, our city ordinance, will prohibit it as long as there's signage. Therefore, the Esplanade sidewalk. So that's a great idea. And in polling a lot of the community members that we spoke with in our various meetings, Public Safety Commission, the Community Engagement Board, our 2 community meetings, that was a common comment made by many of the community members was the fear of having bicyclists on the sidewalk, especially when they can go up to 28 miles per hour motorized. If they go downhill, they can go faster than 28 miles an hour. So a class 3 e-bike will go 28 miles per hour. The class 1 and 2 go 20 miles per hour. There really is no regulation that says that it has to be labeled a 1, 2, or 3. If you're really in tune to e-bikes, you might be able to tell the difference between a class 2 because that has a throttle. Maybe a class 3, you'd say, wow, that's going over 20 miles an hour. You might be able to distinguish that. But that would be a beneficial thing to an ordinance, is you could make those types of regulations. You could put up more signs along Artesia Boulevard or along PCH. We do have a lot of bike lanes in the city already, so you could get from point A to point B without getting onto PCH. You could, for instance, you could take Torrance Boulevard down to Catalina. Those 2 streets have 2 class 2 bike lanes, and you could travel along Catalina that way. So there are ways to do it, but there's no vehicle code section. There's no state law that would prohibit that activity on a sidewalk.
Okay. Perfect. Anyone else in the public? Come on down.
Hello, my name's Julia Ferris. I live literally off of Diamond and Irina next to the high school. It is becoming an absolute nightmare with the e-bikes. I just heard about the signage, and thank you, officers, for everything you're doing. I think we need to prohibit bike riding on the sidewalks adjacent to the high school.
We already do that. What we need is signage.
Yeah, we need signage. People are getting intimidated on the corner of, this happens almost every day. There's a couple packs of high school kids, 4 or 5 of them. They shoot down Juanita and Carnelian, blow through the stop sign, and if you honk at them, they flip you off. They also tend to terrorize people that are on the sidewalks. Elderly people walking their dogs or pushing baby strollers. Perhaps what we need is license plates on these bikes and registration, like on just a nominal fee that could go towards enforcement. Also, it would help identify who these people are when they drive through and they break the law, because the officers can't be everywhere. And I posted on Nextdoor recently, one of the officers, I don't think he's here tonight, gave me a voicemail to leave a message and an email if I see violations. I posted it on Nextdoor and got probably 30 people saying, thank you, we don't know who to call. So that's helpful, but there's got to be something done because it's accidents waiting to happen. And maybe we do need to restrict the bikes and not let the younger kids ride them, and definitely not let passengers on them. I almost got into an accident 3 days ago. Right-hand side by the school. They weren't looking. They went to make a left turn across traffic to go onto Maria. Had I not honked and stopped my car, they would have cut straight across me. And that's, I mean, that is a vehicle code violation, I'm guessing, but you know, it's getting so bad that if you're on Nextdoor and read Nextdoor every day, it's like probably the #1 topic. So hoping something can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. The chief made a comment about the ability to make enforcement stops. So if you're going to consider an ordinance or some other types of restrictions, I'd ask the chief and the team to come up with some suggestions about what we could do short of signage or even with the signage to allow for more enforcement stops other than a stop sign in the street. For example, the sidewalk idea that was mentioned where there's not a prohibition against it. So would you include that in an ordinance that you would create to allow for the PD greater enforcement techniques and tools to try and resolve some of these issues?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wants to come down and speak? Anyone else? Any e-comments? Joan Irvine?
Okay. Now I can hear you. I have to say, Joan Irvine, District 1, I jumped in on the tail end of this. I must say that in Riviera Village, over the last month, there has been, a group of kids that are on the sidewalk and almost pushing people off the sidewalk. Now, that's in the village. So something, they need to be trained. Plus the reality is, I'm sorry, parents, kids, these things cost a couple of $1,000s. What are parents doing? Spending a couple of $1,000s on a motorized bike and not training their kids or not telling their kids what to do. I mean, this is a parental responsibility also. And I hate the fact that it is being pushed onto our police department that has many other better things to do for our public safety than babysit kids who are on bikes and they're disobeying, the laws. And somebody, as the woman said before, somebody is going to get hurt. I do agree with her also that they should have, these things should have licenses so who has them, and that they should be required to go through some type of training in order to do that. So thank you so much. Appreciate.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, let me try Jacqueline Smith again here. Jacqueline's son, I'm sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. And a lot of gratitude to the officers for all of their outreach efforts. Agree that, enforcement's just really one piece of this. Forgive me, I'm Jacqueline's son with the Beach Cities Health District. Forgot to identify myself, but the Health District is really, I think really committed to this outreach and education component that we've been talking about as a means to really supplement these existing efforts and not supplant. I think there's a lot of resources out there, a lot of things that are going, a lot of efforts. And so we'd really love to elevate and amplify, for example, love to share the video produced by the high school students. And I really agree with what the council members are saying about, having it really be youth-centered, having it that messaging coming from them really is going to make a difference. So we have our Youth Advisory Council, they've done a lot of work on, talking to their peers about vaping, cannabis, mental health. And I think that this is also something that they can take on and deliver and develop these messages that are going to be centered and targeted to their own peers. And I heard a lot about Parent Education Day. We're working on an education piece just in time for the holiday season, as parents might be considering purchasing e-bikes for their kids, what they need to know exactly with all the information that the officers shared today about what the different classes are and what the different laws are. And the Health District, we've been working really closely with the Bike Coalition. They're developing a website on education. They're, in addition to what the police department was doing outreach to the retailers, passing out these postcards with QR codes that will be directing people to the education website, bike education events. And so I think we have a real commitment at the Health District to convene these partners, because it's not just Redondo Beach, obviously, that's having this problem. We're hearing that from every single police department, school district, parents in the beach cities. And so committed to really bringing all of these partners together to really work on collective problem solving and aligning messages and amplifying work. So invite the chief and captain and the lieutenant to on these efforts so that we can look at these problems more regionally. And I think that the other thing I wanted to bring up is the importance of data collection. I think it was great to have some of the survey results that the police department shared. I think that local data collection is going to be really important about, how many e-bike riders, what's the percentage of e-bike versus pedal bikes. And Councilmember Horvath, you're talking about what maybe can be done on a state level. I think the lieutenant was mentioning not being able to classify accidents based on whether they're e-bikes or pedal bikes. And so if there's a way that in the state level we can change some of that database to be able to distinguish between the two, I think it's going to be able to offer a lot more rich information and data about what the current affairs are. So appreciate the opportunity, a lot of gratitude for all the work that's been done, and thanks for all the efforts.
All right, thank you. Anyone else, members of the public? Zoom?
Yes, we have, let's see here. Sims Aziz, if I say this, here we go. Okay, we'll go to e-comments. We have about 4.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Okay, there you go. Go
Hit the
ahead.
wrong bit. Hi, I'm Sim Aziz. Hello, Councilman Horvath. We've spoken, as I have to Councilman Obaji, and I appreciate the outreach of all the police force to the various e-bike problems that are going on. I am a member of both the BCCC and the SBBC Plus. I know that we've held a couple of bike rodeos in Hermosa. There've been 3 now with a group that's called Safe Moves. They have seen, she has seen particularly, she's been doing this program for 30 years or such. And she saw many of the kids, elementary school kids on e-bikes, which is a terrible idea. I'm totally for the other gentleman who would not allow his 5th grader to ride an e-bike to elementary school. They outweigh them. and they're too powerful for them. The real question is, and what you can do to a certain extent, not necessarily with the high school students, but certainly with the junior high school students, you may be able to ban having the e-bikes run to the junior high school. At Paris, this is particularly problematic because they don't have a way to go from North Redondo down to Paris without using the sidewalk, basically. It cannot be on Prospect Avenue. As a longtime cyclist myself, I don't ride down Prospect Avenue. It's just plain not safe. I also know that BCCC is working with the Redondo Beach Ed Foundation in developing an education program specifically for e-bikes. I don't know how far along they are with it, but I know it's in the works. One other thing about, someone mentioned they should be licensed and they should be made. You could probably make kids do it, but the purpose of e-bikes really was not to have kids riding them to school per se. They're more for commuters and cargo bikes as car replacements. They're part of a broader concept of alternative transportation for a greater group. They have caught on because they're just plain fun, which I understand, but you probably could limit or require. One of the things that the superintendent of Hermosa was considering was having a specific class the kids could not ride the e-bikes to schools unless they'd already taken the education class, which is another option. I'd just like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate all your work in distributing as much education as you can. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Not for Zoom e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, the first comment is submitted by Steve Takamoto against 22450A. Bicyclists must stop at the limit line for any posted stop sign. In September 2021, California passed a bill, AB 122, that allows cyclists to roll through stop signs when they deem it safe to do so. The bill encourages safe riding by allowing cyclists to spend less time in dangerous intersections. In Delaware, police noted a 23% drop in crashes at stop signs after adopting this policy. Bikes are still required to yield right-of-way to pedestrians. A law requiring bicycle riders to completely stop at every stop sign is exhausting. California recently abolished the jaywalking law because law enforcement arbitrarily applied it to people of color. Redondo Beach should not adopt a law that allows law enforcement to cite bicyclists who are not endangering the public. It could result in a perception that the city is intolerant. Next comment submitted by Brianna Egan. Contrary to what popular opinion on Nextdoor seems to be, e-bikes are a good thing for our community. They enable greater mobility for people of all ages without generating fossil fuel emissions. The vast majority of trips throughout the South Bay are 3 miles or less, usually school drop-offs.
Hold on, Vicki. Vicki, hold on. We don't have a quorum here. Someone just left.
Unfair to have Ms. Egan speak to not a quorum.
Hold on.
All right.
Okay, Vicki, go ahead.
Okay, shall I start Brianna Egan's comment all over?
No, you can, well, when did he leave?
Where did Todd go?
I guess it gets to start over, yeah.
Motion to receive and file and waive the reading of all e-comments.
No, we can't do that.
So she's
Okay,
asking if she should start over.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
from Brianna Egan. Did you hear the comment from Steve Takamoto?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, from Brianna Egan. Contrary to what the public opinion on Nextdoor seems to be, e-bikes are a good thing for our community. They enable greater mobility for people of all ages without generating fossil fuel emissions. The vast majority of trips throughout the South Bay are 3 miles or less, usually school drop-offs, pickups, and grocery runs. Replacing these car trips with e-bike trips is a net positive for climate and public health. Nationwide and worldwide, e-bike sales are outpacing electric car sales to solve issues related to traffic and mobility that electric cars do not. E-bikes are the future, and we would be remiss to resist this inertia. There are real concerns for safety that need to be met with infrastructure changes. Education and enforcement alone will not suffice and can be unnecessarily punitive. We need to meet this moment with a look ahead to what is possible, not a regression to uphold a car-dependent status quo. As detailed in this presentation, Class 1 and 4 bike lanes are the gold standard for safe infrastructure. Earlier presentations on upcoming plans to implement the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan indicate mainly Class 2 and 3 bike lanes will be added. Why is this the case? Are we trying to preserve parking lanes and car lanes? Complete streets and protected bikeways will reduce car traffic and make car parking redundant. Can I suggest the city appoint a bike safety and infrastructure task force composed of representatives from the SBPC+, RBUSD, RBPD, RBPW, BCHD, with the express purpose of identifying and implementing key intersections and streets for quick build bike lane projects. Bike East Bay had a fantastic workshop showcasing how city staff in Bay Area cities implemented quick build projects in recent years. We really need to bring stakeholders and funding to the table to create better infrastructure. A priority would be protected routes to schools, raised intersections and speed humps for pedestrians and bikes, and designated bikeways versus carways in school drop-off zones. Next comment submitted by Grace Peng. I support greater education and outreach towards e-bike riders, including many who do not have extensive bike riding experience. However, I object to two proposals. One, we could limit speed on bike paths, but not ban riding without pedaling. Many seniors and disabled people ride e-bikes and may not be able to pedal. We can set a lower speed limit for Class 1 multi-use paths than for Class 4 ones to minimize conflict. Two, I urge us to adopt the safety stop, where cyclists can treat stop signs as yield signs. Stopping and starting takes significant energy and balance. People teach children how to ride bikes on the at North Redondo Beach Bikeway, which has stop signs every 350 feet. Let adults and children accompanied by an adult use a safety stop. More importantly, starting from a dead stop increases the time cyclists are in the intersection and drivers' blind spots. Counterintuitively, slowing but not completely stopping at stop signs is safer for all road users. Last comment is submitted by Kyle Richardson. I have ridden 28,000 miles on e-bikes within the South Bay and beyond since 2018. I first got an e-bike to commute to Santa Monica. I now work in Torrance and continue to ride in Torrance. The electricity used to assist the bike costs 7 cents per 50 miles. The space and material costs for an e-bike are much less than that of cars. On weekends with my 2 young kids and my wife, we ride our electric bikes to businesses on Artesia, parks in Redondo, and the beach. On weekdays, I take my kids to school on our electric cargo bike before I continue to work. The minivans and SUVs dropping kids off at school clog up roads and sight lines. The rise of e-bikes in the South Bay has brought to light the lack of bike infrastructure, bike culture, and bike education in the South Bay. Please work to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety in the South Bay. South Bay Bicycle Coalition member. That concludes comments on e-comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the public want to comment? Okay, so I'll just finish up with saying, love to have one of you guys at my community meeting in November or December, second Saturday of the month. I'll do this at 9:30 a.m. and then follow up a week or two later on the online one. We'll get lots of hits. My community meetings online get viewed probably about 1,000, 2,000 times. All right. Anyone else? You don't need to even receive and file motion, do we? There's no action. Councilmember Baji?
Just quick comments. I don't think you got to train a police officer on TikTok and stuff. I'm sure like you can get a college intern or the high school students, like Councilmember Lowenstein said, set up a competition to anybody. Whoever wins it gets to roll around with the police for 2 hours in the cop car. It's super cool. I'd do that if I were in high school. What was the other? Another thing you might include in education is the alternatives to riding on sidewalks. And, one thing is, okay, prohibit riding on the sidewalks on Artesia Boulevard, but kids do what kids are gonna do if they feel like they can do it safely and they don't recognize the risk of somebody walking out of the store. So what I'd say is educate them ideally as to the fact that, north of Artesia Boulevard, Matthews runs east, and south of it, Vanderbilt runs west, and those are alternative great streets to take instead of Artesia Boulevard, so that one, they're not intersecting with the commercial traffic when they're crossing over, and two, they're not on that very narrow sidewalk there. So that's all. Thanks.
The only thing I would say is perhaps some signage on the sidewalks around the high school so that we can enforce no bicycle driving on sidewalks.
Motion to erect signs on the sidewalk around the high school, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And to
second
receive
that.
and file the report and thank the police department for this work.
All right, clear? All in favor? Aye. And opposed? No? Cool, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for the comment back there. Okay, so next item. That is item N2 and 3.
N3.
Item N3. This is the first report. Make it sound like there'd be more. Maybe there will. First report, Redondo Beach Charter Review Advisory Committee. We do have the chair and vice chair here to help and a committee member here. This is Ms. Manzano. Are you starting off or are we just going to have Mr. Stretzenberg start off? I suggest that we do this. I'll just start it off then this way. There is a report. I'm sure we've all read it. It was in the agenda packet. Thank you guys very much, Mr. Stretzenberg and Mr. Solomon. I think you guys put this thing together. It was a very well put together report. I was quite blown away by it, the way it was organized with background, discussion, committee vote, further city council action if passed and proposed changes on every item. This is the way I propose we do this moving forward. There are, let's see here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 items here. Some of the items are together as one. I think if we do each item individually, you guys can present it, and then we can just go back and forth and take any questions or actions we want from there. I see there's some business and contract items. There's a gender neutral item. There's a city attorney item and a school board item. So, Mr. Stretzenberg, come on down. And Mr. Solomon, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Solomon is vice chair joining us. You want to be on the left or the right here? Yeah, I think it could be appropriate to lump several of those together, the administrative type sections. They had 8.3 was in there, the mayoral signature, several in 19, and then also in 20. And those in general were more, I would almost call them ministerial type of things. Subject matter was slightly different amongst them, but we went through each of them individually. And a lot of discussion, it changed over the time. We went back and forth. We had some initial proposals for each of those. And then Mr. Pinsler and I, who was working on 19 in particular, the sections from Article 19, we met with the city manager and came up with some verbiage, and then that changed once again. So there was definitely some effort put into this discussion on each of these items. We've tried to summarize the top level, the points of discussion and proposed action that came out of each of those. Some of them were relatively straightforward. Some of them might seem like they're relatively straightforward now, but they went through several iterations. If there's any ones in particular, I would, of the group of 8.3, the 19s and the 20, if there's anyone in particular there that you have any questions on or?
Yeah, I actually have a question on charter review 8.3 mayor contract signatures.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying, sheer number of documents to be signed for the mayor, mayor pro tem. You're 100% right on that. My question with the requirements of signature by the mayor may be further determined by the city council rather than universally prescribed by the charter. Ordinances and resolutions other actions the city council may designate signature requirements to the city manager or other such officer or employer as they see fit. So the default still stays as the mayor, mayor pro tem signs, but it can be voted on or said that the city manager can sign.
Yes, and that would be correct. It would require action to put that into place as to what particular things that the council would feel comfortable with not having the mayor sign.
Okay, I like that for another reason too, something you guys aren't thinking about, but if, say it's a 3/5 vote or well, even whatever, if the council passes something and the mayor doesn't want to sign it, what happens if the mayor doesn't sign it? It's a gray zone.
Yeah,
It's a gray zone. So now the city council can sit there and say, well, we direct the city manager to sign said item. So then it would get.
That is a possibility, and it's something that's been talked about with other positions as well. The city clerk has the same type of situation within our charter that the city clerk could refuse to sign things and basically grind the city to a halt. We've got ongoing discussions about that.
Okay.
So fair point.
Does anyone on the council have any questions regarding Mayor Section 8.3? The recommendations that they have in here?
I do not.
Okay. Then we'll go to Section 19, Public Works Contracts. I found this interesting. So my ordinance, I see you guys didn't use, you did use numbers. You increased from $50,000 to $200,000 for public works projects. That's to get around the maintenance issue and versus new CIP issues.
Well, to Raw's point, there were some different iterations of this. At one point, it was to sort of prescribe all of these details via ordinance rather than in the charter. That was one approach, strike it all out and sort of rebuild it.
Which other cities
Which
do.
is typical, as a best management practice. But ultimately, what was, I think, determined, and wisely so, by the committee was that the voters may view that as just too broad a discretion. So what ultimately this language does is simply update the figures to make them more contemporary in today's bidding environment, really adjust them for inflation, and make it very simple. There's a later adjustment down the road that speaks to the maintenance standard that you just mentioned, but this is really about updating our amounts and then trying to create a mechanism to allow the council by ordinance later to adjust them with a cap so we could avoid this problem into the future.
From 15 to 60,000.
So what we had here was the juxtaposition of, do we simply update the numbers and let them become out of date once again, 15, 20, or maybe even sooner with inflation?
Right.
We've been through a relatively low inflation time since the charter was last updated with these. We're seeing higher inflation now. Don't know where it's going to head, but we considered, would we just update the numbers? Didn't seem like a great option. We considered, would we prescribe it carte blanche to the council? And that was, as Mr. Wazanski just alluded to, may not be as palatable to voters. And that's part of what the committee considered as residents, as voters. How would we view that? So that was a consideration. In the end, I think I wrote it up here that in the end, it was basically a hybrid of those two to reset. Anecdotally, I would throw in here that the one that is 200,000 was originally going to be recommended to you as 250,000, but not in the charter, just as a number for your ordinance for consideration. We had roughly a 5 times factor to each of the numbers that were within this. We settled upon a 4 times factor for this. If you look at the CPI doesn't quite increase that much over this time period. However, the nature of what is done and how it's done, these are, I think, very appropriate. And we had even considered higher numbers if we were going to recommend to you. We didn't do that. So again, this is somewhat of a hybrid, and some discussion on how do we do it, treat it going forward and not have to change the charter again. And that is the up to 25% increase every 5 years, to put that language in there. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No more frequent.
No more frequently.
No more
than 5
frequently,
years.
yeah.
So
By
you
4/5
don't
vote.
have to do it at every 5 years, but
Right.
if it needs to be done, I would bet you're going to hear from whoever the city manager is at that time that we need to do this. And then it's up to the council. We did put in there a 4/5 vote as a suggestion, so that it's not simply a 3/5. Similar to budgetary type things, require 4/5 votes, seemed appropriate. So, and this section, the 19 in general, this one probably had the most back and forth, the most iterations, the most consideration of any of the 19s. We've got further 19s in there. They were a little more straightforward, but there was quite a bit of effort put into this. In the end, it was a compromise of, yes, it needs to be updated. How do we update it and make it palatable to the general public as voters, that there wouldn't be high resistance to this, because that's what we don't want. This definitely needs to be updated, but it could be perceived differently.
And the current limits are, highly prohibitive for us. I mean, they restrict our efficiency.
Go for it.
How was the $200,000 number chosen? Was that staff's recommendation for the number you guys wanted?
It was a back and forth. I think we indexed it, as I recall. We ran an inflationary figure from the time of its last adjustment until now. And then I think we had referenced maybe the state building code, I think currently has a $200,000 standard as well. And at the end, everyone just felt comfortable with that figure. It felt right, given the circumstance. And as long as there's an adjustment mechanism beyond that, I think we're okay. We've got a chance to make changes into the future. So I think this is a good workout. And hopefully it's palatable to voters, assuming the council's comfortable with it.
Will this speed up projects?
It will. And more importantly, it won't speed up the big projects. Of course, I mean, the $5 million residential rehab project's going to still require full bidding. But what it allows us to do is react to some of the smaller things like playground equipment repair or small resurfacing efforts or repainting of street lights, things that sometimes grind us up. And we've got to go out and do a formal bid effort that takes time and noticing and publication and all those things. This allows us to execute on a more informal basis with more expediency.
The last time this was updated was 2001?
I think it was prior to that even.
No, the numbers were prior. I think 89 was maybe the last time we updated the numbers.
80, yeah.
Okay.
And then also in there, we did put it in there, some of the discussion we had for different items was, could the council do it by ordinance or resolution? In this case, we put it only by ordinance. Has a little more gravitas to it, requires a second reading and so forth, a little more public information with that. I believe anecdotally, I think the inflation factor was around 2.67 or so. It was less than this 4 times factor, but again, we consider the nature of the contracts and the types of things that are done now, and they're done more in mass for a lot of things, so that the contracts tend to be bigger because you want to capture more. So there was a lot of different considerations. Could we set it to 100,000? Yeah, we could have, but that wouldn't have moved the bar very much. And this felt like the right kind of number for a compromise on that.
It's been 33 years. It's changed a lot.
A little bit. And the mechanism, now, one of the things that to be aware of is that when you do your first ordinance, if it's 5 years after this goes into effect, the city charter will no longer align with the ordinance. So you will have.
Right, I was thinking about that.
You'll have to have knowledge there, and we have things like that where.
So do we have a central repository, things that the city needs to do every X years or every year? Like campaign finance reform, we have to update that every
2 years.
2 years. Right?
Yeah, the closest thing we have to frequency would be the annual budget, right? I mean, that's kind of what we have. I think.
So then maybe could we put in the annual budget every year, things that we update, whether it's campaign finance reform or contracts, so it's in the budget every year, so we know?
We could create a section that sort of speaks to the timing of those items. Obviously, this would be something that we would do, every 5 years potentially, or more frequently than every 5 years. But yeah, we could probably add a page that talks about that status of the various, indexed items.
I just see very much so things being forgotten about.
Oh, for sure.
So just so you know, in our original discussions, when we were considering taking the numbers out of the charter and just putting it to city council ordinance or possibly resolution, we had suggested in there every 2 years to have it on the radar, maybe a certain month every 2 years. So it was definitely on the radar. In the end, after talking about it, we felt like probably really not necessary to do that because it is going to be definitely on the radar of the city manager and other of his staff knowing.
Eventually, if this isn't changed and Public Works feels hamstrung, they're going to be like, hey.
They'll bring it forward. I mean, this is one of those where there'll be incentive on staff's part to bring this as frequently as possible to council, just because it's going to help expedite our efforts. I mean, that's the good part.
Okay.
Yeah, but you will have a discrepancy between charter and the actual numbers at some point.
Okay, so that leaves us to section 19.1, competitive bidding, when not required, unless someone else here has any questions on the prior one, which I don't think you did. All right, so competitive bidding, when not required. Can you give us a quick overview of this?
Yes, that was the main thing here was to be as defined by the city council or by ordinance or resolution. That was the broader language we were comfortable with putting in here. So then it becomes your discretion as the council. And that was really appropriate for this particular section. And it did allow the striking of some language under E, really no longer necessary there.
Right, because this gives us an opportunity, right now we're relying on, state definitions and other, more common terms. This, we do as a city, an incorporated city, we have the ability to make as a chartered city and make our own, set our own definitions in this regard. And I think it would behoove us by ordinance to come back, assuming the voters approve this and the council's comfortable, to come back and set a definition that we think will help expedite our project efforts and still result in fair and competitive bidding that we feel comfortable, provides for fiscal accountability. So rather than rely on some other archaic definition, I think we'd rather set our own.
Yeah, maintenance and repair itself is just very nebulous.
Yeah.
And ill-defined. So this gives you the authority and the impetus to put an original one into play, but then amend it or change it from time to time as appropriate. You may delete things from that ordinance or resolution. You may add things, but that's it all comes back to budgetary items anyway, and the budget is under the council control. So these types of things, it's appropriate to have under council control as well, because having them in the charter in some cases was too prescriptive, in some cases, in this case, was not prescriptive enough.
And it's subject to interpretation.
Didn't want to put further definition into the charter itself. That didn't seem appropriate.
Okay.
Question on this.
Yeah.
As far as a unique work, like for example, a mural, if we get a muralist, it costs $100,000. Like, well, we could go to RFP and get somebody for cheaper, but that's a unique, artist. Would that fall under this, that we'd want to include it here, or is that not considered a public works improvement?
Mike, if I can remember, I remember having a discussion about that, and I believe what came up is that it could be part of the ordinance or resolution that you put in place for that particular work, because most of those individual type works would require something to have them happen.
Yeah, this gives us much more broad discretion. I mean, we're going to want to, I think, try to do our best to align, what we think maintenance and repair is, and how it sort of pertains to different types of work efforts. But, muralists and things of that nature, painting in other contexts has come up as an item that has been checked up by this effort occasionally, because painting under the state code is viewed in a different way. So yeah, I think we have some opportunity to look at how we define this and maybe expand it into certain areas, but we're going to want to be, evaluative on that and deliberate. So, but that's the beauty. This creates a structure for us to have those conversations.
But still, this is maintenance or repair as defined by the city council. So I guess a mural could be
yeah, you could put it in the list under maintenance repair. It's a little odd to associate the two, but we got to get to that ordinance at some point.
Okay, I like that. Creating more efficiencies, council's still in control, still transparency. Anyone else, any questions on 19.1, competitive bidding when not required? Okay. 19.9, municipal purchases.
Do you want to skip 19.7?
Oh. 5. Oh, there it is. Contracts, progress payments. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have any issues with this from 10 days to 5%. Go ahead. Give us an overview.
5%, basically state law.
Yeah, this is to align it with state law. We currently only retain 5% because we comply with state law. We're trying to be clear that we're mirroring that, and then we're adding the term public works contract because absent that, you can interpret this applying to any contract when it's really meant only to pertain to public works construction contracts. So we're just being more descriptive here to make sure we don't inadvertently, 10 years from now, people interpret this to include any contract the city does, which would be, again, by law, you wouldn't be able to retain payment.
Does it behoove us to include in here 5% or any other amount as set by state law? So that if the state law does change, what's that?
It says at least 5%.
However, at least 5%, okay.
Which is right, that's kind of the state. At one point, the state had it at 10, they lowered it to 5. It seems unlikely that we're going to get any less than that, but.
Okay, all right.
And just so you know, on each of these, especially in this 8.3, the 19s and the 20, staff did a tremendous amount of work putting together slides and brought in examples from other cities that were possible for us to consider how we might change the language if we wanted to do that, and provided several background information, which was great for us to have that to kick off. Ultimately didn't end up that way in a lot of cases, and some it did, but that was always there.
Yeah, what was really remarkable about it is it's very simplistic as this is settled on. We're very comfortable with these changes. I think it'll make a big difference in how we operate, but they are fairly straightforward, and it was a good process, deliberative back and forth. There was a lot of conversation. I mean,
yeah, you guys had a lot of conversations on this. I remember watching all of these things.
If this gets approved by the voters and council's comfortable with this, is this big win for efficiency long term.
Okay, so 19 point or.
Yeah, 19.7 was one of the most straightforward. That was a relatively easy one.
19.9, municipal purchases.
Yeah, basically adding the language to expand the definition because it was very limited.
It gives us the authority to create, to direct administratively different smaller bites of work with a broader scope of service. When you interpret this as just materials, it's not very helpful.
And this is a good example too, because the original language, the city council by ordinance upon recommendation of the city minister. So by ordinance is already in here in this place. It wasn't in all places. We've added that language in a couple others where we thought it was appropriate, but that kind of language was already in here. So doing it by ordinance, perfectly acceptable. It's all under your control.
And it allows us, and by way, the absence of these phrases has created a conflict because our ordinance touches on some of these things. But if you read this prescriptively, the ordinance can't touch those different areas. It's got to be limited material. So this gives us more discretion, and it gives the council an ability to create more clear, I think, and transparent process for these items.
Okay. 20.1, approval of demands.
So this one again was an area where there was a little bit too prescriptive in some things and yet not prescriptive enough. So amount legally due is basically to get into deposits, I believe is the best way to summarize that. Because that really wasn't in there. Everything had to be completed.
Commonly now in a lot of our projects, when we order materials or place advance orders, we have to submit deposits for them to actually begin to manufacture that item. This doesn't allow that because it says specifically delivered or rendered. Right. Well, when you're placing an advance order and deposit on an item, it hasn't been delivered or rendered.
Can't even.
So what we felt was the appropriate thing to do, even though you might have already authorized the purchase and it's part of a contract, and so amount is legally due allows us to negotiate those via contract, and the council set those approvals and move forward.
I just say eliminate one of those double commas at the end of rendered, the stricken through rendered.
Does that strike through go over the first comma or?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
There's two commas after.
4 lines up, 5 lines up.
Yeah.
Yeah, good catch.
Wow. Hard to see.
Eagle eyes.
Somebody's got their glasses on.
Lawyer. All right, so that brings us to the end of the approval of demands or the business and contracts. So
yeah, and the only thing I would add there is I did put the note in further under the further city council action if passed. There needs to be a comprehensive search of existing ordinances because there will be some existing ordinances that need to be updated to coincide should these pass.
The new standards.
Some cases, new ordinance will be required, but a blanket statement in there that any of these may require some review and updates to existing ordinances. Is that a fair way to put that, you think, Mike?
Yeah.
We saw ordinances that we never had come across before.
right, but those are ordinances, we can take care of those later. So this require a vote.
That's the point. I think if the voters ultimately approve the charter and these changes, we're going to have to go and do a kind of a scrubbing of our policies and procedures and our current ordinances to bring those in compliance or in alignment, I should say.
Yeah, that's come to if passed.
If passed, right. So this the way I see this right now is the contracts and payments, administrative items. This would be, to me, in my eyes, this is one ballot measure. I know, Mr. Pinsler, you want to speak 1 second, we'll give you a minute. To me, this would be one ballot item, the administrative updates, because it's different than the ones we're about to talk about, which are completely different. This is administrative. It's, I think people understand this. You can lump these together rather than doing everything here at one or doing each one of those pages an individual one. I would be under the, I would make a motion later on to make all of this as one business update. So we could title and summary as business updates to create more efficiencies or whatever, we do in the title summary moving forward. So
I believe, Eleanor, we had the discussion, could some of this be only electronic for the information purposes and refers to that link in the ballot itself, or do we have to actually print certain language in the ballot?
For the charter, yes, we would have to put it on the ballot.
It has to be on the ballot. So yeah, it'll be a fairly long section then.
Right.
Why wouldn't you incorporate gender neutral?
Yeah, I agree. We'll look at that and say, I think general neutral is completely different. That's not business item related.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This is business, this is money and finance and contracts.
Gender neutral is easy enough to separate out and describe.
Yeah, in general, we all agree that general neutral is the right thing to do. It is noted in here that was done. I guess we've moved on to that at this point.
Well, no, I want to.
You don't want to do that yet? Okay.
No,
I'll hold there.
Yeah, that's what my idea is, to keep the business idea, business practices to one ballot measure and the other items to a different ballot measure. Mr. Pinsler, you want to speak?
Thank you very much. I just want to make one comment about this, the history of this. As it was mentioned, there was a ballot measure that was on approximately 17, 18 years ago, and it failed. It was for, at that time, doubling the amount that was on there. On the ballot statement that we got, there was no statement for yes. It is essential that if you approve this, that you make sure that there is a statement in the ballot, sample ballot, that says why this is important. This did not exist at that time, which is the reason we're still at the 1989 levels.
Right. So that's a great point. So speaking of the arguments pro and against, we're limited by 200 words, and we start conflating different issues and ideas in there. Separating out for the voters so they can clearly understand what's going on, what they're voting on. Because some people might not want to update.
Can the city write the yes arguments for the business changes? Or no, because that's political?
No.
Do it education, isn't it?
No, it's.
Well, city officials can write the ballot argument. Or like, for example, they've had plenty of examples of a council person, two council persons writing that. You can't have a Brown Act.
Manager and staff are going to put together the reasons for.
No,
you can't. They can't do that because that is political.
Okay.
I think Committee Member Pinsler is just saying no one thought to write the argument in favor.
There was no yes statement.
And the argument opposed to it, because was just you wouldn't give your neighbor a blank check. Why would you give the council a blank check?
It would be worthwhile looking back at that ballot measure. I think it was 2005, 2003, I'm not sure exactly, but it failed, and it failed badly. And it was the same issue, that the efficiency for the city was important in that, and it's become even more important now.
Right.
So you just can't just let it go by. And I just wanted to state that for the record.
Hopefully the Charter Review Committee members also are
We can do that,
of
but
this.
when it comes from the council members, it has a little more.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's deal with that, arguments in favor and against, whatever, later. We can do that later.
Yeah, and just briefly to your point, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, as far as putting them together, a couple points on that, that for consideration, not on behalf of the committee, but my own personal thoughts on that at this point, that if it's something that somebody might find one part of it objectionable and therefore they give it a no vote because of that, that could hurt you. Also, to the point of writing statements in support and opposition, 250 words, trying to summarize all of these together in one lump in 250 words.
Right.
might be challenging. Maybe you would split it into perhaps 2 blocks and give that a better chance.
You can summarize, you summarize it.
Yeah, you can.
2 words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just consideration.
I think
my own
simple
personal
is
views.
good.
Contracts, administrative, business, finances is. people
Increases
understand.
efficiency.
Yeah.
Reduce waiting times, expedites processes, or projects
Yeah.
moving forward.
Yeah, having written ballot statements recently, it becomes a
Unclogs the
challenge.
queue of 100 and some odd capital improvement projects.
Yeah. Unclogs the queue.
But summarizing something in 250 words can be challenging.
It is very challenging. Done to myself. All right. So that brings us to gender neutral item, which is item. This is a gender neutral item.
Page 9. Yeah, we didn't put particular.
485 in the
items on these.
PDF, page 9 of the report.
When's the deadline, by the way, for all these things,
First week of December.
including the statements?
No.
Yep.
December
Well,
6th,
including the statements, December
right,
6th?
and the ballot question. So December 6th, that's it.
December 6th. Okay.
Got it.
Okay, so gender neutral. I thought this was interesting when it first came up. I was like, that's just an interesting conversation, an interesting thought. I never really looked at it in that detail. And I looked through my pocket United States Constitution book and I was like, yeah, this is gender neutral. And when I saw what you guys did here, this is great. At taking the word he out, adding persons, and putting the mayor in, I thought it was great. It was noted in here that this was, you guys, the Charter Review Commission 1994-95 reviewed this and they did not recommend this. So I do 75 instances for gender specific language distributed throughout the charter. And so I would definitely support this and put this on for its own separate action. It's easier.
It is fairly lengthy.
Yeah.
So as far as printing a ballot,
Yep.
it's not small.
Right.
So just be aware of that. Very, very appropriate. And as far as the consideration back in 94, 95, it was talked about and ultimately decided it wasn't going to change anything as far as functionality, but it was the right thing to do. And they just decided not to recommend it going forward.
Okay. Commissioner Solomon.
And then if I may, for the other segments that changes are recommended, for example, the sections for 19, for those items were rendered gender neutral as well in the event that the broader gender neutral change was not approved.
Yeah, either not carried forward or not. Same thing with 8.3, the mayoral signature was all in the language was made gender neutral.
Wanted to address that should the council not decide to put that on a ballot or otherwise.
Or it
We
fails.
thought it was that important.
Or it fails.
Well,
I was going to say, who could be against it, but somebody will be against it.
Somebody could be against it. You never know.
Yeah.
Thank you for unanimously supporting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the canons of construct, they call out very specifically that gender neutrality is inherent to things such as he or him.
Yeah, that's true.
considers the he shall include the she.
Yeah.
But we're in a different world from that when that was written. So.
Right. Right. Exactly. Any other questions on this? Comments on this? No? Anyone? Okay. Page 9, page 10. That is section city attorney section.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night.
So this is so far everything's been unanimous, right? This is the only one that was not unanimous, 6-1 vote. And this was, I saw you guys had lots of discussions on this through the course of the 56 meetings that you guys had.
Yeah, lots of discussion. Outside, Mr. Webb spoke extensively on this matter. We brought in a appointed city attorney that we were able to make contact with someone that was outside of our city and not connected to it in really any way, that was able to come and speak to how is it to be a appointed city attorney. He's with the cities of Canyon Lake, Hemet, and I forget the third right now. I believe it's listed, it's in here somewhere. And I gave the populations of those cities that it's very in line with Redondo Beach.
Each one is in line with Redondo Beach, or collectively they're in line with Redondo Beach?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Population-wise, those 3 cities are.
Population-wise especially, because the 92K for Hemet, and Indio is the other one, I'm sorry.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
So not that these are cities like LA where, you know, the population is just extremely different and the whole functionality is very different. And he had also worked with San Bernardino Charter Committee to rewrite their city charter when they went through that. So very, very experienced, very well spoken, gave us a little more balanced view of things. Yeah, lots of discussion here. We tried to summarize, even though there's still 33 points, individualizing those for reference to make them easier.
So what's your recommendation?
To send this to the voters.
That should go to the voters.
What is the issue that's going to be sent to the voters?
So you guys hadn't decided exactly that.
Yeah, and that's what we refer to as the modality, because there is several different ways to make it happen and permutations of almost a hybrid, where you may retain an elected city attorney for certain functions and still have
like the city
an appointed
prosecutor.
city attorney. For example, it's a prosecutor, that's correct. And which the proposed language, I did make a note there, that would be one possibility, and we couldn't write it to be universal. So it's noted in there that would be one area.
I like the idea. It was brought up once during the meeting, and it was brought up in here as well, the idea of having an elected city prosecutor and have an appointed city attorney for the civil side, for the council civil side. And then, and not specifically say whether it's an appointed employee, whether it's an appointed law firm, or it's an appointed individual who works by themselves, just leave it up to the council. I thought that was very interesting. And I like your recommendations in here for the hiring, 3/5, I think, and then 4/5 to fire, which I think you guys had a long discussion on to create stability.
We did, and there were other examples there too as well, where in some cases the cities had made it with a mayor would actually be an affirmative vote and would require 4 affirmative votes out of the 6 of you was another possibility. We decided in the end not to go with that, yes.
Or only 5?
5 council members.
But the 6th would be the mayor and just 4 affirmative votes of the 6. And in that case, the mayor could be a voting member. There are cities that make the mayor a voting member for certain things. And I think I did see it with respect to appointing a city attorney. So that was a possibility that was considered. It wasn't ultimately written up in here with that. And there's not everything we talked about is summarized here. But for example, the proposed charter language here would be in the case of completely eliminating an elected city attorney, and we took that off of the Article 10 enumeration and term, and then also changed the language to be, it would be an appointed, now whether it would be an appointed law firm or an individual within a law firm and the law firm backing them, there's so many different modalities that could be done with that.
Mayor Protem?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I agree with your proposition of an elected city prosecutor and appointed city attorney or law firm. I disagree that the city council should be selecting the lawyer or law firm, because imagine a brand new city council, 2 people have 2 years on the job, 3 people are fresh on the job. They don't have a freaking clue who's going to serve the city well as a head civil litigator for the city. So I think it should be the same way that we currently have, where the city attorney is recommending to us 3 law firms that we choose one. The city manager is recommending 3 options, could be individuals or law firms, and then the city council votes on one.
You're getting
something of that nature.
You're getting confused on the process. The process can be made by each individual city, by the city council at the time. And I mean, they're going to rely on the city manager to put the RFP out, what they're looking for, and the services.
You didn't say anything about RFP. You just said the city council is going to vote in a law firm or lawyer.
Right. So now you're talking about process. Same thing as our city manager, right? We have 1 employee, right? There's nothing in the charter about what we do as the process to hire that person.
Then it should be city council in conjunction with the city manager appoints either a civil city attorney or civil law firm.
I mean, I don't mind at all having putting it in there in conjunction with, but so you can't have the city manager giving a vote to it. That's not what you're saying, is it?
No, I'm saying he makes recommendations as to the best options.
Consultation, maybe.
And the council, right, and the council makes the vote.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I may, as part of the discussion, the idea was that the city council is the policymaking board for the voters. And when you speak about accountability to the voters, if you no longer had an elected city attorney, it would be the city council responsible for that policy decision. So you have to avoid an issue where you have, for lack of a better way of putting it, a rogue city council, you have a supermajority of the city council members in order to dismiss a city attorney, so that you don't end up in it being a political action. It would have to be really an action based upon a supermajority of the council, rather than an employee of the city manager who is the sole employee of the city council. In our discussions when Mr. Graham came in, when we spoke with him about it, we asked for a recommendation or a suggestion, I should say, as to what would be a better process there, to have the city manager do the hiring or the city council select the firm through an RFP or other process. And Mr. Graham, if I recall accurately, suggested it would be the council that would do that rather than city manager.
But how many RFPs has this city council gone through and selected winners from? Probably zero, right? How many, at least since I've been up here, how adept is the city council at going through the list of law firms and figuring out what's going to match up best for what the city's needs are? So I just am very skeptical about that, seeing as nobody here is an attorney except for me.
So,
and frankly, as far as matching up the city's pending legal business with the qualifications of attorneys out there, I don't know our best, we're best suited for.
There are a number of examples of RFPs for other cities. It's a service that's provided to the city.
Sure.
I mean, think about it this way. We're lucky we have a city manager who we got from in-house, but there's plenty of services and plenty of city councils that have gone out and hired a service to find city managers, and they find excellent city managers.
Right.
And you hire a firm or you use your city manager to go out, put the RFP out there using staff, say this is what we need. And it's not like you're creating the position from zero. And lots of other, 470, 67, 65, 66 other cities in the state of California do an appointed city attorney. All right, we're only one of 11.
But appointed by whom?
By the council.
By the council, right? So it's not an impossible task at all, by no means.
And just, if I may, one of the other topics that had come up and that we did look into was, would a city attorney, if it were selected by the council, prescribed to be selected by the city council, would they be subject to the whims of the city council? The changing power struggles and so forth. And what I found was, in looking into that, you don't see that happen. What you see is, you see a city of attorneys that are appointed and they're in place for 15, 20 years or more, and rarely, the only one I came across that was more recent, I believe, was in PV or one of the Rolling Hills or something, where they had actually put out an RFP to get better pricing and changed it based upon better pricing. But that was a rare case. So what we didn't see was the shifting political winds of a city council necessarily changing the appointment of the city attorney.
I'm sure the city attorney is revealed to be more flexible in their policy, in that they're adopting the policies.
They shouldn't be having policy.
Right, they shouldn't be having policies, but to the extent that they do hold policy views, they adapt them to what the city council has rather than maintaining their own with a stiff arm.
City attorneys, even in our situation, do not have policy positions. The fact that they believe that they do is a separate issue.
Yes, they do. They do have policy positions. So.
And there's 486 cities, I think, or 9 that have elected city attorneys. And of those 9, only 1 has a population that's smaller than we do, and that's San Rafael. And so there are best practices all through the state as to how to select And in fact, included in our packets were the policies for selecting city attorneys. And the issue is, the reason we put the 4/5 in was to keep that from being a knee-jerk reaction of a change of a council. And if you have a unanimity to change it, you can go out to RFP. In fact, if you go and select a city manager in a more typical process than was done here, you would go to RFP. You would go to a person who organizes a list of people who you interview, not anybody else. So it happens all the time. And I think that if you use the availability of the League of California Cities and other places that do this, going out and selecting it on your own is the best process.
So to San Rafael, I looked them up because it wasn't in your.
San Rafael is the smallest city. They have 56,000.
61,000 people and a city budget, or city attorney's budget of 1.2 million. So we're 71.
What's our city attorney's budget right now?
8.2 million.
8.2 million. Right.
So
Yes.
Is that budget including outside counsel?
That is 5.1, 5.2 for in-house, and then another 3.2.
No, I'm talking about.
That's a numbers guy here.
San Rafael is what I'm talking about.
The maintenance and operations budget for the city attorney's office is $4,985,000. And there's an additional approximately $3.2 million in outside litigation expenses associated with the operation of the office as well. Those numbers are derived from our city budget and from a discussion with the city manager.
How much is attributable to city prosecution? Prosecution function.
You have 3 employees?
There are five city prosecutor employees. I didn't have that number, but I can get it.
And then point number 2, item number 2 does point out that the cities of Compton and San Rafael are the other two under 100,000. Compton's larger than us, they're up in the 90-some thousand, I think 97,000. San Rafael is slightly smaller, but that's out of the entire state of California.
How much of the San Rafael budget is outside counsel?
I don't believe we have that one in here.
Didn't look that up. I looked up their total budget, which was 1.1, 1.2 for in-house. I assumed it was both in there, but it would only get higher from there.
Of the $8 million, how much of that is coming from the general fund versus some insurance policy, or what's it called?
All coming from general fund.
Joint powers agreement, whatever we have in place that insures us.
I'm sorry, say again,
Of the expenditure on
City attorney's office.
Yeah, sorry, city attorney budget, $8.2 million. How much of that is coming from the general fund versus from our insurers or joint?
the budgeted amount of 4.965 general fund monies. The outside litigation, the source of those funds was not revealed to me.
Got it.
Well, it'll be general fund. We won't get grants for our.
No, but it could be the, whatever our insurance is, right?
Mr. City Attorney, does our insurance pay us?
So I'm going to respectfully recuse myself from this decision, and as I mentioned to the committee once they came up with language, because I'm going to seek to participate in the argument against. And I don't want to be accused of leading you down a path that is easier to attack. I'll talk about when you can do the election, but I won't talk, and I'll give the same advice that I gave before. Many of these numbers are just incorrect. If you want to continue it and you want to ask for me to get, we don't have 13 people. Part of it is Lila or Murr that we have only part-time. Part of it is the additional expenses for homeless court. The comparison to Torrance, they're apples and hammers in terms of what they include for with their budget. So I can prepare something with the city manager or ask the city manager to update much of this. But I don't want to lead you in one particular direction and then, attack it. And my predecessor did the same thing when it was last on the ballot and rejected by almost 80% of the voters. He wrote the argument against and the rebuttal. So if you want that, I can work with the city manager to have him provide you some of those facts.
So what is the budget of the city attorney?
He won't give us.
I won't, but.
You're not going to answer.
Well, it's,
questions
but
like
you
that.
know, so yes, I'm going to have the city manager do that. And we can break it down. There are, for example, tidelands and uplands that we use to we have reimbursement agreements that where people, we can expedite the process for a project, and then we get reimbursed for those expenses. So I'll work with the city manager and have him provide you. But if you're going to decide tonight, there's really not a point, and then I'll just wait to see what's in the ballot argument and write a rebuttal to that.
Okay.
Again, I don't want to, since I'm opposed to, even though I'm not running again, I'm very much opposed to taking control from the voters for the self-titled most resident-centric council in history. To do that seems hypocritical to me. So I will get you the info, but I think it's more appropriate to come from the city manager, and I'll point out where I think there are errors.
Do you have your successor pointed out?
The successor will be chosen.
Selected now?
The successor will be chosen by the voters.
Right. Would you have like a favorite that you want to run and win?
There's no way of answering that. I mean, there's no appropriate way to answer that question.
How about with the honest truth?
What?
With the honest truth.
With the honest truth. So.
Okay, so those numbers, the $8 million does not include, say, for instance, when we lose a lawsuit or we have to pay out on a fee on a lawsuit, correct?
Just legal services, right?
No, these are just strictly expenses associated. The way, I'd just like to respond to Councilmember Obaji's question, if I may. In the budget, in the city budget, which is where I referenced, where I derived the numbers from, the Redondo city budget, the city prosecution component of the office lists 5 personnel, but does not separate out the expense of that department from the other departments. It's all inclusive. With regard to the other numbers, no, what I did in sourcing the numbers was seek out the budgets of other cities that we discussed in the course of our deliberations. Go ahead and go to their city pages, look up their budget, and purely report the numbers for their city attorney's office budget and the number of employees that were reported on those websites, as I did within the materials that I found on our own website. That's where the numbers were derived. There are a number of different variables that you could go ahead and factor in. You can, as I mentioned in our deliberations at the committee, on a clear day foresee forever. So if you wanted any number of variables to go ahead and, what's the right way of putting it? Go ahead and move numbers around or interpret numbers a different way, that's fine. I suspect that there are any number of different variables you could introduce, but at the end of the day, what was striking in our deliberations and in seeking these numbers out was the dramatic difference in the numbers of pure budget numbers, pure maintenance and operation numbers for operations. Are they an apples to apples exact comparison? There's any different number of ways to go ahead and dissect that. It seemed in our discussions that as we evolve, that we put this to the voters for an opportunity for them to decide if this was the right way to go. Going back to the very beginning decision that was made at 6-1, that this is something for the voters to look at. Do we want a charter change? And if we want a charter change, is this the way you would change it, A, B, or C?
Yeah, as Mr. Solomon said, there's any way, number of ways to slice and dice the numbers. I had made that point early on in the committee. It's going to be very difficult to come up with a true financial analysis of this to show is it good or bad in any way, especially with only a handful of cities throughout in the entire state of California that are dual role city attorney's offices with an elected city attorney. So this was meant, we put it in there just as one item that we had considered. It was a very big picture, comparative, not a deciding factor. It can't be at this point. Just simply for reference is what it's there for. It would be extremely difficult to come up with a true
apples to apples,
spot on, anything less than apples to hammers analysis. You could create one. Now, would it be?
Well, all right. I mean, there was a comment made at one of the Charter Commission meetings about whether they're in PERS or not in PERS. Orange County has their own retirement system. LA City has their own retirement system. But at the end of the day, the values or numbers can only go up from what you find. And if you have a law firm, you're not paying the retirement. You're not paying the ISF charges. You're not paying a lot of the other charges that a city would be charging that you would have to.
I would say, again, that's a slice and dice. You're paying it in their numbers.
Right. You're
It's
paying
there.
it. But you know the complete number is my point.
Exactly. And the PERS goes on a long time.
Right.
So we'll be paying for any current city attorney for years to come.
Right. Okay.
Next up.
So, I mean, we got to decide what we want to do with this. The commission said to put this on to the ballot. Councilmember MD, your hand is up. Or Councilmember Baji, your hand was up still, or are you done?
No, I'm done.
Councilmember MD.
So when it comes to this item, I definitely would recommend that we give the chance to have that extra data if you're going to do it. I personally agree with, okay, hold on. I agree with Steve Colleen's comments on the e-comments that we're about to hear. And I don't agree with this at all. And I think Steve Colleen makes a lot of great points in his commentation, in his comments in e-comments. And so I personally don't want to put it on the ballot at all. But if you are going to put it on the ballot, you should at least have them come back with the data for next time.
Okay.
And not just whether or not you're going to put it on the ballot, but you would have to come to some conclusion as to what is going to be in the ballot, what modality are you moving towards, because that would mandate certain changes within the charter itself.
And if we're going to put some changes on the ballot, we're going to have the changes in place. It's not just a charter advisory vote like they did last time, which was really it was absolutely no action. It was completely actionless. It was just, hey, do you want to do it or not? Which is all three positions, actually. So we would have to have, I think you guys had some provided text you would change?
Yeah, for the charter language, and as I said earlier, that was written to capture the one mode where it would be simply eliminating an elected city attorney and moving to an appointed, and it was left generic enough that how you appointed didn't have to be determined prior to the ballot. It would the language attempt there was to say you could appoint an individual, you could hire an individual as a contract and then have a law firm backing them up. You could have a law firm as your appointed city attorney and, as a mutual agreement, have a representative from their firm that is your city attorney that comes to the city council meetings as your point person for all of your deliberations and your needs, but they have the full backing of the firm. So there's various different ways. Now, if you went to the option, modality of retaining an elected city attorney for prosecution, then Article 10 would not need to be struck. We would still have a city attorney. You might want to change language there, or maybe you don't need to. But then the language within Article 11 would change.
Okay.
And that it was not written for that particular permutation. It was given as an example of how it might play out under a certain direction.
Right. So if we, Mr. City Attorney, if there are changes that are in here being asked for, would you be reviewing these changes?
No, to be fair to you, or the majority of the majorities, and if you tell me, which firm who we have a current contract with, then I can ask them to look at any sort of language, but you're going to have to be specific on what you want in there. Or even if you want to have the city manager contact firms we don't have a contract with, you can have someone that doesn't currently work with us. You're going to run into time issues maybe, because you need to get that approved by next Tuesday, and someone would you'd have to have someone talk to and proposed MOU by, in terms of in time for next agenda. But it's not it's not a financial conflict, but I can't truly be fair to you if I think they're all bad. They're just various shades of bad. So whatever the council direction is, this was the one item where the whole committee didn't actually, in an agendized item, decide on the language. So on every other item, it was during the meeting, and I reviewed and changed or proposed changes, sometimes significant one, like the 200,000. I wrote an alternate version of that because the last one had failed for being actually, I don't think, committee member, I don't think it was 100,000. I think it was just a blank check taking out the, okay, well, they wrote the blank check argument, and this played into it, or was more of a blank check. So, but we reviewed that. This one was considered under formatting of the report. So you're going to want to take a look at that, and certainly you should have completely objective legal advice in doing so.
So we have multiple firms on retainer.
Right.
Right.
Well, we have no one on retainer. We have an MOU.
MOU on retainer. Well, MOU, sorry.
We don't.
I got it.
Okay.
MOU with a certain price point, and we can go to them and say, hey, these are the changes we want to do. Could you review this for us? Come back and let us know. Yep. They're hourly. They want the money.
Yep.
How many people do we have? How many contractor attorneys, city, outside firms do we have?
We have a number that we've used in the last, what did you ask for, the last 3 years? Or 2 years?
2 years is what
so we can provide you the list that we provided to the committee, so that it wasn't a conflict. We provided them a list of who we'd used in the last 2 years, and then a list of
League of California Cities.
California City sponsors. Now, the downside with that is, are you going to get the contract approved with them? But I'll send you that list, whether.
Well, that's if we go with a new.
Right, but you can use that list, or, we use Richard Watson a lot for general municipal, and they predate me. We've used them for years.
They're in Manhattan Beach.
Yeah, they serve as they had an appointed individual, and then they replaced him because he violated the Brown Act allegedly with the firm. So if you want us to have Richard Watson, then I'll send it to Lisa Bond.
Okay.
So briefly to Mr. Webb.
The problem with that is
Mike Jenkins.
He's with BBK, and
he left. I thought he was a Richard.
He's now of council.
He's retiring in about 3 weeks.
And we have a contract with them, but I don't know that it would reflect this type of work. We use them on the Catalina contract that Catalina project that's on appeal to you right now. So you'll see a BPK attorney come in.
Okay.
Briefly to Mr. Webb's point about the actual change to the charter language not being done as we had with the others, very true. And that's specifically why we write in here that specific change is subject to modality of the appointment selected by the city council for the ballot. This was meant to be an example under the format of the way we had put together the report. So it was definitely a format, and it was just given as an example, not as the language that we would propose to go forward. This was one example, one mode under the format that we had been presenting, where we wanted to give you a taste of something. But in this case, very specifically, we note that we did not come to conclusion on this would be the charter language.
Right.
It's simply under the format.
I understand that. And we would also need this firm to do, if we go down this path, we'd also need the firm to do the ballot title and summary as well.
Last time, the city attorney wrote the ballot argument against and the rebuttal to the argument in favor. And he had an assistant city attorney do the title and summary. I would not want to put Ms. Park through that. That is a possibility because it's not a true conflict, but certainly if you want to use the firm to do that, I think that would be better.
Okay. All right, so if we go down that path, we do have firms that we could use already on file. And we can call them up, so to speak. We rely on our city attorney, our city manager to deal with that, to Councilmember Obaji's question earlier. So the next question here is what path we want to go down, or we want to have two separate paths we want to go down. Do we want to have, do we want to go down this path, number one? Do we want to go down this path with an appointed city attorney? And do we want to go down this path of maybe doing a city prosecutor, change it so that we have an elected city prosecutor?
So you're proposing two different ballot measures?
Well, what I'm proposing is we need to discuss what we want to do up here in terms of what we want to do, and then have that plan go to the firm that we need to go to get that done. So, Councilmember Horvath, you haven't said anything yet. Oh, your hand is up. Never mind. Go for it.
Can this even go on a March ballot? Because my understanding was that a charter change like this has to go on a general election.
Yeah, so in 2014, the city treasurer wanted to move from full-time to part-time. So
2020 what?
2014. There's a blue folder item that includes that staff report. So what happened was we were looking at June, and so I called the county, and because of a new election code back then, anything related to benefits affecting an employee would have to be on a statewide general election, which is November.
Right, but that's if we cut the term short. If we don't cut the term short.
No, we're not talking about cutting the term short. We're talking about anything to do with an employee. So I mean, I can read the actual code because it's 1415, which I think I included it in the blue folder item.
Was that today you sent? Oh, there it is.
Correct.
Yep. And that's not
Your
withstanding.
answer that this cannot be in the March election anyhow.
That's what we had to do for the city treasurer.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
But the other stuff can be in it, like the gender and all the other.
Yep, that didn't
That's all
apply to that.
Okay.
It was the,
Well, there you go. In interest, since it's 11 o'clock at night, we can postpone
No, we
it.
should.
But to the point that they're trying to make, it's not to say you couldn't do what was done the last time, which is an advisory vote, if that was the wish of the council. It just, you wouldn't be able to actually do something generative until a statewide election.
If I could.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the June versus the November, if I'm not mistaken, what the difference was there that you could not put this on a primary ballot. It had to be on a general election ballot. The fact that it happened to be an even numbered year was the reason it couldn't be on the June ballot as opposed to November. In the charter itself, we talk about the need to put these kinds of things on a municipal election ballot. So this is something that charter changes need to be on the city election ballot, which is March of an odd numbered year.
You want to read the government code?
Yeah, I'm reading the government code, and it says, the governing body of this is a subsection A2, may direct that either a city or the governing body of a city or city and county may direct that either of the following be submitted to the voters at the next regularly scheduled general municipal election pursuant to section 1301, or any established statewide general or statewide primary election. And then it goes into two things: a charter proposal that proposes to amend a charter in a manner that does not alter any procedural or substantive protected right. Okay, that's not that. Technically, we're eliminating a elected position, replacing it with an appointed position. Or B. Sure.
So our next general election for the city of Redondo Beach is general municipal election.
Hold on, no, that's not actually applicable.
What section was that again?
14.
So I believe he's reading 1415 of the election code. And as I advised you many different times, the default changed in 2014, and that's why she got the communication from the clerk. And because of Bell, they made the default no longer the general municipal election, but they made it the statewide general election. And the reason why the city treasurer couldn't be on it, because it did affect the status of an employee. It made the status part-time instead of full-time. In this case, it makes it appointed and subject to removal at, whatever you set up, as opposed to a 4-year term approved by the council. And if you look back at the minutes, I kept talking about, the default is the November election, but there were some exceptions that you could do cleanup language. So if you put it on the municipal election, we're going to have, no matter when you put it on, I'm anticipating a lively, spirited debate about this. And it would not serve the community well to have it. And then even if you get the result you want, it can't go into effect. So it was a result of, because of Bell's shenanigans, I think they put it like the Friday after Thanksgiving or something like that. The state passed a law that made the default the November election, as opposed to when Mr. Pinsler was on the council, where the default was the general municipal election. So the others fit within those exceptions. The only one I have to look at is the mayor, because I just got to double check that it doesn't affect it, because if you had sort of the opposite problem, you have a 4/5 vote in opposition to the mayor, they could take away the mayor's ability to, sign stuff by voting in a veto-proof manner every way. I don't think it fits. It's not changing the job status. So I think all the others you could put on March. And I believe, and I haven't looked at the tape, I believe specifically at one of the meetings you asked me which ones can't go on March, and I was talking about the clerk, treasurer, and city attorney because they were originally on your list.
Right, and the reason being was given because they were up for election.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. Well, it's not that they're up for election. Is you're changing the status. Now, what I haven't researched or been asked to research is the assumption that this has to go into effect. To be able to go into effect for the next term, this has to be on the March election. And I'm not certain that's true. I'd have to research it with the clerk, because it all comes down to, if it's on the March election, if you call an election, can you call it off?
You can do ballot measures. You can call off ballot measures. Can you call off an election? Well, wait a second. If we have November 8th, it wouldn't get certified until 30 days later.
Well, it wouldn't get certified until it's enrolled by the Secretary of State. So it doesn't become law until then. But you'll know if there are too many variables to know for certain.
Is the city charter say it's the first Tuesday of the month, or does it say it's got to happen, the
I
election
think
has
it's
to
the
happen?
first Tuesday after the first Monday.
Yeah.
So there are too many variables to know for certain. But the one thing that has consistently been our practice, has been my advice, has been what the clerk heard from the county, was this sort of vote has to be on the general statewide election.
I believe we had some of that discussion. Default did not mean mandate. Default meant default.
No, it shall be on the general election unless it fits with one of those two exceptions. And changing the status.
Where are the exceptions? What section are the exceptions in?
14, 15 of the.
I'm reading it right now, too.
Right, so the problem is it changes the status. And so just like changing the status of the clerk the treasurer from full-time to part-time, changed the status. Changing the status from elected to a 4-year term, subject to recall, to appointed and under whatever terms and subject to, getting notice for 72 hours notice and a vote of the, so I'm not certain that the idea that we have to get it done by March is necessarily true. I haven't looked at it, but what you can't do, or certainly would invite litigation, is putting it on other than the November ballot.
What if the ballot measure proposed
Hold on, Councilmember Horvath, you have the floor right now still. Are you done? Or?
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up, and I would agree. I have to agree with former Councilmember Colleen's comments. I don't really see the need for this. My day job now is working with an appointed city attorney, and that's great, but it's very different than I think what we've become accustomed to here. That city attorney works for 4 or 5 different cities. And I'm not sure, as Mr. Strutzenberg is saying, I guess how it would work, is yet to be determined. But really having, a city attorney on staff, with staff, especially in a city of our size with the amount of legal matters that we're dealing with on a constant basis, at least as a council member, it's been great to have somebody accessible all the time that is not necessarily billing you for every 6 minutes. Every time I have to reach out to an appointed city attorney, it could be an email, a phone call,
Well, you're the lucky one on that one.
It's a very different scenario. And, you are, the firms are working for a variety of cities. So I don't know how you imagine it, but I think having somebody who is elected by the people and speaks as an attorney for the residents. There was where did I read it? Somewhere near, I think there was a comment by former city attorney Goddard and how he saw the, responsible to the organization, to the people, to the council, and then to the staff, I think it was. And I think that is an important point to consider. That's it.
All right, Councilmember MD. Your light's still on.
Sorry, it's been gone so long. So we can't do this for March. I agree. We've agreed so far on all the other stuff. We can move forward with that for March. And that was the other question. So the city attorney can't be done on March, but what about the Board of Education?
We're not there yet.
But is it, the reason why I'm asking is because is that also going to be the answer that it can't be done on March?
Well,
The reason why I asked that is because then let's take those 2 items and continue it, and then we can agree on what we do agree on.
Good questions.
Thank you.
well, I want to get one thing done first before we move on next. Otherwise, keep going back. Ping pong.
Then I can combine them together.
You're not going to get this on this ballot.
That's not my point.
I'd have to do, I have to do a little more research. I'm not certain that changing the district is, changes the status of the employee. So I tend to think, but I'd like, before I give a final answer,
Okay, so
but my tentative answer is, yeah, it doesn't change the status. It's only changing, district versus at large. But I want to see if the direction from the council is to go forward with that, because that was I think the last item that the committee looked at, and there wasn't a lot of discussion. I think Committee Member Wonderly voted against it just because she didn't have enough time to consider it.
Yeah, and for the other members, it just seemed like, I would summarize it as a no-brainer.
Right, but it's all, like, we didn't meet a lot, so I didn't have a chance to look at that issue. But-
Right, sorry, so let's take care of the city attorney position first.
So anyway, so my point is that we can't put that on the March ballot.
We don't know yet if we can or not.
No, we do.
They made it pretty
I think that's
clear.
resolved.
Not fully resolved.
It's not fully resolved.
And if
yet.
it were simply a change of roles and responsibilities,
Oh, well, then we've been in 2 different rooms, because I heard it pretty clearly from 2 different people that we can put it in the March ballot. So, all right, well, if you guys want to keep talking about it, that's fine.
I have an answer for this. Look, what I would like to do is we can reach out to a firm, at one of the firms we have on contract, and we can have them review this section 1415, 1414, everything we need to review. Come back with an opinion next week, because we're going to be meeting again next week, right? Next week.
I'm not certain you get an opinion by next week. There is no
Well, okay,
case.
let me finish. So then we get an opinion, we put it to bed, but I also don't want to waste the work that the Charter Commission has done. And it was a 6-1 vote. And I feel that if they have a 6-1 vote, they're asking for this, we should do our due diligence and follow up, get it prepared and ready to go. If in case we do go down this path, then it's ready to go. We're not rushing something. I don't want to rush things if we don't have to rush things. And then we can work with our outside counsel if we need to, and go from there. So that's how I feel on this particular issue. Anyone?
Okay, so I would say a couple of things. What I said I wasn't addressing was the what you were putting on the ballot. I've given the opinion, the clerk has given the opinion. There's no case law, and all the recent elections have been on the November general election when they've when they've altered the status of the elected official. There won't be a definitive answer that's different, because there's nothing. There's no case law. There's really not a lot of legislative history. But the county did indicate, and we have that prior experience, that just moving them to part-time, it's certainly going to invite litigation. Now, the one thing I will say to Chair Stretzenberg, if it just changes the
roles and
responsibilities, but that's not the recommendation. That wasn't the recommendation. The recommendation was put it to a vote of the people regarding removing it as elected. If the
it was
council,
not to remove it. The recommendation was to go to a vote of the people. The modality yet to be decided.
Okay,
and the modality would be, if it's retain a city attorney as a prosecutorial role, that would change the roles and responsibilities.
Right.
So we didn't, I don't believe we made the recommendation of how it should be enacted. We made the recommendation of this should go to the vote of the people. The final decision of.
Do you agree that if we maintain this elected city prosecutor, that would not be a change in employment status, or
Well,
that still would
it's
be?
creating a new position is what you're doing, is you're creating a city prosecutor position, because you can't have, that's basically the Long Beach model. They have two separate elected officials, city attorney and the city prosecutor, Doug Halbert. So you'd be creating this new city prosecutor position.
You are that person now, correct?
You're the prosecutor now, right?
No, I have prosecution responsibilities. So that, city attorney, like LA, for example, is the city attorney. We have in our budget, in our job specs, a city prosecutor, but our city prosecutor is technically an assistant city attorney. And so we differentiate their very different roles by putting one assistant city attorney civil, assistant city attorney prosecution. You're talking about creating a whole new city prosecutor position and then changing the status as well as the responsibilities of the city attorney.
Right.
So, yeah. Anything else, Councilmember Baji?
Yeah, I think we should push this over because it's not going to be on the March election. It's not going to be allowed by the election code. So there's no reason to decide it now. Let's move on to other stuff.
Okay, so the next item is the
Last item is the school board.
school board item. I had a couple questions on this. Did you guys have, here it is, large. You guys had one meeting on this. This was brought up during the Charter Commission?
It was brought up earlier, and what we did is we agreed to continue it to the last meeting that we had in order that we would get through the list of items that were in the original resolution from the city council. Even though that list of items had been taken off in a subsequent amendment, we wanted to prioritize those items with the exception of city clerk and city treasurer, because those are not next ballot sensitive. We have time for those. The city attorney position is next ballot sensitive as far as aligning with the changeover in the election years. So this came up earlier. And yes, to answer your question very succinctly, yes, there was one meeting in which we discussed it. That is true. And that was done purposefully.
Okay.
And then, but with that, I would say it was one of the most uncontentious items that we had discussed up to that point.
It makes sense. One of the things about representation, there's a guy drives around to cities for having city-wide positions when they should be districted-wide. I don't know if that necessarily applies to school boards. Does that apply to school boards as well?
Well, it does apply to school board, but they have to show, which just my own experience would indicate it's not true. They have to show that there is an identifiable minority that's consolidated enough in one geographic area that tends to vote as a block, and the majority outvotes them. So for example, if you had, Torrance had identified Asian Americans, and they voted as a block, and they were in particular districts, and they weren't getting the adequate representation for their, we haven't done, I don't think the city's done, I looked at census data, it's theoretically possibly true. I think it was committee member Pinsler that indicated, or one of the committee members did, that it's not, people are more spread out. That's not to say this isn't a good idea, but I don't think
I'm
that.
succinct with it. It's getting
Yeah,
late.
I don't think to do it because of threat of litigation without more knowledge. Having said that, it may be a good idea.
Okay, so
the Voter Rights Act 2003, I think that was.
Well, it's the Federal Voters' Rights Act.
Let's not get into details. Let's move.
Well, just to summarize it, that was on a draft that I put together originally, and we decided to take that off. We also took off demographic information from the high school because the consensus was that for us, this was just the right thing to do, regardless of all the other things that could bite us, and they still can. So that's where we ended as a committee, that this is simply the right thing to do.
Right, got it. Councilmember Baji, your hand is up.
Oh, not intentional.
Councilmember Lowenstein, your hand is
I
up.
don't think it's a no-brainer. It's a very significant
Yeah.
move. I spent, those of you who don't know, I don't think anybody doesn't know here, I spent 8 years on the school board.
What?
I know, it's hard to
Well,
believe.
you're the janitor?
It's hard to believe, yeah. Yeah, my first name begins with a T, too.
Janitor?
I hope you mean no offense to custodian. Anyway, it is a big issue. I don't think that there is, as Mr. Webb had talked about, a specific group that is not represented. To the contrary, everybody in our city, every student in the public school system goes to the same high school. They go to one of two middle schools. If you do this, you're going to have one, if you do it by districts, you're going to have one school in District 4. You're going to have 4 schools in District 2. It's not going to be spread out well. And then you run the risk of people with more schools advocating for more funding for their schools. It sometimes happens in city councils when it's divided by districts. And the other issue you have is finding qualified and eager candidates to run for school board is more difficult when you do it by district than you do it citywide. You might have 3 candidates in District 5 and 1 candidate in District 2, and the people in District 5 fight it out. Nobody in District 2 fights it out. They run unopposed. So you have a better chance of running unopposed if you do it this way. And that's not good for democracy. I think you want to give people choices.
Well, to that point, we had 3 candidates 10 years ago now that ran unopposed and were just simply given the position citywide.
Well, they were also in their second term, correct?
Doesn't matter.
The second term, there was 1 that opposed.
But also, there's various reasons why people run unopposed, but I don't see that people have said to me ever in the 17 years that I've been involved in local politics that I don't feel represented on my school board in my area. No one's ever said that to me.
Yeah, and one of the points that we had in the discussion during the committee meeting was that we felt that this would actually, entice is not the correct word, but encourage people to run because they could run in a district-wide election, which is much more cost doable, much more time doable. Anybody that's done both knows the time and effort and cost it takes to run a citywide. So the feeling was they're somewhat in opposition to what you're saying, that you may actually get more candidates because it's very much more doable on a district type of scenario versus city.
It might be, but the other issue with that is you might say you tend to get support from people in your own district when you run for council. You might not get support from people in other districts as much as you would, say, if you ran citywide. That's one issue. I have talked to other school board members. They don't feel as pressed to do this as you, I believe, do. And that's okay. And I've talked to other administrators, other people. And so I think this is a much bigger issue that I don't feel comfortable with moving to, but I'm open to hear what.
Yeah, just timing wise, the 2023 was a good time because the 2025, when it would be in effect then, would be a 3-person changeover rather than a 2. And the numbers just looked better in alignment. There's never going to be a great time to do this. You're always going to have, and we tried to write up somewhat of the transition aspects of it.
All right, Mr. Pinsler, you want to say a minute and then move on to
Just
Councilmember
remember
MB?
that there's a story behind almost every line in this charter. And the reason that the school board is even included in the charter itself is kind of strange. And the fact that it's there without compensation is strange.
Yeah.
And an argument could be made just as easily to remove the whole school board from the charter and act under the education code, which is what almost every other school board in California does. So, I mean, it is a really strange, and it was placed there vindictively by some people within the city, particularly when the unification happened, to punish certain members of the school board.
Okay.
So you can make the case to remove it completely from, so now that you have it on your agenda, you can consider that as well.
The ed
But
code,
if you're going to keep it as an elected, we believe that it was best to do a district.
let me ask you this real quickly, Mr. Pinsler. If it goes to ed code, the ed code specifies nothing about districts or at large,
You make the decision yourself.
meaning the school board does.
The school board can make the decision.
Oh, okay. I hadn't even thought about that, but that's actually not a bad idea. Also, remuneration or whatever, that's in ed code as well, too. That's another thing. I'm not in the business of punishing other elected officials. It's not.
Yeah, well, that's not part of the discussion. All right, Councilmember MD.
Well, I agree with you. I haven't heard anybody who says that these that we need to be districted on the school board. And if you look at at least in the recent years, they have been pretty spread out. And in the school board especially, it's about the community rising up, the PTA, the parents. That's how people get inspired to go run for school board. And it's usually a district-wide type of mentality. I haven't heard anybody who says that this is something that we have to do as far as districting.
You could have come to our committee meeting. You could have come to our committee meeting.
Hold on,
Rolf. So I don't feel that there's anybody who's trying to do this. I also I was along the lines of what Mr. Pinsler was saying. Is I was actually going to recommend that if we're going to change anything on the Board of Education, that we should change it to say, instead of saying without compensation, to replace it with per the education code. If you're going to let's just change it so that way it's there. But that's an interesting idea to just completely remove it from the charter, and I have to get a little more opinion and insert on that.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, respectfully, I didn't feel like this one was as fully baked as all the other ones, that you guys presented. I would agree with Mr. Pinsler, just because we've heard this before, removing them totally from the charter and let them just function separately. A few years back when we had the SB 415 discussion, they really wanted to move to a November election, but they couldn't because they had to be in alignment with whatever we were doing. So I have to agree with Todd. I don't necessarily see this one as being germane or one that we should pursue, but I would be interested in discussing more the idea of actually pulling them totally out of our charter and letting them function as an independent body.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
You ever had something that you're cooking and then it just boiled over and made a whole mess of your stove? I think that's what's happening here, because I totally favor taking the school board completely out of our charter and letting them function pursuant to the education code, because we have nothing to do with the school board. There's no better way to say that than to say we omitted it from the charter.
Yeah, so to that point, we still have to decide what we want to do with you guys on the charter commission. I don't think we should disband you. I think we should have you guys go back and talk about exactly that issue. Wasn't on your scope. What I was going to say earlier was it wasn't on your original scope of requirements to go down the path of.
These last two were not.
And the last one.
The gender one, which was,
all right.
yeah.
Whatever. I would say I'll make a motion to have you guys look back at the school board issue to possibly removing the school board from the city charter.
When would that happen?
We'll let them figure it out. They can talk about and figure it out. You guys can meet again.
So I would, and we talked about this and they put it in the report, and I expect that you may get a referral for us to agendize at whatever meeting you choose. It could be next week, modifying the resolution, setting up the charter review, because you gave them the amended resolution gave them just absolute discretion on what to consider, but it was, okay, get us your report from everything on November 1st. So you're going to want to extend that date.
Resolution.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something you can do just as a referral to staff at the end. And in the resolution, you can
Wait,
say,
we can't do that right now?
well,
As
it's
a-
not
as a
really,
report?
it's,
Okay, so we have to have them come back as a
well,
referral
you
to staff.
can't change the reso tonight, but we
Right.
can change it next week because it's a real simple.
When they can meet again, but we can direct them to
And they're
further
not going
talk
to meet
about
before.
next week, Tuesday.
Correct.
Yeah, the next two fourth Thursdays are holiday.
Right, so you're probably looking to
And
January and they got a
it's
lot
not
more time.
specified that we would terminate. It
It's just, right,
it's nebulous.
yes,
Okay.
and so it's
So,
much better to
got
amend it.
All right, so we'll do that motion at the end. My motion will be to direct you guys to further talk about the school board and completely being removed from the city charter, is to, my notes here, to prepare the business rules, contracts, what was the first items that we talked about? All of those as one separate ballot item measure, and prepare the title and summary, letter or samples, a resolution for arguments against and for and pro and against.
Question.
And there are a question for that, and then a separate item for the gender neutrality portion, exactly the same thing, ballot question, title summary, impartial analysis for the other one as well as, yeah, all of that. And then I'd like to have, direct the city manager to go through a list of firms to look at, we can possibly hire to deal with the city attorney position. And depending upon, have that come back to us next week as a report. And would you need to come back to us next week as a report?
Can I come back on the 15th with all the, that way it gives you another week if you have to change anything.
And to be clear, they would only be coming back with information as to the substance of the complaint, because I've not declared a conflict as to when you could put it on. So I just don't want you to expect to get that from them, because I've consistently given the same advice that the clerk has given. What they will give you is the language to help you, actually capture
Effectuate.
whatever it is you can agree upon putting before the voters.
Can you have a report for us, city manager? Or not a report, I don't want a long 50 line, hey, we talked to XYZ firms, these people are willing to do it.
So what exactly
I mean, I guess
is
it's
our
the
report
15th.
on for next week?
I guess the 15th would probably be better.
So I was thinking the part for the city attorney would be on next week is what you're trying to get to. I'm talking about the other ones.
It's easier to do on the 15th.
Can we break the city attorney question up into two parts? So I just heard Mike mention that as it pertains to the timing of the election, he's not conflicted out and therefore would still be working with outside counsel to try to obtain an opinion?
No, we have an opinion. We've had an opinion since 2014. My opinion,
has to be-
it's got to be on March, which I give you.
It's got to be in November.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's got to be November in the general elections, the same opinion that I've given for 8 years, and I gave you at the,
Yeah,
even when we went
I'm
through the
not
process.
talking about that opinion.
Okay.
I'm talking,
Can you just continue the city attorney discussion for another day, because it's not going to get done by
no,
March.
I want him to come back with just a firm, one or two firms we can deal with, and then we can deal with it from
You're
there.
saying an interpretation of
All I'm talking about is coming back with a firm that can deal with the verbiage of the city attorney's position. Elected,
Logistically,
appointed.
he's got 2 days. The
No,
agenda
for
comes
the
out on
15th,
Thursday.
the 15th. The
Okay,
15th.
but time out though. So we've got to be clear about what we're evaluating here. The verbiage as it pertains to the, I mean, what ballot measure in particular are we
The city
analyzing
attorney,
here?
just the city attorney position, having it go to a ballot, or going to the voters to whether to have it appointed or not.
So,
That is squarely under the elections code.
I'm not saying we're gonna have this done by October, by December. I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
so
I'm saying we
can I-
can get the work done now.
It's 11:47 at night, Mayor Pro Tem. Why are you rushing this right now?
I'm not. I'm
Continue the
asking
item
him
for
to
another
find
day.
a firm to come back with us in 2 weeks.
well, if we
Why in
can't,
2 weeks? That's a rush.
Well, let me ask
By
you,
any- by any
let me
city
step in here 1 second.
Is your interpretation that election code 1415 says it cannot be in March? That's yours.
You're changing his status from elected to appointed is a change in status. So therefore, it must be in the general election in November.
Councilmember Baji, I never talked about putting this onto the March election. What I'm doing is moving one step further. I don't want to sit here and wait 2 years or a year or whatever it may be. We got things to do.
But why cram it into 2 weeks from now?
All we're getting is a firm. We're not getting the verbiage.
Can I make a,
To talk to us and come down and say, okay, talk about the verbiage and go from there. I'm not talking about the details. I'm just getting a firm. That's all we're doing.
Modality as they've.
well, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, modality.
If they're continuing and they didn't, as a group, come up with specific language, why not send it back to them? Because you
Seriously.
can't come on, and then they can give, as a group, with this modality, we suggest this language. With this modality, we suggest this language.
How do you guys feel about that?
Well, it would, under the current situation, it would be January before we even started.
That's fine.
Right, but you've
That's
got
fine.
till November.
But I want to get the ball rolling. So
So you're looking at 2 years, basically.
you guys fine with that?
And it has to be on a general, it can't be on a primary.
Yeah.
That's why the treasurer couldn't go in June, because the primary is the same as a
Mr.
municipal.
Rosansky, so I guess you don't need it in two, well, I mean, can you call a few people up and a few firms up and see if they're available in 2 weeks?
What would they be coming to discuss with you?
The modality, come to the charter commission.
You have
and
them
talk about-
present as part of the January
Yes.
conversations?
Yes,
We're not having another charter commission.
Yeah.
you will be having one
No,
in
but it won't
January.
be until January.
In January, you
So
are.
certainly before January, I can prepare a list and give to him of if you're okay with our current,
Yes.
people that
Yes.
we've used, I can find out who wants to do, I can provide that list, and then he can recommend whichever, so I'm not, giving you a list as Councilman Obaji says, I do, well, typically with litigation, do you want to use which of these firms? I won't be involved in that process.
Right.
And yes, I can work with facilitating the firm to help advise the committee's discussions and ultimately bring that back to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
Just to make sure that, that's fine. And specifically, I'll be asking them, now they'll bill for it, but can you attend every ongoing charter review committee and advise on that?
Yes, so one of the considerations here, we wouldn't be able to agendize that until February now.
No, you guys can make your meetings wherever you need to make your meetings. Don't get complicated. I watched your thing. You guys can set your agenda.
When do you want it back by?
Listen, we
That
got
is the-
time. You're going to have a lot of other things to talk about as well.
Could you have it back by February 1st? No, I'm just kidding.
Rolf, don't get complicated. Just.
But don't feel rushed.
Yeah, don't feel rushed. All right.
If I may clarify something other than the city attorney issue for the ballot, please.
Yeah.
When you're creating a ballot measure, I just want to see if you're incorporating 19, 19.1, 19.7, 19.9, 20.1, and 8.3, all within that one ballot measure.
Yeah, 20.1, 19.9, 19.7, 19.1, 19, 8.3.
Because it seemed like you might need an opinion of Mr. Webb as to whether or not 8.3 was a change in status for the mayor.
He did say he needed to look at that.
He's going to need to look at that.
So I'll continue while we're pondering that for a moment. With regard to the gender neutral language, there was a discussion at our committee meeting when it came to the ballot itself as to whether or not the entire charter would have to be included. Ms. Manzano can speak to this. Entire charter would have to be included as part of the ballot, or if it would be able to be in some other way summarized so that the ballot itself didn't contain the 18 or 20 pages of the charter.
Yeah, we can put the sections, which I think it reduces it down.
Right.
So we can do this.
clarified that earlier.
So I think that you would want to have that, if you allow me to be so bold, as part of your motion to clarify that part of it, when you're talking about creating the ballot language, and the title and the header to get a clarification as to what, if all the charter or the summaries are going to be on
I mean, it
there.
would just be the summary, correct? You would just do the summary.
Summary, what,
Yeah, you just do the summary of what the changes are. You wouldn't print the whole,
I could do it either way. I could put just
I
the
would just do the summary,
sections.
sections.
The sections,
Just do the
yeah.
sections.
Charter
No,
itself
just the
involved, but
sections.
the sections that are
Simple,
Right, the
just the sections.
sections
All
that
right.
are only.
Which is still
Done.
multiple
Roll.
pages.
Right,
All
but
right,
it's
good. We're moving on.
condensed a lot better. Yes,
Nobody will read.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
So we're
So I wanted
coming,
to clarify.
we're coming back with this in 2 weeks? Is that?
Yeah, I want to come
Okay.
back on the 15th.
So my
That gives you
suggestion would,
another week.
we'll evaluate 8.3. If for some reason 8.3 can't be part of the March election, then we'll draft the ballot measure not to include that particular section. If it can, we'll bring that package to you as a single ballot measure with the other administrative matters.
right.
Does that sound reasonable?
Very much so. All right, is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, sir. All right, Councilmember Baji, your hand is up, or is it still up, or is it? Okay, members of the public.
What's happening?
Oh, dear God. No one from the public? Is there any Zoom comments or e-comments?
No Zoom, but we have an e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
This is submitted by Steve Colleen, former District 3 councilman, under the old adage, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. It seems this charter review committee has lots of free time on its hands. I'm still shaking my head about where some of these ideas and proposed changes came from. And why are these changes even being considered tonight? For example, has there been a recent surge in lawsuits against the city that has caused some of these recommendations to appear in this report submitted by the Charter Review Committee? If that is the case, then this point was completely omitted in the report for those proposed changes in our charter. Redondo Beach is an old city. We've been through a lot and we've been through a lot and the charter appears to work well for us. Stop wasting city time and tax dollars on these silly ideas. Please don't reinvent the wheel, especially when the wheel rolls fine. For example, there is no outcry by the public to change the elected city attorney position. And it is especially a crazy idea to make the city attorney position part-time. There was no evidence submitted by the that there is a lack of attorney candidates available to run for that office. A concern was raised in the committee's report about the rising cost of the city attorney's personnel and costs of outside litigation. But most of you have been on the city council for 6 years and done nothing to keep costs under control or to limit outside contracts. What is the urgency now? The voters have already said they want a full-time city attorney and they want a city attorney to be elected. That's accountability to the public. If the public is unhappy, there are elections every 4 years to oust anyone the voters want to reject. No recalls are needed. The city attorney should be accountable to the voters and not be directed in his legal work by the votes of 3 members of a city council. The city attorney needs to be an independent advocate for the city, not a city official who counts council votes when a legal opinion is rendered. The qualifications of future candidates for the position of a full-time elected city attorney should be left to the voters. That concludes comments. Any comments?
That's it? All right, is there any Zoom comments?
No Zoom comments.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor. I'll do a roll call vote.
So, okay, and, yeah, okay.
Can you clarify what the motion is?
Yeah, let's
I'll
do that.
clarify the motion to send the school board item back to the city, or the charter commission.
School board and city attorney item, right?
School board and city attorney back to the charter commission with specific direction on if even going to be in the charter for the school board and for the city attorney to the modality of the process of the exact verbiage using an outside law firm. And then to add the business and contracts and the gender neutral as 2 separate ballot items, prepare everything that we need, ballot title and summary, question, resolutions for arguments pro and against. And I think that's it.
Let's just vote. We don't need a roll call. Let's just vote.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Can I make a recommendation? Ted and his team have been waiting here really long. Can we skip the RCV discussion, continue that to the next meeting and let them just make their presentation? because it's already midnight.
R4, I mean, that's N what?
Yeah, we can bring N4 back next week. That'll be the first item continued in the agenda. And then we can do so we don't have Jesse and company waiting again next week. Maybe we work out. Yeah.
I know, I was going to ask that earlier.
It's an exciting presentation. It should keep you awake for another 10 minutes.
Smart sheets, I heard it's really a smart conversation.
I think we got 6 minutes.
All right, so I'll make a motion
sleep
to
deprivation.
move item N4 to next week as the first item, and then item N5 right now. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, done.
Everybody want to be the second? You got 30 seconds.
Feel free to do the Cliff Notes version.
So,
There's no PowerPoint.
Yay. Couple of,
No good
just a
decisions
visual
were made at midnight,
presentation.
So.
we're not making decisions on this.
While they're teeing-
we are. Yeah,
While
we
they're
are.
teeing it up,
Yeah.
let me just give you a little context so we can try to accelerate this. So Councilman Lowenstein, there's been a referral on this matter. Previously, it's been a subject of conversation, strategic planning, budget items. Really the goal being to try to create, using software, modern software, a portal that would allow us to report out to the community on the status of capital projects in the city, as well as be used as a stronger internal communications tool that we can supervise and manage to ensure accountability and performance. So our staff have been hard at work trying to find exactly what software would make the most sense for us to achieve both of those goals. And I think we have got a couple of suggestions here tonight. So with that, I'll let Luke and Jesse take it away.
Yeah, so as Mike mentioned, we wanted to take a look at the software we had available to us, and the Public Works Department had purchased Smart Sheets a while back to take on this task of streamlining data collection and sort of how it's processed internally, and then looked at ways that we could project that out as well. And so with the CIP, we've got a large CIP portfolio that we go through, and we're going to use Smart Sheet, or we recommend, and we would want some feedback from you, but anticipate using Smart Sheets to collect the data from our project managers on our monthly reporting cycle, pull it all together, and then use that for internal reporting. And that'll be our one source of truth for each of these projects as it goes along. And then using that data that we do collect and do currently have a monthly reporting cycle that we follow, we found that we could use an ESRI, a tool of our ESRI, basically a tool that we have available through our GIS platform, ESRI, that allows us to create project slides that can then be transmitted out via our website and other channels that people can look at projects that are ongoing. So Jesse's going to walk us through that. And we just, pending your approval, we can build out the whole CIP, but we just selected kind of an overview of projects here so you can kind of get a general look at the overview map interface and kind of what some of the possibilities would be, but we're definitely open to your feedback on what you would want included on this here, but I'll pass it over to Jesse.
Yeah, thank you. Keep it brief. So this is just mocked up 6 projects that we have currently in process. It's not all the CIPs, obviously. We wanted to get some feedback from the council to make sure we're headed in the right direction. If this is what you had in mind with this item. So as you see on this is a portal through the ESRI program. The reason there is other platforms, we demoed a few other software systems, just given the staff resources, the financial resources that would be needed to go to different systems. This is already something that our GIS analysts works on a daily basis. So it could be more of a streamlined process, something that could be built out internally and kind of built into our current workflow. It'd be additional work, but it could be fit into our workflow that we have. So it's in essence, you'll see on the left, we have the different categories. If you'd click on them, it show the projects, each in those categories. You've got drainage. Obviously, right now we only have one in there. We could go in there, click on the Barrel Street project. It zoom into the map. On the right, you have all the kind of high level information on the fiscal year, the funding sources, the budgeted amount. And when we have those estimated start dates and end dates, we'd fill those in as well as which phase it's currently on. This is obviously the Barrel Street project, so it's in construction. So you'll see it's highlighted in construction, kind of status on that project, the contact, the project manager, and then any file attachments we could attach here as well. At the bottom, we have a project comments. This is somewhere where we could go in there and input if there's any delays. We've recently had that at the Alta Vista, obviously up in Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Inglewood. If there's any, for whatever reason, there's delays, we put in here information where people could come in and find that information. So again, these are the different categories. We'd click. One that we have residential street rehab, two where we have more information. This is more of a citywide project. So down below here, you have the different street segments that are part of this next phase. We're also looking at, and we think it's possible where you could hover over a segment and a bubble would pop up which segment you're talking about, right? So we're looking at that. This is obviously still kind of our preliminary draft and effort towards this. And that's kind of the high level 30-second clip on what we're thinking, and just trying to get your thoughts and feedback if we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and with the note that most of what you're seeing here is customizable, correct, Jesse?
Most of it is customizable. We could change certain verbiage. The template is kind of set in the way it's laid out, but we could move things around, change verbiage, change kind of those elements.
Luke, you came from Anaheim. They had an online search, didn't they? For planning online services?
Yeah, it was an ESRI map, a little different than this. I don't recall that we had full project slides, but yeah, they have a built out where you kind of hover over and
they have the ability to search. I remember correctly, they had the ability to search for residential permits that were in process and completed.
I'm not sure on the permitting side. I know on the capital project side, they do have some stuff.
Just capital projects. That's fine. Start off somewhere, start off slow.
Yeah.
Now, how does Smart Sheets work into this then? Because it's in the staff report or Smart Sheets.
Smart Sheets is more of going to be our internal tool that we're looking at. So right now, in the way we keep up with projects and project updates, it's basically the project managers email me, status of their projects on a monthly basis. I update our access system, which is an old system that's no longer supported by Microsoft, right? And then we have our monthly meetings, internally. So Smart Sheets, the hope is that will take the place of access going forward. It's a central place that all the project managers can go in, place their updates. I could grab their updates from there. Ryan would be able to grab their updates and update, this side of the portal, and I'd update our internal side. It's just more of a internal tool to try to streamline the process and the way that we gather information.
It's our internal data portal, effectively, as I understand it, right? That's how our project managers are going to communicate and enter the data that's needed for us to actually report out to the public.
That Smart Sheet is a great program. I've seen somebody else use it. I actually looked at it. You do your own app thing with it. It's way better than Excel and all the other stuff they're using. So yes, and I think it also works with Office, your Microsoft Exchange. Does it work with Esri data dump?
We haven't worked out if we're going to be able to get it piping in to like an API, but we're kind of researching, and I've talked to Ryan on the GIS analyst side, and he can at least pull an extract from Smart Sheets that he can configure to pull into there. So we're still working on how it's the best way to configure it, but it's definitely a big step forward from where we are.
And full transparency, kind of our in-house technical professional staffing on that left a couple months ago, our analyst. So we're trying to regain that knowledge, other staff members on the full use of Smart Sheets.
And interviews this week, right, though, for replacement analyst?
We have next week.
Next week.
To fill that position.
Councilmember Horvath.
I think the way to answer that, Nils, is that we would be manually extracting from Smart Sheets and placing it in Esri in a way that would be communicative to the public for now, but with the goal eventually of being able to do something more
Smart Sheet
automated.
doesn't have a front-facing product. Internal only. Yeah.
Might want to look at Jira.
Jira's, it's different.
Project management stuff.
Yeah.
But,
It's more for ING stuff. All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, as it relates to that, I want you guys, of course, to get into something that allows you to have a seamless interaction where you're not having to spend all your time doing data entry, that just seems counterintuitive to what I think the intent of this conversation was. I think this looks
great for, a portal. The only comment I would make is, related to the phasing. There's not enough room, clearly, just the way it's laid out, to have like a typical chart that shows you all the different phases, and the lengths. But if there's a way for the user to be able to click on design or out to bid or construction or closeout to have an idea of what those dates are for each of those phases, because if it just shows them, oh, it's in construction, they don't have the scope of the project, to fully understand. But if they're allowed to kind of click through and have a general idea of, hey, design is starting here and closeout's going to be 2 years from now. Well, then we've set expectations, and as I've always said, I'd rather have conservative expectations. That way, if we get it done sooner, great. If not, we're still on, time. So that's all.
Yeah, we're really trying to sort out what is data that's going to be useful to the community. There's a lot of information that we manage and track internally that is not useful to the public. So we've got to figure out what that sweet spot is.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
This is great. It was a great tool, I think, for us to use. The only suggestion I'd make is, or ask, is if they have an API that allows us to integrate with the new CMS that we pick, whoever we end up picking, so that it'll display within whichever website you decide to use it with. I don't know if they do or not. Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's definitely, we'll be looking into those avenues and trying to make it as seamless and integrated as possible as we move forward.
Okay, that's it. No, it's great. It's pretty much what I was hoping we would do. So thank you.
Excellent.
All right, Councilmember MD.
I agree with everything that's been said. You gotta, when you build and put what information is gonna be in here, make sure you don't go too deep. People really just wanna know, when's it gonna get done? And sure, there'll be those people who are interested in the budget and all that, but it's about what's happening, why is that street being torn up? And then they get the information that way. And to echo, I also don't want this to be, although I consider it a very valuable tool, I don't want it to be an extra burden on staff, because the point is so that you don't have 6 people calling you going, what is happening with Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Inglewood Avenue?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the extraction is not ideal. We'd rather do the automated, feature. But I will say it is worth the time investment in extracting the data and conveying it to the public, because for every, for whatever time it's going to take for Jesse or Ryan to put this out there, it's going to save the inquiries we get. Andy and Ted are constantly writing emails. You all are inquiring on the public's behalf. And there's a lot of time that goes into that reporting as well. It'd be much easier for us to just drop you a web link to this page and say, hey, here's the status, and that to me, I think is going to ultimately pay dividends for us. So I don't mind a little bit of investment on an extraction basis for now, if it's going to be information that's useful to the community.
Yeah, and that was a big reason why we gravitated towards S3, because of the map interface that someone could pull up and say, okay, I live on Torrance Boulevard, what's going on? And they click on that and they've got that information. So that was a big piece of why we felt this was a valuable tool, and it's something we already had a license for, so it made it easier.
No, it's really great. Anything we can do to just allow the public to go and just search and do it, the better. That's great.
Councilmember Bosch? Councilmember Bosch?
Yeah, I mean, consistent with that, I remember at least 2 or 3 times that I've emailed just in the last 2 months to Ted and Andy asking about the slurry seal. People asking, oh, hey, their street was on the map before. Why hasn't it been done? And it's supposed to be done in 2021. And this would provide that solution. This would avoid that long discussion. And then Ted put together this discussion of, well, on this date you guys voted on this and that, and so on and so forth. It's like, okay, so they're going to get a repaving instead of a slurry seal, but. This would be awesome. And yeah, I agree with estimated end date. I wouldn't even fill that in unless you actually have it out to bid and under construction or something like that, because otherwise it's just going to mislead. But yeah, this looks great. Thanks.
Yeah, those initially might be years only, for a while.
So you guys included ClearGov and OpenGov, so public facing CIP reporting, multiple sources, several months, including ClearGov. Why would you? Were the options are not additional costs associated? Oh, they're not solution tied existing data collection. Okay, I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, it just had to do with kind of tying it into the existing workflows, tools that we were already using. And Ryan tracks a lot of this data. We just hadn't been operationalizing it for these project slides. And so it's building on it, and it's an increase in effort, but it's building on work he was already doing in the S3 platform.
And this is, reflection of our investment in the GIS position and some of the tools that we've equipped him with. I mean, this is becoming more useful all the time.
I'd make a motion to receive and file the report, approve the general direction that staff has made, and to take the comments that were shared by the council.
Is there anyone, members of the public, that
Second.
would like to speak in person? Is there any Zoom or?
Hard to believe.
Oh, wow. All right, so you guys, thank you very much for doing this report. This is great. I want to give you guys your due time. I know it's late, but still want to give you guys your due time.
And our apologies for it being so late. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
sorry.
Yeah,
They were well warned. Yeah. I think we're just happy we got
What
through it.
direction, you need direction from us too, right?
I think your
Esri?
motion encompassed
We got it.
general direction, support.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel.
Yeah, we've internalized your comments. We'll look into some of the other, some of what you've said, and we'll roll it out. And obviously, it's going to be a work in progress even when it hits the public. I mean, we're going to be, massaging it all the time. So we just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything obvious here through this process.
Okay, perfect. All in favor?
Aye. Excellent.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that brings us, we missed city manager items.
That's all right. It's late. I'll keep them for next week.
Okay.
No, it's too late. My items are only for evening. It's now morning.
All right, so I do have a couple of motions to make here for motions to staff. A motion to direct city attorney for a full cost breakdown to give to the Charter Review Committee on expenses and budgeting and inside counsel, outside counsel, and how we get money back from, what's it called, the outside reimbursement agreements, right? That makes sense? All right. Present that to the City Charter Commission. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Bring back, another motion to bring back resolution for the amendment for the Charter Commission to extend them for another X amount of period of time to bring back next week, for a simple amendment for the Charter Commission so that they can meet further on. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Very good. And I would like to make another motion to.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of times. This is real simple. I want to have the three commissions look at the Metro Green Line options and either send us a report or send a report directly to the Metro. And that is the Public Works Commission, Public Safety Commission, and Planning Commission, Zane? Did I say Planning Commission?
Yeah.
Planning Commission, to have them look at the Metro Green Line options and create a report. And
about their concerns or preferences for where, the routing of it.
Perfect.
Even though we've already.
No, and here's the reason why, is because we want to, other cities are having their commissions look at it, and the larger net we cast with more resident input is what the Metro Board and certain supervisors are looking for. If we get different concerns that we're not even thinking about, public safety, Public Works, and of course, Planning Commission. So I think it'd be very valuable for them to look at.
Public Safety Commission.
Public Safety Commission, because they got to deal with.
I'll just make
the 911 vehicles that go through.
Specific to that issue.
And
or
impacts.
just in general. Okay.
Also, there are concerns about basically
as well
what the working relationship would be between RBPD and any metro authority that actually has jurisdiction over the platforms.
Okay.
All right, I have a second on that.
A second with a friendly amendment that every one of these commissions be provided the letter that we sent to the supervisors.
Oh, perfect.
So they don't have to duplicate that, and they can also use
that would probably be attached to the staff report as background material. These commissions will be largely evaluating this in the blind. I don't
Yeah.
I don't want to have to liaison our engineers with each of those
No.
discussions.
Don't need that.
Okay.
Just a discussion and a conclusion, their points, their determinations that they can agree upon after a discussion or two.
It's very powerful to be able to send that.
But we need them to come back with it by, I'd say, March of 2023.
February?
The EIR is coming out in January, so you would need it.
Okay, so
In
February 2023.
First meeting in February?
And you guys want to see it? You want to see the letters they present, or you want those distributed to Metro?
No, I would just send them what you.
I mean, obviously you'll all be copied.
We want to see them.
Just, yeah.
You want to see them as a body, or do you want to see them as individuals via copy?
Just CC us.
Yeah.
Copy. He doesn't have to come back here.
All right, so February target for preparation of letters that summarize their comments on the Green Line extension.
And they can write the letter too. They need to.
Yeah, their liaisons will work with them to do that. That's typically what the commissions would do.
All right, that's it. Council Member Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Only three. Councilmember Horvath. No. Councilmember Obaji.
To amend the procedures or the resolution of the city council to receive and file and waive the reading of all e-comments.
As a
discussion
item.
Yeah, so we can bring that back. So we'll bring back the council rules of order, which we just updated, for the telecom stuff here. We'll bring that back to you. You guys can modify accordingly.
So will we have e-comments on the e-comments?
We'll have to read the
Maybe one
e-comments.
last time.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
We'll be done with it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll second that. And all in favor?
Aye.
All right, Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
No. Well, thank you. Okay.
And did you say, do you want that next week to
Let's do it ASAP.
Yeah.
council rules discussion? Okay. It'll just be the rules and a title probably. It won't be much of a staff report, but.
Yeah, no staff report.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Staff report. We get a lot of e-comments, Zoom
All right, all in
comments,
favor?
and in-person participation. Aye.